Okay, live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back here live for day 3 of the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit, where we have brought together 100 speakers from around the world to join in a 4-day dialogue conversation about success principles, how to lead your life, how to lead your business, and of course, all things Think and Grow Rich. And of course, we're alongside my wonderful colleagues, as well as the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, the official partner of the Los Angeles Tribune. I'd love to kick it off by giving the floor to Satish Verma and just hear his opening thoughts as we embark on day 3 of this virtual program. Again, we have people from all over the world that registered to participate, to watch, to view, as well as having over 100 speakers, which to the best of my knowledge is actually a record for virtual events, having over 100 speakers at one event. I don't believe it's ever been done before. Satish Verma, the floor is yours, sir, to open us up, please.
Okay, first of all, Mo, let me congratulate you for what you have done. This is such an amazing event. You could continue for 30 days. I'm sure still there's not enough for people to grasp what you are bringing to them. All right. So great job your team is doing. I'm proud of you. And as I said yesterday, also my hats off to you. And what an amazing event. All right. And I'm sure there'll be many more to come like this in the future as well. Right. So continue. So back to you.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to have my colleagues chime in and give some opening words. Michael Silvers, let's go to you, sir. How excited are you for day 3, and how do you feel so far about the program, please?
You know, I'm really excited about today because there's so much learning that's going to happen. If all of you out there listening, if you know what's coming, first of all, share this with everybody you know, because it's the people around you that will make your life different, and you're able to, it's more about how can you honor them. So share this with everybody you know, send them to, the Facebook, whatever it takes, growrich23.com, have them register so they can really hear the highlights and take a look at what we're doing here. The other thing too is, with all the amazing speakers we've had, get ready to take notes. And even if you're driving in your car, right? We remember Automobile University. Even if you're driving in your car, you're still getting it in. It's still moving towards your greatness, and share with every single day what you've learned from this event. And I can't wait for more, Mo.
Thank you for that, Michael Silvers. Julianne Meyer.
Thank you, Mo. I have what I would call an anticipation buzz. I'm really excited for today. I can hardly wait to see what happens and all the knowledge that's going to come our way. And I just want to mention to the people that are watching to please comment, please ask your questions. We really want to hear from you too.
Thank you. Rex Sykes.
I concur with everybody. Share it out, comment, be involved, get active, take notes if you can. If not, memorize what you hear and play it back at the end of the day and tomorrow and the days to come, because you're getting so much value. There are people like Satish and others who've read Think and Grow Rich for many, many, many years daily. And the more that you read, the more you dive in, the more you will extract, the more you will benefit, and the more your world will change for you and others.
Thank you for that. Sandy.
Good morning, everyone. And I just want to say again, thank you so much to Murak, Ava, and everybody on the screen, especially Satish Verma, for providing us with this opportunity to get up here and not only learn from others, but share our own knowledge and wisdom as well. This has been such an amazing event. Take notes. I'm telling you, this is free to everybody. You're on Facebook watching this. If you're not taking all this in, I'm telling you, you're missing out, because it's really phenomenal.
Thank you, Sandy. Donna Campbell.
Yes, the best is yet to come. And I am so super off the charts excited. Like Julianne, there's this vibrational buzz going through everything, because today and tomorrow we have the best of the best speakers and presenters and people who are going to be sharing their wisdom. So if you're going to do anything today, watch the whole day. I know I'm going to be glued. I'm so excited for today because some of my favorite people are on. So thank you. And thank you to the Tribune and Mo and Ava and for putting this on, because without you guys, we would not get to receive. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. Editor-in-Chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava Manuel, last but not least, how do you feel so far? Please, floor is yours.
Oh, I am so excited. You know, Satish, it's so true that we could keep going for 30 days. The amount of speakers that are reaching out to be a part of this summit is just well, it's not surprising, and yet it's really thrilling and exciting. You know, we're moving things around to be able to fit more and more speakers. And I don't know if you've announced it yet, Mo. We've got a bonus day for because we've got a bonus day for because as you see, we're almost nearing 150 speakers right now. So really excited for all of the wishes being dropped. And Mo, thank you so much. Giving it back
to the best of my knowledge, I believe we're actually setting a world record by having the number of speakers in one virtual event. I don't believe we've ever seen an event that has 150 speakers from around the world participating in one simple conversation. The Think and Grow Rich conversation. It's a Socratic style conversation where people are coming from all over the world, adding their 2 cents, and someone else is coming in, adding their 2 cents. And for fans of business leadership, for fans of self-improvement, for fans of personal development, this is the program for you. And I want to go back now to Satish because we've had the tradition of opening with Satish, listening to his wisdom. He's the world's foremost expert when it comes to Think and Grow Rich, and he has blown a lot of people away with some of his insights the first 2 days. And we'd love to give him the floor. So Ava and I will step back. Julie, Donna, and Sandy, the three of you will spend a few minutes with Satish, asking him questions about Think and Grow Rich. Please go ahead, Julianne, kick it off.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mo. Satish, thank you so much for being here with us all of these days and for making this happen. I haven't said that yet. I just want to say thank you so much. Your wisdom is absolutely amazing. And I'm just curious, there's something that I've always wondered, and you've been talking about this the last couple of days, but I'm wondering, I've always had this idea that some people don't really ingest the ideas, the principles, the tools from Think and Grow Rich because they think it's too easy. And that's what it's not going to work. What would you say to somebody who says, well, that seems really simple, and not even give it a try?
Yeah, you see, simple things are always difficult to do. This is the problem, right? But are you going to implement in your life? It is actually so easy. I have done it in my life for the last 35 years plus. I'll tell you something. Life can't be easier than this, right? And once you understand the tools, how to use them, and start applying them in your own personal life. And not only this, you want to teach other people also as well, so they can apply those tools in their lives as well. And then you see the world changing. That's the only way we can make this world a better place in which to live. But if we say, well, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Yeah, I've read it many times. Oh, it's easy. Yeah, you have been conceiving and believing in all the wrong things in your life. And that's why every wrong thing is happening in your life. You have been negative, all wrong things that you don't deserve this, you don't have to have this, you don't need it. And all these things come to you. You keep on conceiving the idea, you keep on believing it as you keep on conceiving. It's manifesting in your life. So why can't we reverse the whole thing? That anything is possible and everything is possible in my life. And whatever I want to do, if I understand the equation itself, that whatever the mind can conceive, number one, how do I conceive it? Number two, how do I believe it? Why don't I believe it? That's where the problem starts. I can conceive the idea, but find it very difficult to believe it. And if I can remove that barrier, then the conception is right there in front of you. That's where a lot of people have issues. They can conceiving, I want to be millionaire. Do you believe it? There are always self-doubts. So Think and Grow Rich. Julianne, if I could give you a mental eraser through which you could wipe away all your doubts, all your self-limitations, all the lacks that you have, wouldn't you want it so you can be and do anything in life? So,
Absolutely.
So Think and Grow is like a mental eraser. That's what it is. But you don't know that you have that eraser right here. But we don't know how to use it. First of all, we don't know we have it, then because of all the self-doubts, limitations are basically camouflaging this eraser that we have in our life. So if you could have that mental eraser, watch out. And when you start using it, you're totally you totally feel liberated, free to conceive and believe anything that you want. How beautiful that life is going to be. That's where the problem is, that from believing, from conceiving to believing, that mental eraser is not there that can remove that barrier that's helping me not to believe, that's asking me not to believe. That's the problem. Okay, so this is so powerful. I can't even tell you how excited I get when I teach my classes 3 days, 4 days in a row, and helping people to understand this mental eraser, which is causing the problem in their life. And it's so powerful. Everybody comes out of this course when we teach it, they say, wow, never realized that I was the one who was the causing problem within myself. There was nobody else. So that's what TGI, that's why it's easy. Once you understand this concept, then the things become very easy. Otherwise, it's a philosophy. It's just like reading Aristotle or Plato or anybody else. Yeah, they did some great work, but I really don't understand their work. See, the world has been given many philosophies by great people like Aristotle, Plato, William James, all those things. They gave us the philosophies how to live life after death. But they never gave you how to live life here on this planet happily. And Think and Grow Rich is that philosophy which makes you help live life happily on this planet. Once you understand that. Okay?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Any other question?
I love it. And if I can jump in, Donna,
Please.
simply because this kind of goes along with what Julianne was just asking you about. And let's think about what we have going on today in this world. Sure. And things are really a mess. So what can you say to someone who has been through things that we could never imagine, right? Because so often, there are victims in the world, right? I mean, there's people that, and I know for me, I'm at a point in my life where I know that everything happens for me and not to me. Mm-hmm. However, there's some people that are experience so much in this world. Can you just share any of your wisdom for those out there who may be watching and are thinking, I've got family in Israel, I've got family in Ukraine, all of this stuff going on, What can you say to those to help them maybe make a shift?
Okay. See, every adversity, every heartache, Napoleon Hill teaches us, has a seed of equal or better benefit in our life. You look at the history of the world. Don't you think good thing came out of World War II? Don't you think good thing came out of World War I? Every time we are collectively faced with the adversity, the nature has so designed it to something coming wonderful out of this. What if because of what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or wherever it's going, we all human beings start to live very peacefully after that? How beautiful that is going to be. Why can't all concentrate on that particular part according to Napoleon? Collective consciousness. My God, it will transform the whole world. And if we don't see it's the resistance that makes us stronger. Imagine if everything was good in this world. Everything was good in this world. It's human beings. Problems are because we are all good. Mm-hmm. That's where the problems are. Because we are all good. Because every sect of society feels I'm better, I'm good, I'm better, I'm good. That's where the problem is. But we are not trying to understand the other person's perspective, that they are good. That's where the issue is. You watch out, something great is going to come out of this. If we all have that positive mental attitude, again, principle of Napoleon Hill, if we all have a collective consciousness, that's going to bring peace to this world. How beautiful that's going to be for all of us. So whether it's in personal life, whether it's in professional life, whether it's collectively what's happening to our society, every time we feel that way inside, always something good is coming out of this. We can't very well say world is going to be a disaster. I tell you, no, world is not going to be a disaster. It has never been a disaster. Look at the history of the world. We always have been progressing. We have become more enlightened all the time. That's how the world goes. So we should not go into depression or anything like this in our mind that what is going to go to the dogs. It has never been. It never will. We survived 1935 to 1930 depression, didn't we? See how much progress we made. We survived World War II, didn't we? What came after that, didn't we? So all along we have been progressing very constructively to rebuild this world, bring a new order to this world. So let's all pray that nobody suffers because of this, and all good is going to come out of this. And I think our life is going to be much better. Let's use those principles. That way, every university has an equivalent advantage. And we all stay positive, and then we all have a purpose that the whole world is going to be great. It's going to be great. That's the way we all have to look at it, right? I hope I answered your question.
That was incredible, and thank you. And I'm sure that there's a lot of the audience out there that really appreciates that perspective. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Satish.
What I'm really, oh wait, can I
Go ahead.
What I'm really curious about is yesterday you shared with us some wisdom that there's one principle in the entire Think and Grow Rich book, and everything else was ideas. And then through those ideas, it's the art of suggestion to give mental chemistry. Now, one of my favorite parts of the book, the idea of charisma, but I also relate that to the law of magnetism, to attract in. And sometimes I wonder if that's not one of the most misconstrued parts of the Think and Grow Rich book, with charisma and all the different interpretations of it. So I was hoping that you could share some of your insight and wisdom on that particular idea.
Sure. See, Napoleon Hill talks about, he said, the ability to influence other people or the effect you have on other people is the most valuable currency you will ever have. Listen to this very carefully. Ability to influence people is the most valuable currency you will ever have. And it's the most profitable currency as well. The more people you influence, the richer you are going to be in life. There's no question about it, right? You agree with this? Yes. How you develop that charisma, when he talks about the magnetism, that sexual transmutation, it's very simple. It's we don't have to make it complicated because people, there's a word sex used here. But see in what context is it being used. It simply means when you become successful, you become more attracted to the opposite sex. That's all it is. Don't you? Don't you draw more people towards yourself of the opposite sex or even the same sex, whatever the case may be? That's the whole purpose of this transmutation. That's all it is. And when you do this, you are a magnetic person, aren't you? That you are able to draw. So Napoleon talks about something. Let me share that with you. He said our brains becomes magnetized with the thoughts that we hold. Magnetized with the dominating thoughts we hold in our mind, and by means by which no one is familiar. We don't know how it happens. This is a law of the nature. These magnets attract to us the forces, the people, the circumstances of life, which harmonize with our dominating thinking. And we have absolute power to control that thinking. Now, let me ask you this question. If my dominating thoughts are negative, am I going to be a very attractive person? Am I going to be a magnetic person? Am I going to draw people towards myself? It will never happen in my life. True?
True.
So that's the reason he talks about that magnetism he talks about is absolute positive mental attitude you must have, and through which you can become a very charismatic person. So you can draw people to you if your dominating thoughts are positive. He said, how you draw those people, those circumstances, those situations to you, nobody knows. This is the law of nature. Nobody knows. But once your brain becomes magnetized with those thoughts, it becomes so beautiful and easy. Like I'll tell you, I have personally never ever experienced a kind of, that somebody's better than I am, or I'm better than somebody else. These things don't ever come to my mind. You know why? Because my mind radiates those things it reflects that thing. People feel comfortable all of a sudden when they talk to you. So, and when you talk about the tools, and he teaches you all those tools, mastermind, definite purpose, going the extra mile, right? Having an initiative in life, using the cosmic habit force, teamwork, what you call accurate thinking, all these things. Those are the tools. Once you learn, you become like that kind of person, and that's what magnetism is all about. And that will result in becoming the person who draws people, who magnetize everything around you, and that's the kind of magnetism yesterday we talked about. It has nothing to do. A negative person doesn't draw people, right? Unless other people are negative, okay? Because you know what Shakespeare said at one time: a foolish finds it still more foolish to admire him. You know, like that's what happens in our life. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
What a great question and what a great answer. This is the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit on the Los Angeles Tribune. We're alongside the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, a partner of the Tribune. And I'm excited because we have such a unique and powerful program where we're actually bringing over 100 speakers, actually 150 speakers from around the world. I believe we've set a record with the most number of speakers at a virtual summit alongside Satish Verma and the Think and Grow Rich Institute. And one of the things we'd like to do is we'd like to actually bring the world's top foremost experts when it comes to Think and Grow Rich to be in dialogue together. That's something that I believe our audience would love to see. What would it look like if the world's top #1 experts actually were in conversation together? And so, Satish, I want to ask you, as the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, in my opinion, you're one of the world's foremost experts, if not the world's foremost expert when it comes to Think and Grow Rich. How important has Sharon Lecter been to the legacy of Think and Grow Rich, to expanding it for women, to expanding it to a whole new audience, to keeping the legacy of Napoleon Hill alive? How important has Sharon Lecter been for the legacy of Think and Grow Rich? Please, Satish Verma.
She has been my hero. Understand this thing. I follow her quite a bit. I have read her book in great length. What a contribution this woman has made to this planet, I can't even tell you. And her books are selling like hotcakes. And whatever Exit Rich, beautiful job she has done. And she also annotated Outwitting the Devil. My God, what a wonderful. Actually, I was reading it last night, her annotations. Very impressive. She has done a superb job, I'll tell you. And I have met her many times on many occasions, and we have spoken together on the same stage a few times. What a powerful person she is. And you managed to bring her in. My God, good for you.
Well, Julie Ann, I'm curious, as a woman entrepreneur, what has Sharon Lecter meant for you as someone that is an entrepreneur, that's a woman, that's a speaker? Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. Sharon Lecter is somebody that shows me what's possible, to think outside of the box, and that I need to dream bigger for myself. And I get choked up thinking about it.
Thank you. Rex, you've been in the personal development arena for a long time. What has Sharon Lecter's legacy been for you? Please, floor is yours.
Well, it's just been amazing. She is an incredible force of nature. She's accomplished so much and helped so many people in so many ways. And her ability to clarify financial principles and the principles of Napoleon Hill, as demonstrated by Outwitting the Devil. I love Sharon. She's a great person, a good friend, and I'm so excited to have her with us.
Sandy, floor is yours.
So when I first met Sharon last year in December, I had the privilege of interviewing her and her husband live in Las Vegas at Bill Walsh's Ultimate Wealth Camp. And what really stuck out for me, because I could say ditto to everything everybody has just said, what really stuck out for me personally is that while I've been a certified life coach since 2004, and I've been doing this a very long time, I haven't really been more of an influencer than I have become in the last couple of years. And when I see someone like Sharon on stage, I think, because I was starting to think for a while, I had this limiting belief that I was too old. And you know what? I just turned 58 on Friday. And I know when there's women like Sharon out there that's still just rocking it, she's leading the way for people like me, and I am not too old to be in this space. So thank you, Sharon. I just admire her so much.
Ava, thank you for that.
And I
Ava,
gotta
the floor
join
is
the
yours.
conversation. I won't let it go without joining the conversation. One of the best things that I really love about Sharon is really putting finances and confidence together. My best definition that I heard of wealth is from Sharon Lecter, and what she said was, wealth is how you feel about yourself when you look in the mirror. And that for someone who's been a presidential advisor, for 2 presidents for finances, is really amazing and astounding. So I'm excited. I'm going to take notes on this segment.
Also co-authored with a president. That's actually something that doesn't get highlighted enough. I think that's pretty cool to be able to say that you co-wrote a book with the president. And of course, Sharon means so. Sharon knows how much I love her, and she knows what she means to the Tribune. And so what I want to do now is I want to bring her in, and Satish, I want to have you and Sharon in conversation, in a natural dialogue, and just free flowing about all things Think and Grow Rich. We want to bring the top experts in the world, Sharon Lecter and Satish Verma. In my personal opinion, they're neck to neck. Who's number one? Who's the top Napoleon Hill Think and Grow Rich expert? I don't know. But you can't make a wrong bet if it's Satish or Sharon. And so we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out who's number one, and we're gonna bring Sharon on stage. Welcome to the floor, Sharon. And we're gonna step back. And Satish, I'm actually gonna have you.
Thank you all so much.
And
Sharon.
Thank you, Sharon. And I'm gonna have you, Satish, kick it off and ask Sharon a question.
1 + 1 is 11. We don't need
There
to
you
have a
go.
top. We just need a lot of people speaking about Napoleon Hill. And I am quite happy to be standing side by side with Satish.
Oh my
And,
God.
wonderful to see you, Satish. Yes, wonderful.
You are looking great.
Thank you all for putting this program together, because we just have to continue reminding the world of the incredible legacy of Napoleon Hill, right, Satish?
Yes. Thank you, Sharon.
And it's amazing, because when I sat backstage listening to a little bit about what you're talking about, and I think it's so important for people to remember there is so much negativity in the world, and we can either absorb it or put a little cone of protection and control our thoughts. I say we can control 3 things: our thoughts, our words, our actions. But it starts with the thoughts, as you were talking about so eloquently. And it's, when you start thinking negatively, it comes out your mouth and your actions. And as you said, you don't attract very many people that way.
That's right. I learned a lot from you, Sharon. A lot from you. When I heard you speak at John Shen's event and few times, and when you were in Toronto even, you are a true legend in this field. And
well, thank you.
Yeah, I tell everyone, I have few of your books I still have, which you gave me in Toronto. And I give to every woman who says, "Is there anything for a woman?" I say, "Absolutely, there's something great for you."
I have a new one for your daughter. It's called "How Money Works for Women." So we'll have to talk about that.
Okay. Is it on Amazon?
Yeah, "How Money Works for Women."
Okay, works for women.
Yeah.
Let me make a note.
We take women from every decade of life, from 19 to 86. So talk about the things that happen to women during that stage. So
that's awesome. Yeah, you always come up with new ideas. How did the Exit Rich go?
Wonderful. We had a great event this weekend talking about Exit Rich, and it really is, it's kind of bringing my whole life's work together to help people understand how to build not just a successful business, but one that truly is a business, one that's scalable and sustainable and eventually saleable. And most people, they build themselves a job. They don't build themselves a business. Sure. And we talk about the fundamental foundation of building your business so that it will last.
Sure. I don't know who came up with this name, Sharon. This is such a powerful name, Exit Rich. My God, it reminds me of Think and Grow Rich, I'll tell you.
Yes. Yes. Well, and it's rich in time too. If you build your business correctly, sure. As you well know, Satish, because you built your business, you get your time back because it's an asset working for you. And of course, that's my favorite word on earth, asset. You want your business to be self-sustaining, so that, I tell people the test between a small business and a large business, a big business, is can you leave for 6 months and come back and that business is stronger? That's truly a business, because you've got the right people working for it, you've got the right business systems, and it is sustainable.
Yes. And the thing is, if you can't leave your business, you are having a job, you're not really having a business, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And then business owns you. You don't own the business.
That's for sure.
Right.
The business owns you. That is so true. And I think there's probably a lot of people watching right now that go, oh, that's me. So we want to help you convert that to one where you own the business and it's working for you. It's your employee. You're not its employee.
Absolutely. That's why you go into business. That's what Napoleon talks about when he talks about 10 basic motives. He says freedom. Where does this freedom come from? This is one of the greatest motive, as you know, all of us, we seek that. I want to go into business for myself so I can be free. So I'm not enslaved to somebody else's idea. I'm not making money for somebody else. I am not giving my talent to somebody else. And this way, you are seeking that kind of freedom, that I cannot don't want to work for somebody from 9 to 5 and then more and making them rich. Okay. But when you seek that freedom, that I want to be free of this time, money, and anything that I emotionally and physiologically feel, that's the freedom I'm looking for, which is total liberation, in my opinion. It's not freedom. You feel liberated when you own a business, right? And you basically, you are controlling the business. Business doesn't control you. And some people say, oh my God, my business, I can't leave my business, this. Basically, you bought a minimum wage job. That's all you did. That's
right.
If you run there, and that's where the mastermind principle comes in, right? You have people in the business with you whom you mastermind, and they can do the things that you don't want to do. And so you can be free yourself. So all things, Sharon, your life has been in that respect great, and you are teaching these principles to people, how to be financially free all the times. Doesn't matter where they are, who they are, whatever job they are doing. It all came from Think and Grow Rich. How beautiful that is.
Well, I love the personal success equation that we shared in the book 3 Feet from Gold, which was the first book I did with the Napoleon Hill Foundation.
Yes.
With greed. And it really takes Napoleon's principles and kind of makes it kind of in your face, because he talks about your passion and your talent.
Yes.
And most of us stop there. We think we have to do everything on our own. But as Napoleon Hill talks about, the power of mastermind times association, having the right people around you, having the right environment, having people on your team who are strong where you are weak. And then times take action. How many times do we know what we're supposed to do? We just don't do it. He talks about that in Outwitting the Devil, the drifters, right? Are you in control of your own mind? And then plus F, faith, having faith in yourself, having faith in what you're doing, having that self-confidence. And Napoleon Hill talks about each of those elements, but you have to bring them all together. Your passion, your definite purpose, your talent, your specialized knowledge, and those around you, times the right people, association, taking action, and having faith and confidence in yourself.
I honestly, Sharon, last night I was reading Outwitting the Devil. I was reading your commentary. The word that you put in with rhythm, this is so beautifully done. My God, I was so moved. And when you were explaining how cyclical and rhythmical our life is, and my God, it's I think everybody should read that. And that's one point I want to bring. And second point you brought out, the mastermind. People, when I do the seminars and workshop, people ask me, well, Satish, how do I find the mastermind people to work with me? Where do I find those people? And what's my first step I need to do? And I always tell them, there's the first thing you have to do, have a mastermind with your own self. First thing, you have to be in total harmony within your own self. And when you come to that level, you draw those people because you're in harmony within your own self. If that's not there, you're going to have a difficult time in finding mastermind for yourself. There's no question.
I am in heated agreement. Absolutely. It is so important, because if you aren't whole, if you're not coming with the right attitude and the right open mind, all right,
Yes.
so Napoleon Hill talks about open your mind. How can you drive the greatest benefit? You can't. And you certainly can't share the greatest benefit if you have those blockings. And so it's important to find your own center. And he talks about that in Outwitting the Devil, because so many times fear is what holds us back. Fear either paralyzes us or motivates us. And most of us, 98% of us, are paralyzed by fear, which prevents us from seeing the opportunities that are right in front of us.
True. Again, what is fear? Fear is something in the future. Like it doesn't exist actually. And that's where the problem is, that there are two faculties, as Napoleon talks about, given to us by nature, which is, number one is a memory, which is our past. And we either keep living that memory, which is the past, or the imagination. So those are the two faculties no other creature has other than us. But we keep on living them in a wrong way, rather than using the memories to excite us for the future. And so we keep on living the bad memories. Oh, this is what happened to me 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Oh my God, I'm still suffering from this. You keep on suffering your memories all the times. And then you also suffer your future, which is the fear. Oh, what if this happens? What if this happens? If we can, those distinct faculties which nature has given us, our memory and our imagination, my God, we can do that.
I couldn't agree more. One I talk about is guilt. That's the past.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You can't change it. You can just accept it. I tell people we all are where we are today by the choices we made before today. If we want something different, start making different choices, but don't live in the past. Guilt just holds you back. And the future is worry. And worry it hasn't happened yet, but yet you're making yourself sick about it. You're ruining today in worry. So I have a definition that I share, Satish, and it's called to worry is to pray for what you do not want. Let me repeat that. To worry is to pray for what you don't want. So stop it. Instead, I happen to be a champion worrier. My mother was the queen of worry. So I found that definition and I share it all the time, because now when I catch myself in a state of worry, I stop. And I go, okay, Sharon, stop concentrating on what I don't want to have happen. Sure. Change my thoughts. You can control your thoughts, your words, your actions. Change my thoughts to what I do want to have happen. And it's magic, because it turns your mind from negative thinking, stinking thinking, to positive thinking. And that allows you to attract positive results.
Sure.
So guilt in the past, let it go, learn from it, look to the future. Worry for the future? No, convert to what you do want to have happen.
Yeah. You brought out something very important, Sharon, just now. You said your mother was always worried. See, when we look at Think and Grow Rich, he talks about our social heredity, right? All those things have been planted in our mind. We were born with a very clean filter as a baby. But what we see that starts to impact us all the time since the day we gain consciousness. See, this is the case with a lot of people, and you're strong enough to stop worrying about the things, right? Because you learned on your own. But imagine if you are always worried, you would not be where Sharon is. So what a great lesson for people to learn. Understand this thing. Look, you can actually move away from your past, depending upon how strongly you want to change yourself. Otherwise, you will keep on worrying, keep on living that those doubts or guilt in your life, and then you say, "Well, that's how the life is." No, that's not how the life is. That second point that you brought out is not what you see; it's what you want to see. Is the situation that what you want to see? That's if we can keep that in mind, then the situation that's in front of us disappears all of a sudden. Right? So that's the best way. I just made a quick note of this when you were talking about it. I said, look how beautiful you have put the same thing.
It's so true, Satish. And it's particularly true when it comes to money. because you know, I share, when you grow up with parents, they say we can't afford it, pinch your pennies, save for a rainy day, and all of a sudden we have this scarcity mindset. And so I said, once you can identify it, you can say, okay, I'm going to release it. Instead of saying I can't afford it, let's say, how can I afford it? Instead of closing your mind and having that negative statement, you actually trigger your subconscious to start figuring out how you can afford it. And it's particularly important with your children. Don't tell them we can't afford it. Give them the job of thinking of how they can afford it. And those kids get really creative and they find a way to make the money and they achieve their goal and celebrate with them. But even better, you'll see their self-confidence grow in the process.
Exactly.
Get rid of that scarcity thinking and welcome abundance mindset.
Just to, in one of the lines Napoleon wrote in one of the books, he said, rich people are simply superior thinkers. That's all it is, right? So, and as you said, a poverty mentality, if I keep on teaching my kid the money doesn't grow on trees, it's so difficult to make, life is hard, all this nonsense, you know, of course their life is going to be hard. But they are a superior thinker, they are a positive thinker, they always think about great things going to happen in their life. Of course, everything is going to turn out to be great. How beautiful that is. So nice, Sharon. So nice to talk to you. I can't even tell you.
This is incredible. This is powerful and incredible, and I'm just so honored to be on stage with such incredible icons. Of course, we're alongside the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute's Satish Verma, one of the partners of the LA Tribune, one of our friends, Sharon Lecter, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, author of Think and Grow Rich for Women. And the premise of this program is to bring over 150 speakers from around the world to have a Socratic style conversation with each other. And so I want to welcome someone else to join the conversation so we can continue with this unique experience that people from around the world are enjoying. And that's, of course, one of the co-authors of The Secret. He's a New York Times bestselling author. He's been on the stage before. He's one of the world's foremost experts in mind science. And I want to actually bring him in the conversation with Sharon and Satish so we can continue with having the world's foremost experts in dialogue together. And that's, of course, Bob Doyle. I want to welcome you, Bob Doyle, to the stage.
I love how you said, of course, it's Bob Doyle. All those things I said could only be one person.
It could only be Bob Doyle. I want to welcome you, my friend. Long time no talk. It's good to see you again. And I'm just curious, Rex and I are going to step back and have the Satish help lead the dialogue with Sharon and Bob. And Bob, I'm just curious, you know, you were in the green room for a few minutes, listening to the dialogue, listening to conversation. I'm curious, what does Napoleon Hill mean to you? What has the book Think and Grow Rich meant to you? And Rex and I will step back and have the three of you continue. Please, Bob Doyle.
Well, I think, honestly, it means more now. When, you know, a couple of years ago, I started focusing my attention on brain rewiring and neuroplasticity, kind of a little bit more grounded conversation in terms of manifestation and how we do our lives. And I think that that's one of the things I like about this book is just some practicality. And, you know, as I was sitting here as preparing for this conversation, because later we're going to talk about AI, I'm thinking, how do I relate AI? How do I talk about AI and Think and Grow Rich? And so as I was listening to all of the conversation, I've got so many things, I'm jumping out of my skin to talk about all of this stuff. What really hit me, honestly, because I came in at the very end, and the worry conversation is what hit me, because I also was this chronic worrier. And it was one of the things that I had to wire out of myself. I mean, it's still there a little bit, but it used to be, you know, paralyzing.
It can be. I mean, it was for me too. As I lived, my mother worried about worrying. I mean, it was just crazy. And so I grew up with that, and you'd make yourself sick. I call it my own little personal rototiller. You get worried about something, and you say, well, this is going to happen. Oh my gosh, this is going to happen. And you make yourself physically ill. And until you can find a way to release that and just reprogram the way you're thinking, it does impact you negatively in every aspect of your life. Hello, Bob.
And to bring it around to Think and Grow Rich, the book will give you, if you focus your attention here, it can help you, because a lot of times worry is just idle thinking. You know, I'm not planning a future. I'm not creating something exciting. So I'm just fixated on what is. Well, this book obviously gives you a template to create something new.
It absolutely does, because as Napoleon talks about, all the fears, all the worries are because of only one reason, because we don't have a purpose in our own life, right? if my purpose is strong enough, I don't have time to worry about. I don't have time about fears. I don't have, because I'm so focused, laser focused on my purpose, which I want to accomplish. These things, I have no time in my life. And also, as Sharon and I discussed earlier, see, I grew up as a very poor kid, and my father was killed in the war, and he was a physician, and we were quite wealthy. And all of a sudden, we became very poor, right? No money. And as a little kid, I saw heard my mother talking, and I would say, "Mom, I want this thing." She said, "You know what? You will have a lot of those things in life. Don't worry about it." And she said, and that always stuck in my mind. She said, "Oh, this situation won't last long where we are." Imagine the conditioning I had. So every situation in my life became like this. When I face an adverse situation, it won't last long. It won't last long. So you're constantly thinking about the future, which is going to be brighter, right? So it doesn't matter whether you go in business or whether you are working for somebody or any issues you have, either personal or business-wise, it won't last long. And I was taught that all the problems in our life, happiness or distress, pain or pleasure, they're like weather. They come and they go. The only thing you need is the ability to cope with the weather. If you know if it's raining outside, what do I need to do? I need a raincoat or I need an umbrella. If it's snowing outside, I need a parka or a warm coat. And if I understand that any kind of weather, which is worry, which is fear, which is poverty, whatever the case may be, pain or pleasure, it's like a weather is come and goes, man. It's not going to stay with me. And if I wear the proper clothes, which means if I properly train myself from within, that's what it means, right? So then, it'll go away. So that's what we learn in Think and Grow Rich. How to cope with every weather that storms your life. And you're looking at it, it's okay. If it's raining, what's the big deal? I'm going to wear the raincoat. So I know how to deal with this. So that's what Napoleon talks about. Every adversity, every heartache has a greater benefit in our life. And what a powerful things we are doing here, helping people to understand Think and Grow in its real sense, the way people should understand, right?
It's true. Yeah. And I want to acknowledge, though, that you were so blessed to be raised with that mindset in your house.
Yes, I tell you, very blessed. Yes.
Because that is the stuff that, as a coach later, we're trying to, wire into people, because most people, well, maybe not most, but a lot of people have learned the opposite, right? But I certainly did. I never learned that, this will just be a minute. I learned, this is just how it is, right? So to change that mindset. The reason I'm saying this is because there might be people who say, that sounds great, but it is difficult to just suddenly acquire that mindset, when you've been trained, because it's biology. It's really wired in, to get back to the brain wiring conversation. So I always urge people to be gentle with themselves when they're taking on something like this for the first time. If this is new and these ideas are just, they're bigger than you've ever thought, or they seem impossible or whatever, I would just say to be gentle with yourself, because of course, if you've never heard this is going to sound, but just be with it and be with it. This is why people repeat and repeat and read and so on. But really what's going to give you the power is to be implementing while you're reading, to create a desire. That's the really fundamental thing, is what is, and we talk about purpose. And as a coach, obviously, I get tons of people who do not know their purpose. Yeah. They're trying to figure it out. Or, this is their story. They don't know their purpose. In most cases, they absolutely know their purpose. They just don't think it'll make them money, or it's not the right one. The one that's really calling to them, that's not the right one. And so, a lot of coaching is say, hey, let's revisit that.
Sure. Bob, I coach a lot of people one-on-one as well. And so if their desire is not strong enough to change, right, we can't get rid of their fears, right? If they, I asked them first day, I said, listen, how badly you want what you want, right? How bad do you want?
Yeah, I use the terminology non-negotiable goal. I've gotten to the point now, if I'm going to work with somebody, they pretty much need to have that. Because otherwise it's just going to be this long drawn out process, and it's the same results that people get because it's just not, it's too negotiable. When it gets tough, oh, I really want it, but I'm uncomfortable. So no, those aren't the goals we're working for here.
Well, the question is, do they want it here or do they want it here? Right. And that definite purpose comes from the heart. And that's we talk about it in Outwitting the Devil. I love the section that he wrote about definiteness of purpose, is how you really get rid of the negativity and get rid of that fear, because it does make it bigger than you. When you get up in the morning and you want to just roll over and turn off the lights, the definite purpose is what gets outside of you and gets you out of bed so you can keep going, because it makes your life bigger than you. The life is defined for tomorrow and impact, not just for living. So,
absolutely, Sharon. Absolutely. And that's what Napoleon talks about. He said, look at the problem. And if you can always say, I am bigger than the problem. I am bigger than the problem. Imagine that kind of programming in the mind. The problem seems very small all of a sudden.
Well, if we can put it in perspective,
the problem creates opportunity. The problem creates, the problem is what we can solve and create that purpose, right? The most successful businesses solve problems or serve needs. We have a few of these today, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If the goal is truly non-negotiable, like life or death, if you had a real life or death situation, you're just going to do what you got to do. You bypass all the, well, I don't know, because it's that right there will tell you that it's not really non-negotiable. A non-negotiable goal, a lot of that stuff that stops people won't. Because it's like, yeah, this is really uncomfortable, but this is my life. I have to go here. So if we can get people amped up about their goal that much, the transformation process works a lot better, and it's a lot easier. But they really, really have to get that. But the problem is, again, like I said, a lot of people don't know their purpose. And today, a lot of that reason is because there's just so much. There's so much you could do. There's so many directions a person can go now. There's so many new things they're learning. That was my issue. It's like, oh my, as the internet came up and the technology, I like that. And it's like, what am I here to do? Right. So how do you get all those thoughts organized? And so that's the challenge that a lot of people have.
I love your line, Bob, what you just used, non-negotiable.
Yeah,
that's a very powerful phrase, I'll tell you. When you use with people, non-negotiable. That's it. You want or you don't want it.
Yeah.
Right?
And people will tell you that it's non-negotiable goal.
Yes.
But then it will totally be negotiable when something really, really bad happens. When it gets really, I don't want to have to talk to them. I don't want to have to apologize there, or I don't want to have to take that action or write that book or do that thing.
Sure.
Let me just visualize something else for a minute. This is what happens.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
This has been incredible listening to the three of you in dialogue. I've been taking a lot of notes. And of course, we're alongside multiple times New York Times bestselling author Sharon Lecter, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Think and Grow Rich for Women. I could go on and on and on with all the incredible books. And of course, Bob Doyle, one of the world's foremost experts in not just the law of attraction, but also the power of the mind. And we're going to have a conversation with you, Bob, in a couple of minutes about AI, which I'm looking forward to. But I want to give the floor to Sharon, our friend. Thank you again, Sharon, for being a part of this. I think that you've been a part of every LA Tribune Summit, and I'm glad that the record still stands. We still have the Sharon Lecter record. We haven't missed you yet. And so I want to give you the floor, Sharon, to just share some final words of wisdom with our audience before we move on to the next segment with Bob. Please, Sharon Lecter.
Well, thank you so much. And Satish, Bob, wonderful to be with you guys. And Mo, you are a true gentleman, and you ask, I'll show up. So thank you for all that you do. And for all of you,
Sharon.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, always an honor. So.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Sharon Lecter, ladies and gentlemen. And so, Bob, that was awesome watching you on screen with Sharon and with Satish. And I know you're doing a lot of great work in the AI space, and I'm really curious with how you've been able to tie in the principles that we're discussing with Think and Grow Rich and AI. And so I'm very curious with that tie-in, and I would love to give you the floor, Bob, to just hear your thoughts on what that tie-in may be. Please, floor is yours.
Well, if you don't mind, let me just first say why I'm even, how I relate this at all to transformation before we get to Think and Grow Rich specifically. But, kind of what we talked about here is is helping people get clear on their purpose and getting thoughts organized and things like that. And also playing a big game. You know, if I'm dealing with someone who has a big vision, they've got to get, these days, they really have to know how to put themselves out there and create content and stuff like that. And so that's a great niche for the AI space too, obviously, if you're going to create sales letters and things like that. So the reason I'm in there is because a lot of entrepreneurs get stuck because content creation and all that all the stuff that AI can help with it's not their jam. They're here to do their thing. But and a solopreneur can get, and I see it all the time. I'm sure anybody who's worked with them can see that because there's so much to do, or they believe, or just depending on how they're setting up their business, and they don't know how to do it. So they spend months taking copywriting classes and all these other things. And then I see their energy and their level and their passion just dwindle because now their dream and their passion is associated with a bunch of crap they do not want to do. And so I see AI as an opportunity to help with a lot of that. And I use it personally to just, compress time like you would not believe. Let me speak specifically to what we were just talking about, definitive of purpose, if that's okay. Because as I said, I've got a ton of ideas. I love creation. I'm a creative. Before I was in this, I was a creative person, and I love everything about creativity. And so, AI gives me this opportunity to express myself in all these new ways, and share myself in ways that I couldn't, and duplicate myself in ways I couldn't before. And so, but with that comes all this confusion. Where should I focus now? What should I do? So here's just one thing. And if no one took anything else from our conversation but this one little hack with AI, it can change their whole life. And it's just using AI, because if you look, just a basic principle, AI is just this massive database of knowledge, and there's all kinds of models and all of this. But let's just, as a general rule, it contains a lot of information. And because of its knowledge base, it can act as a companion, a team member almost, to help you with a lot of tasks. It's a pretty good writer. It can organize thoughts and things. So what I've done on multiple occasions is just turn on an audio recorder and just started talking. I like to do this. I like to do this. I'm confused about this. I'm torn here. This is my problem, right? And I can set up the whole conversation with AI and say, pretend you are an expert, a business consultant. And your expertise, this is just, you're setting up the model. Your expertise is helping people with a lot of ideas organize their, and create a business. Tell it whatever you want. And then I feed it all that stuff and tell it to send it back in a nice organized fashion and tell me why it organized it in this way. Give me action steps. How should I prioritize all of these ideas? You can take it further. Go research the marketplace a little bit. Which of these ideas can give me the biggest return on investment the fastest? What would I have to do? Then you can take it further. What team members would I need? What are all the moving parts? These are things that would take you months or longer to research before AI, to even know that you needed them, let alone how to find them or do it. So this is what excites me, because now I see a light at the end of the tunnel for people who just feel stuck. It's like, how I wanted my message out so bad and I feel stuck because of tech. And that's, my mission is no entrepreneur, no visionary should be stuck from getting their message out because of tech.
Well, Bob, that's a beautiful point. I'm sorry, didn't mean to jump in on your last sentence there. But,
it's okay.
But good, and welcome, and it's good to be here with you and Satish. A question or a comment that I want to make and have you elaborate perhaps is, sounds like all of the VAs and all of the assistants and all of the team members and all of our support staff kind of become unnecessary with AI. And by that, I don't mean need to be displaced, but you're coalescing all of these different things to be able to do research for you and give the presentation to you that you can then put into your own voice, I would hope.
So let me tell you who's doing this research for a business owner like myself. The VAs. They're not losing their jobs. They're getting different training. They're learning to use AI. And team members who are, if they're willing, if the companies are willing, you don't have to replace everybody. The members who have that expertise, they're the best ones to use the AI. They know the domain. They know exactly how to. They're going to, an existing copywriter is going to get better copy out of AI than just some dude who says, write me good copy, because it knows how to finesse. And that's the same thing with art. All of the hubbub over that. Voiceover, I'm a voiceover actor, and voice cloning should scare me, right? But instead it excites me, because if I can clone a stable of voices, female voices, other voices that I couldn't do myself, well, now I've got a whole new set of offering. It still depends on me being able to act, deliver the message to the AIs. It's good. The voice stuff is good, and it's getting better. But for now, to become friends with it is way better than to fear it, because it doesn't have to mean the loss of jobs. It will sometimes, for sure, but that always happens.
Well, I want to bring Satish in too, but just between you and I, and apparently everybody who's watching, I have an important conversation going on about AI coming up very soon. I would love to invite you into that. It's a separate thing, but if you're interested, we can talk about that another time.
Okay.
But how does this, with what Satish is doing and getting, Napoleon Hill out to the world so that people can transform their lives, or the mission of the Los Angeles Tribune to be good news and to move the needle forward for people? How can AI assist them? And, or, for example, Satish, what might you have that Bob could address with AI?
Yeah, how we can, first of all, I'm very naive at AI at this moment. So what I'm understanding from you and from other people is and also a conversation between you and Rex, what will happen to virtual assistants and all this. We had the same problem, I think, when we had started in 1970s when the calculators came in. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, now, this is going to do this thing. And then the computer comes in our life. It's totally indispensable in our life. And I'm sure AI is also going to be absolute. Something else is going to come up after 20 years or so, right? So we know.
Probably way faster, yeah.
I think it's going to be a great thing, I'll tell you. It's going to be, what Bob said, I think this is the next step, like having the human potential to go to the level which we have never ever imagined. How beautiful that is.
It's true. And look, with every technology like this, there's the dark, there's the shadow side, right? And there's people out there, they're going to live in that shadow. They're going to do the shadow things. Yeah. And there's the rest of us, right, who see the potential to do good, to build our own business, to expand our own reach, to just, and I, again, for me, as a person with a lot of scattered thoughts, just that one use of it, just to help me organize my scattered brain and prioritize tasks. That, because before, I could spend a week and a half trying to figure out my next move, right? But instead I go blah, 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 and then it comes back and I go, okay, now I've got it. And you can, again, it just go with various tools and learning how to link them together. It's extraordinary what you can do. But just that one thing couldn't be simpler.
So interesting point from both of you, but what do we do? I would like to liken it to compounding interest. The growth of itself is so rapid and can be so exponential. How do we kind of ensure that we are using it for the good and not for the dark side? How do we?
I think that's up to the individual. I don't know, because it's crazy. You're right. It is insanely fast, and there's no way you can't keep up. There's nothing that's going to keep up with it like that. So it's just kind of like hang on for the ride. Being in it, it's crazy because technology that I use updates sometimes by the hour. And I have to change it, right? So that's the kind of growth we're talking about, and the capabilities, the coolest thing I've ever seen this week, and then it's 10x the next week. I can't believe they're doing this, right? So it is one of those, and that's why if you're not really into it, you just find somebody who keeps up with it for you. It's just a whole new, it's an industry, AI consulting. That's what we're doing. It's like, let us help you make some sense of this. Let us look at what your challenges are, and then here's the tools that you can use. You don't have to learn all of them. These are the ones that will solve your problem, right? And those are and we'll train your team on that, or your tech person on that. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but let's get you more efficient, creating more stuff. And because the other thing, when you realize how fast you can create original content or take ideas and turn them into a course or something, oh my gosh, you get really excited. Yes. You just, how many courses can I create this weekend? And then that's potential revenue for people. Because people will take forever to create content or write a book or whatever, and AI can cut that down so fast.
That's so. Another question. Well, I'm also an actor, So, I mean, a Screen Actors Guild member. So, you know, I mean, a voice actor as well. So there are some concerns, even though there aren't some. It sounds like what you're talking about is that personal use of AI can help individuals and their companies. But are there places, like what if the military uses it? What about governments? Are there places to be concerned about, you know, kind of like it becoming like HAL, you know, in fantasy?
I'd be an idiot to say, no, it's okay. Of course not. No, who's going to do something bad with it? Come on. I think all those things you said are happening and have been happening all around us all the time. You know, again, I choose not to put, unless it is impacting my ability to be who I am and live my life, I don't concern myself with it. That's just how I've always lived about stuff, you know? And so with this, I'm just focused on what I love about it, what excites me, the potential I see that it has to help people, and you know, to feel so alive in my whole body, to be so excited about something also feels great too. You know, I've been in the personal development industry 20 years doing what I've been doing. So something fun like this that kind of touches the core of me is super exciting.
So, you know, Satish talked about the depression, and, you know, it did affect a lot of us, but there were also those people who refused to participate, which is true about, you know, all different calamities throughout all of humankind. Is there are those who, you know, succumb to it, and those who rise above it, and those who kind of navigate through it. And so it sounds like what you're saying is, you know, this is just another new thing that is got potential for us, and it is exciting potential. And then we have to decide how we're going to participate with it or not.
Yeah, I think so. It's not something to just be scared of, right? And it's also not something to say it's the answer to everything, because we don't know. But it's an answer to a lot of stuff, you know. And as far as the acting stuff and the creative, it's like, yeah, I don't know either. I don't know either what they're going to do, because they literally can just recreate actors now, their voices, their faces, the whole thing.
Do you remember there was an HBO, I don't remember the show, but they recreated Humphrey Bogart, but this was in the 80s, you know, and they put his image in a new thing, and they did the whole, I mean, this is, in some ways, it's been around for a long, long time. Yeah. This is just a new permutation of it. So,
and now it's just going to be easier. I think, you know, truly, I think that there's a lot of fun creativity. There needs to be some legal stuff that goes on, like, so that the original actors benefit from the use of their likeness, if that's going to happen. You know, like it is a licensed thing, and they get paid for it on some level. Some version of that, because what are they going to do? Truly, because, okay, nobody can do AI. That's never going to happen. It's just going to, you know, they're going to have to work it out. They're going to have to figure it out. And that's just with every industry. This is going to be like this. It's a disruption in a huge way. But we get disruptions all the time, and we just kind of say, well, let's figure this out.
Well, this is a fascinating conversation for all of us now. Marie Diamond is going to join us in a minute or two. But what I would like to talk about is, because you talked about brain rewiring and neuroplasticity, and neuroplasticity really is nothing new. The word is new. It's been around for 30 years or so, you know, but prior to that, you know, ancient mystics were talking about growing new, not neural pathways, but growing the abilities and awareness. So let's because, and this is also an area I know Satish is, you know, devoted to. So for people who want to change most readily and easily, and as Satish pointed out yesterday, you know, that the number one principle in Think and Grow Rich is autosuggestion. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to invite both of you to address this. How do the people who read Think and Grow Rich, how can they use this to rewire in a way that is gentle and positive and most efficient, and consistent for them, so that they can acquire the skills that they're already using to not have the life that they want, but to deliberately use them to have the life that they choose?
Well, if they were going to create, for example, a recording that they could listen to at night, that kind of thing, with suggestions.
Sure. I mean, go with however you want to answer the question. Absolutely.
Yeah. So if we use that, then obviously with AI, you can sit down and say, write me 100 suggestions around, wealth or abundance or health or whatever it is, confidence. and you can, massage it all day until it's like, no, that's not the tone I want. Like, no, this doesn't feel good. And it just doesn't, and then spits it out. And then you could, take it another step further and take all that into a text to speech thing with a nice soothing voice that reads it to you and all that stuff. So yeah, it's just using it as a tool. So instead of going out and buying, an affirmation thing that may be generic for everybody, you get to create one that's specifically for you. Could even say your name. It could create, visualizations for yourself to put yourself, the stuff that really works. It's key. And then you could basically create it yourself or have a VA do it for pennies on the dollar, as opposed to going to a studio and saying, okay, I want you to record me a custom affirmation. I want a guy with a British accent. I want it, you could have that created with AI in, a very short period of time.
What a beautiful thing. My God, this is amazing. I'm more listening to you, Bob. It's, I think it's going to do great things for this world. I'm not skeptical about this. So, atomic energy, for example, we thought the same thing. See how positive use when we make it, how great that is going to be in our life. Is in our life. Electricity the same way. So same way, this is a new energy that is coming to us. Let's all have positivity. It's going to contribute to the welfare of the society, right? And the more people think like this, the better use we are going to make of AI. It has come to us. Something took us weeks to do it. We can do it in a few minutes. How beautiful that is.
Yeah, it's great. And the kids now, they're going to grow up in this world. We have a lot of unlearning and adjusting to do at our age. We're like, trying to get, and some people will just say, never do it. They're just not going to look at it. It's like my grandmother would never do email, right? But Mom, every week. Nope. Some people are just I'm not going to do AI, and that's their right, but it's interesting because now the kids they're in it. They will never not know it. Yeah. Imagine that. Yeah. Like they have access to, I can't even, it hurts my brain to think about.
Well, your exuberance absolutely shows, but let me be the troublemaker in the conversation. The kids today have neck problems. They're scrolling. Their attention spans. They're distracted. They don't have the same ability to focus for as long as other people because of the way we've been cutting together educational programs forever. And MTV and the things. Now, and I'm a huge fan. I've got my own, audio programs that you can put on headphones and listen to. But isn't this becoming really, really passive? In other words, you're allowing something else to tell you what to do instead of actually having to come up with your own creativity and your own. Aren't we running the risk of atrophying?
I don't think so, because if you let's say you don't consider yourself a creative person or whatever, and you use AI to help you, you're going to get inspired. I believe it can actually help the creative. It absolutely helps the creative process. I'm a creative person, and I use it all the time to come up with more creative ideas. Oh my, I would not have thought of that. This doesn't feel passive at all. It feels like, oh, new neural pathways. This is great. I can now, this is a whole technique I never would have thought of, and I can use it in everything.
So unlike television or a movie, it's not passive. It's actually, a movie can be, inspiring and create you to imagination. It's not like it's completely passive, but you're an observer as opposed to a participant in many ways at one level. And in numerous other ways, when you watch a movie, you're completely engaged. So I get what you're saying. It makes perfect sense.
So now what they've just released, one of the biggest well-known chat models, if you will, is called ChatGPT. And they've just released something called Voice. And basically what that means is you can now just have a conversation with the AI. You're just talking to it like you just talk to a friend. And you use just regular language. So now, just think about this for a minute. All the knowledge that you can get with ChatGPT, you can just talk to your computer, and who knows what form they'll put this in later, right? They'll have little robots, they'll have little dolls, they'll have little whatever they'll have, right? With AI built in. So now you got the virtual friend, and they're programmed. There are sites right now that have hundreds of AI models that are each one are fed information from, let's say, a particular author. Like there must be 15 different Neville Goddards up there, right? And you can just have a conversation with Neville Goddard based on all of his body of work that is in there. And they've done that with person after person after person after actors and so on. So, just imagine this potential.
So Satish, this is fascinating, don't you think? Think about the Andrew Carnegie, the Napoleon Hill mastermind internal, council of mentors at your table. This does open up some pretty impressive opportunities to hear from these different voices, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As Bob said before, we'll have so much time to do more things in our life with AI. This is what I'm gathering.
Yes.
And yesterday I talked about we are a mind with a body. Think about this. We are mind with a body, but we are living body with a mind. This is the problem. So mind means with body means it's so huge. There is so much potential in this, right? In this body, especially in this mind, we can do and expand to the horizons which we have never ever experienced in our life. Did we thought about AI 10 years ago? I don't think so. And now what's
Well,
coming up?
Terminator, you know,
Yeah,
they've been
exactly.
talking about it, but now it's
Or
here.
how about Rosie on the Jetsons?
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. We're seeing it all.
Exactly. Star Wars used to have. Remember those shows, and it's reality of life. So it's going to give us more time to explore more things, more skies, more planets. You know how beautiful that life is going to be.
It just, our learning becomes incredibly efficient. And if the school system will catch up and stop calling it cheating to use it,
Yeah.
and instead encourage it, because that's the real world. It's not like you get out of school and you can't use Chat GPT. You'd better know really well how to use it. They should be teaching kids how to find all this information. They could learn so much more in such a short amount of time. The school system, education system would revolutionize. It would change everything.
I do want to, I mean, I hate to throw, again, the devil's advocate point of view, but I wouldn't be here doing, but I do if I were. When they introduced, the tablet, for example, to schools where kids no longer, now they're trying to get rid of cursive, or they don't want you to write. We know that writing has to do with brain writing and the kind of benefits that you get from moving your digits and your fingers and contralateral movement and everything. And now you're using, 8 repetitive movements or 2 repetitive movements on a tablet. And again, you don't have to go to a card catalog and do the search and go to a book and do all this stuff. So it's all of the legwork is taken out of stuff because you can be right there at your fingertips.
Well, what if we just entertain the idea?
Go ahead.
If we entertain the idea that we're just evolving this to something else, and we're still getting stimulation, we're still, because of the variety and the the immediacy and the volume, whatever, we're still getting. We're just evolving on how we do it now, and that this is the way of humanity, and really, we just have to, especially our generation. We don't get to say anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's out of our hands. Yeah. And so, the kids will see this and they'll grow up and they'll have their own ideas. The thing is now, it's like it used to be generational, and now it's like every 5 years, it's a whole new thing.
Whole new thing. I love it.
Please, Satish, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, so do you think that there's a way, because if we go from this to this, and we go from lifting weights and running around and doing all this stuff to what we've done because of the computers, where we sit in our offices and we operate under electronic light. We no longer are out on the plains walking around and doing what we evolved to do. We've evolved, but we've also suffered some of that. Sitting is now the new smoking and stuff like. Is there a way to program AI to get us to be physically active and to be mobile and to evolve our not only our brain, but our bodies and our health?
Sure, I've used it to create entire nutrition programs, routines, and then, okay, now I need motivation for this. You can write your own everything, But look, the other thing is that we don't know, what is the preordained destination for the evolution of humanity, right? We started here, and now we're here, and we all figure, well, this is the right one. If we go back down like this, that's wrong. Well, we don't know. We don't know we don't know, So, but I think there's always going to be people who want to be active. I don't think, there's always going to be people who are slothful. Maybe they're not doing this. Maybe they're just watching TV. There's been that forever. Right. And I always think there's always going to be people who rebel against that. How I'm not doing, I'll embrace the technology and I'll go outside, and I think the more companies or AI developers and stuff have you integrate activity, right? That kind of thing. I mean, that's for a visionary to do. To say, hey, let's keep America active, or the world active, or whatever it is. Yeah, it can absolutely go either way. Somebody's just got to lead the force. It's really no different than any other time in history. The tech is just different.
Well,
Yeah.
it just it is exponentially different from a lot of it. I mean, when
Oh, it's exponential. Yeah.
we went from charcoal to a typewriter. I mean, it was a big deal. This is huge. I mean, this is really huge, and one or two things will happen. We either succumb to the lowest level or we rise to the highest level, or somewhere in between. So what I love is your enthusiasm. I love the optimism. I love the enthusiasm. It's infectious and it's contagious to find somebody who's delighted with the potential and the possibilities of what this represents for each of us. And then it's up to each of us, I think, to figure out how to most, use it to maximize yourself. Back to you, Satish.
Let's stay optimistic. Let's say it's going to be great for the humanity. Okay. If we all have that kind of attitude, I'm sure it's going to be great for everyone, right?
It already is. I mean, we're already benefiting from it, like in ways we don't know. The stuff that AI is driving to make our lives easier, I mean, we have no idea. It's all over the place. It's definitely already making a difference. And everybody who has embraced it, like myself, and using it in their business, we're definitely, experiencing the benefits of this. So, some people will just be like, in my world, I feel like everybody knows everything about AI, don't they? And then I get out there and I realize they don't. So it's going to take a while to get out there, unless somebody does like the secret of AI.
Well, I mean, Edison had to sell the light bulb to the public, and Ford had to sell the, iron horse to the public. I mean, this is not going to happen without obviously marketing and introduction to the people, but they'll use AI to do that too. So it will, but can we back up a little bit and talk about the physiological elements of neural rewiring? Because when Hill was here, obviously there was no AI the way we know it today. And so we had to do things through repetition and consistency and practice. And now we have, the advantage of AI coming down the pipe for it, or presently here it will evolve. But in the interim, the people who are watching right now who don't have all of the access to the kind of stuff that's going to be available, who want to rewire themselves and benefit themselves from the maybe more traditional ways of having done it, as well as, feel free to continue to do the exploration on how AI will contribute. But what kind of things can people do today?
Well, first of all, I don't think AI is going to replace the need to be repetition and all of that until they implant it, which I guess, then. But until then, we're using AI to create the most effective things to repeat. Right. It's like, well, what are the best practices? What are the things I should be telling myself and that kind of stuff? So it's not replacing that. So until then, you just do it like you've always done it. You use your intuition and you read books or whatever however you need to do it to get. But really, the foundation of everything is getting clear on what you want. That is, if you do not know that, there's nothing driving this. There's no excitement. You might think of a lame idea, well, maybe this, and that will just peter right off. And you go, this stuff doesn't work or what. You got to get excited about something. And so if you use AI for no other tool than to just let it show you your brilliance.
Sure.
This has been an incredible dialogue with Bob Doyle, Satish Verma, Rex Sex. I want to thank you, Rex. We'll bring you back momentarily. And Bob, I know we have a few minutes with you. And just in wrapping up the time that we have with you, Bob, first of all, I want to thank you for your time and for sharing your wisdom with our audience. I always appreciate you and the time you make for our programming here. And I want to welcome someone on stage to join this dialogue, because this program here is 150 speakers from around the world having conversations with each other. It's not just about the hosts and the speakers. This is a unique program where the speakers are having natural dialogues with one another. And someone who is a colleague of yours, Bob, who of course was also in the secret film that I want to bring to the conversation so we can create here live a miniature secret reunion, is of course Marie Diamond. So I want to bring Marie Diamond to join us. We have two stars from The Secret live on the stage. And here we are years later, from, of course, the secret film and movie being released. And I want to give you the floor first, Bob. What does Marie Diamond mean to you? Please, floor is yours.
She's the feng shui lady. What, are you kidding me? Marie and we've talked, I think, one time, honestly. We met in LA like in 2012 at a gala. And that was, I think, our only conversation. So she is the feng shui lady to me. I know, I think of her as, and all of the appearances in the film, and her contribution to it. I can't go much deeper than that.
And here we are years later. What does the secret and that experience for you mean, Bob? And then I want to go to Marie, since we have a live secret reunion here on the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Bob, what does the secret mean to you years later?
Oh my
For you
gosh.
personally, for your career, for the world? What is that? What was that experience like? And where do you even, what's the context of it in your life? Please, Bob.
That is a 3-hour answer. Are you kidding me? But to put it as concise as I can, the secret was, obviously I'm so grateful for the opportunity because I came out of nowhere. I didn't even know I was in the industry. I had no law of attraction program out there. This happened. It was a huge, shakeup for me on many levels. So there was a journey for me after that. It wasn't just like, hey, just more of the same. It was like, how do I deal with this? Right. And what am I supposed to do in my business? And just all these thoughts that I hadn't had for like 3 years. Because the reason I think that I had gotten a lot of great results just on my own, right, doing my thing. But now I'm positioned with all those luminaries that people have known forever. I'm like, it was kind of crazy. And finding myself, finding my voice, like the Bob Doyle in me, not who I thought for the longest time I was Bob Doyle from The Secret, and all the goofy, creative broadcaster for me just sort of went somewhere, right? And that'll kill the passion after a while. So when live streaming came up, that brought it back. So but The Secret is every day in my life. It's not like people come up to me. They never have, not once. But it's just like, it fascinates me that we can have people over that I've never met, and it's still relevant. After all of this time, there are still people. And now the other thing, and I'll end with this, is these people who come up and tell me that they saw it when they were like 8. I grew up on The Secret. Now I'm feeling super old. Right? Oh, really? That's great. No, but but that is because those people, they got exposed early as youngsters, and you see the fruits of that. Some of these people are extraordinary people. I've been interviewed by podcasters who are like 15 years old, who have been seeing The Secrets their whole life, and you can tell.
That's incredible. And I want to welcome Dame Marie Diamond, a friend to the Los Angeles Tribune, one of my good friends and one of my mentors. And Marie, as you're listening to Bob, and before we get into Think and Grow Rich, as you're listening to Bob, I'm curious, do you relate to what he's saying? What are you thinking when you're listening to Bob? I'm going to step back and just let the two of you speak for a few minutes at the secret reunion here on the Los Angeles Tribune. Marie Diamond, please.
Well, first of all, it's lovely to see Bob. And of course, I've been following your work. And I really relate with you. I was already a teacher out there. I'm the only European in The Secret. But I was like, I just had immigrated to the United States. So suddenly I'm like in this amazing experience. And I really did not know what to do with it in the beginning. I had to really I was still in creating my platform and moving forward. And of course, it has helped me to reach the millions that I had as a focus and a vision to connect with. But it's so true what you're saying. There's already a second generation of people watching and listening and reading The Secret. And that is just so inspiring. I always compare it with the movie Casablanca. It's like, this will be forever. It's like it's a classic, right? It has become a classic, and that our souls, our spirit chose to be part of that. Even if we had no idea what was going to happen. I'm sure Rhonda Byrne had no idea what was going to happen with it either, right? That we were part of that, and I feel every day always grateful for the experience, but also grateful for being amongst this amazing people. And I was just a total unknown, right, at that time. That suddenly was amongst these luminaries. The only difference was I was already mentoring some of these luminaries. I was already connecting with them. And people do come up with me, but of course, because I have a lot of students and I'm still doing a lot of seminars, and they still come up, and perhaps it's because I'm, one of the ladies that perhaps recognize me easier or something.
Well, it was a very memorable part. It was a very memorable section, your whole thing. So I think that's why.
Yeah, and several people have come over the years like, yeah, I did exactly this. I start painting, I start creating, my environment. And of course, as a feng shui master, I keep focusing on them to also understand that the environment is also part of your law of attraction. What is around you will affect you subconscious mind all the time, not just people.
You just sparked this idea, and that is that, with feng shui and your like paintings in general, this is another, and just to take it back to AI now, because now, and I know this is going to sound like it's diminishing artists, but like I said, an average person now can create something if they understood feng shui, for example. It's like, what kind of art, what color art, what should it be? And they can create it themselves and have it printed on a canvas or whatever. They can fill their home with original art that came from their own inspiration, and fill themselves like that. I mean, it's just incredible.
Well, you don't have to be an artist anymore. Like, I started with drawing things myself. I mean, I was a pretty good drawer, but most people are not artists, but they can go to, for example, AI platforms and say, I need a mountain, or I need something romantic. Because sometimes I say to people, I want you to have this and this. Like, where can I find it? Like, there's always a question, right? Where can I find exactly, like, hey, it would be great to have you, want to be on the front covers of magazines. Okay, like we say, fake it till you make it, create this, or having an amazing partner with you, what would that look like? What would it look like to be happy for you? And with AI, of course, they can create this, even if they are themselves not the artists, the AI can create for them. And that's so amazing. And I've seen many people going in that direction. And I always encourage them, because it doesn't matter who is creating it as much as when you place it and you put in the right places based on what we call your energy number, but also the intention you put on it just once it's created. You can bless it, you can send the energy towards it. But then people start seeing, and I always say the home is like a 3-dimensional vision board. And so it's like everything around you keeps reminding you of what you really desire. And so, AI just can bring it to the next level. Totally.
Yeah, for vision boarding, to get specific, I've got a picture of no more cutting out of magazines, right? You can put exactly what you want. And one of the things we do, and it's one of the most fun things, is model the person, make a model of the human. And now I can put them in. Now they've got pictures of them there doing whatever. Doesn't look Photoshop. It looks like they're really doing it. And that to me is like even more powerful. And then when we get this into VR, forget about it.
It is. And so even, I suggest to people sometimes when like they do the affirmations, but people are not always in this like great state of doing affirmations, right? But if they could, and they can use their voice, and that voice you can tell in with the happiness, energy, or joyful or whatever, and they hear themselves literally as they should say the affirmations, right?
Yes.
Or they can take their face, right? And they literally put their voice on it, and they like see themselves, and it's reflecting back to the mirror neurons into their body. And so I would say it's the law of attraction and AI combined can really create this visualization level that we didn't have before.
We are totally on the same page on that. That is one of the biggest reasons I'm excited about it. We didn't even talk about that, so I'm so glad that you brought that up, because the visualization aspect is an oral and everything, like whole new levels of visualization that is so personal that it's going to speed up that, whatever it is, your brain rewiring or your attraction or whatever terminology you want to use.
Right? Yeah, and even sometimes people I have a hard time to write my goals, right? And said, well, let AI help you to write the goals, right? It's just like, what are the best 10 goals? This is what I want to manifest. Put it in to your ChatGPT and see what comes up, and let's get inspired. Doesn't mean you have to take over exactly what it brings forward, but it will inspire you, because a lot of people don't know how to really write it down. They have a limitation of their creativity sometimes. And so it all can help you to break through to, I got that new insight, or I do this. So I love that. I think AI is the next level of experiencing and manifesting, in a faster, more effortless way, or creative way. And that's why, when that came to the world, I was like, it's like, we all attracted AI to help it manifest better and easier.
I totally agree. I'm so thrilled to hear you say all of that because it
Yeah.
means there's somebody else saying it. So, I mean, it really is. It's a tool that people could really get excited about.
Yeah, I'm a tech person, so I love everything technology.
I didn't know that about you, but that's cool.
Yes. Yeah, I do. So it's a system, and I do believe AI is another energy system that we can use to help to manifest our life easier.
Yeah.
This is incredible, and I want to bring back up Rex Sykes to the stage to see if he has a question. I know we're running short on time with you, Bob. We're gonna move on to the next segment in just a few minutes. But Rex, did you have a question for either Bob or Marie that you wanted to chime in on? Please. You're muted. You're muted.
Okay, now I'll do it with sound. I wanted to say, hi, Marie, how are you?
Hi, Rex. Lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you. Yeah, Bob is very enthused about AI, and you were just talking about it. How do you see AI working with feng shui in terms of programming it and then, having it design the rooms or the space that people are going to be inhabiting?
Well, there are some programs before AI already that people can see a visualization of their room. But I think that will definitely be brought to the next level. We're kind of, because I work a lot with colors, because colors have certain frequencies. And so we're starting to look at what we can do to make it more coming alive in people's visualization and live, to see oh, what does that look like if I bring in this color, or if I bring in this color, how would I feel about it, right? So we're not there yet, but I hope in the coming months to kind of bring that into my feng shui certification, so that people can see oh, this is, if I just type this in, give the right prompts, to take a picture, right, of my environment, and I would put in the prompt oh, I want some more of healing coming in. What would be that looking like? Yeah. So we're still working on that. It's still a process, but with my team, I'm definitely checking this already out. Yeah.
Wow, that is amazing. I also want to add that, The Secret changed so many people's lives, revolutionized so many lives. And here are two people from The Secret together again and continuing to change lives. So, very cool. Wonderful.
Yeah, I don't think we ever will stop. You agree, Bob?
I've tried, but I can't.
So, Bob, I want to give you the floor to share your final words of wisdom, or anything you want to leave our audience with, or any points that you may have that you think could benefit and add some value to the lives of the people watching from around the world right now. And then we're going to have about 10-15 minutes with you, Marie, and I know Rex has a few more questions for you. But Bob, final words of wisdom. And again, I want to just emphasize, this is the first time that we've had Bob Doyle and Marie Diamond on the stage together. For all the Law of Attraction fans out there, this was a special moment. Bob Doyle, please.
Okay, well, I mean, I think I've hit most of the key points, and I think we've got the overall theme is, wow, just use it. Just use it. And here's the thing I want anyone who's brand new to this and you're hearing tell AI this or put this into ChatGPT, all we're talking about is using real English language or whatever your language is. You just talk to it like it's a person. And then, I mean, you can get better and better at those prompts. There's a whole science behind it. But for what we're talking about, for this making your life better, for getting a little bit of clarity, you just Google ChatGPT, go do it, and just try what I said. Just brain dump into it. If you don't want to record and transcribe, just type all of your thoughts and watch your scattered brain get organized, and it will amaze you.
Wow. May I just add, Bob, I know you're going to be going. I do have this entire brain thing going on with AI in the future. We'd love to talk to you more about it in the future. So that's just a reminder.
Thank you so much, Bob. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much, Bob Doyle. And Rex, we want to have now you spend about 10 minutes or so that we have with Marie. I know you have a couple questions for her. Marie Diamond is one of my mentors. I look up to Marie Diamond. She's impacted my life in many different ways. So I'm going to step back and take notes. Rex, please, floor is yours.
Marie, it's so good to see you again and to be with you and have you here on the LA Tribune Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit with Satish Verma and the Think and Grow Rich Institute. So for the person who does not know, and there may be a few, what feng shui is, or the main principle behind it, why you want to have someone like yourself or learn about feng shui so that you can optimize your environment for your own personal benefit and minimize the downside of the environment. Please explain and let us know what feng shui is.
Yes, of course. So feng shui literally means wind and water. So it's about flow of energy. And it's an energy system that exists for 4,000 years, that was created, I would always say, by Chinese shamans, probably so many thousand years ago. And it's only since the 1980s that it kind of went to the West. That information, think about, together with acupuncture and Tai Chi and Qigong, it kind of, the wind came to the West. And it's really about how everything in your environment is affecting your subconscious mind. And so the images, the colors, the way you position yourself, it all is connected with how you will feel, how you think. And I always say to people, what I found out when I was studying feng shui, my grandmaster, that 1/3 of the law of attraction is not your mindset. It is not your spiritual practices. It's not the actions you take. It's not your behavior. It's actually the environment you sleep, work, and live in. All that is influencing you constantly, because it's the space where you are doing and living. And that is actually affecting you. And so when I found that out, I started bringing that into the world. And I made the decision to reach with that information millions of people. And this year I really decided to go mainstream on this. And so I'm very excited to share that at the end of the fall. I have a Feng Shui Live TV series that is going to be aired on Peacock platform. So I'm excited for that. And a new book is coming out, Feng Shui Your Life with Hay House. It's already for pre-order available. It's coming out the end of November, because I really think it's so important that people start understanding how, they really want to go to the next level of their success, their health, their relationships, their inner growth. And then they see that they're hitting a ceiling. They're like, what is that ceiling? They think the ceiling is in their mind. No, the ceiling is in the environment that tells stories, different stories sometimes, and what they want. Like they want romance, and they have all images of single people around them. Hey, what do you think will be the strongest? It's your environment, because it's there all the time. It's stable, present there, and you have the wrong images around you. So, or if you're sitting with your back to the door and sitting with your desk against the wall, and you're like, yeah, I'm hitting a financial wall. It's like, I don't get the money in that I want. Well, you're hitting literally the wall all the time. So just turning your desk around and making sure you see the door, even if there's screens in front of you, like literally you can see people coming in, you're changing your setup, you're changing your perception, the way you position yourself. And then, of course, there's also, based on your birthday, there's a special compass directions that give you more success, that gives you more money, that you can activate. And you can check this out by downloading totally for free the Mary Diamond app and finding your energy number, finding your best directions. And there's all free videos that you can look at. How can I improve my success and money? And that part stays free forever. So just start exploring it. And I kind of took that old Chinese energy system and kind of made it more accessible for everyone, so that everybody can do it. Whatever background you have, you can start feng shuiing your life.
Are you back in the States now?
I am. I am actually back since a few weeks.
Oh,
so
beautiful. Welcome
back. I moved back for a couple of years here. So I'm super excited to be back, and to this time I hope to see you in person.
Yes, indeed. So, but let me ask you this. How important is the geography that we live in? For example, somebody lives by the beach or the mountains, or someone lives in the inner city and urban environment, or say Manhattan or Chicago, something where there's a lot of different kinds of energy. I mean, we talk about how cities have different personalities and different energy. Is this not an example? Well, but then also there is the notion, don't, I hate to say this for anybody who's there, but try not to pass a cemetery all the time or live near a cemetery or things like that. These kinds of things. Is that all part of this? I mean, the entire energy.
Yeah, so we have what we call 5 elements in feng shui, and one, for example, is water. Now, if you're all the time close to water, the water element will become too strong. Yeah, so water can be creative, but also can make you a little bit, too relaxed. Yeah, so if you, for example, live all the time in a forest, then wood is so strong and overwhelming, you're a little bit getting out of balance there. The same, like we always look for finding a balanced place where we have the 5 elements. So the 5 elements is always making sure you have access to beautiful sky, beautiful air, right? That you always have the sunshine as much as you can. You have the light of the sun, that's fire. That you have wood around you, that means flowers, plants. If you don't have it outside, close to you, then at least have it inside your house. You have, some live plants to remind you of that. Fire can also be that you have a fireplace or a fire pit outside or candles, right? You want earth element, and that earth element is perhaps a park where you can walk and play on and run on. It can also be, if you don't have that, you can work inside your house with crystals. Yeah. So you always try to bring these 5 elements in. And so it's wood, it's fire, it's earth, it's metal, and water. But if you are in an element that is too much dominant, you will start feeling out of balance. Yeah. And that's why people sometimes, they live in a city where it's very energetic. Yeah. And we call it very yang, very active. Then, like in the weekend, they want to go to relax on the beach, because the beach is always yin and calm. Even if there are waves coming in, it just calms you down. Or you want to go into nature to just balance yourself always. So if you're in a place that is too yin, that's just too calm, like a farmland, like nothing is really happening there, then you want to, like, once in a week want to go into town, right? Because it's more active. So we always find, like, you need to listen to your body on that level. You need to your body always feels where there's balance. And so you go into places, and when you're out of balance, look where do you feel the balance. Yeah. So where you live, it's always needs to be the strongest. Now, interesting enough, one of the strongest places to be is to have mountains and water. Yeah. So that gives you good prosperity, but also gives you grounding. If you just have water around you, it's not good. Yeah. If you just have mountains, it's not good either. So try to always have at least water and earth. Yeah. And then, of course, flowers and plants are easy to have around you.
I love this. I love it. I've always said that my ideal place is a cabin in the woods near a stream in the middle of Manhattan. And because I've lived in the desert, I've lived in the mountains, I've lived by the ocean. And I've always told people my power spot is Los Angeles, because there's the forest, the mountains, the ocean, and then there's this urban energy. I mean, it makes complete sense for what you say, because
It is. That's why I love Los Angeles too, because if I can go to the water, I can. If I want to go to the mountains, I can. There's beautiful parks around you that you can go and hide. There's urban energy, this active, but you can also retreat yourself very quickly to go into the hills. Yeah, where it's calmer energy. So there's fire. Right? Like, fire is not just sunshine, but it's fame. There's music. There's dance. There's there's an exciting life, right? But at the same time, you can, always come back to what is the best balance. And ultimately, if you can't have the balance outside of you, you need to get the balance inside of your own space.
Well, that's the thing that's so important, that really people need to understand. If you can't be in someplace like what we just described, create that environment for yourself, and then there's no one better than you to tell them how and show them how to do that. Yes.
So yeah, it's just simple things, like if people say, like, I want to go more in nature, but I can't, well, make sure you have some posters up from nature, right, around you. So it feels like, oh, there's like a window into nature, right? So if you feel like, yes, I'm not grounded enough, I'm not enough in the mountains, well, then put a picture of a mountain up, like things like this. Like, I have, for example, here, I'm in somebody else's place, but I have a mountain image there because they needed that vibration. So you can play with images, because your subconscious mind never makes a difference between it's real and what is an image. So the image gives a response to your and triggers your mind anyhow to feel like, oh, I'm there, I'm present.
Is there one like color that people should have in their home, no matter who they are? I mean, as long as it's balanced.
Yeah, too many times I see people have too much monotone colors like the beiges, the whites, the browns, the grays. And so earth colors are the strongest. So it's the orange, yellows, peaches, pinks, that they always bring that into your field with pillows, with candles. It grounds you and it makes sure that everything pops.
This has been powerful. I want to thank you, Rex, for doing such a great job of picking the mind of one of the world's most incredible teachers and leaders, my mentor, Marie Diamond. Thank you so much. We had a lovely reunion with you and Bob Doyle, the secret reunion. We love to do things like that and surprise our audience. And people in the virtual auditorium had such a great time with the secret reunion and with Marie Diamond. Thank you so much, Dame Marie Diamond, for your lovely time. And we'll see you next time. Love you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Was incredible, Rex. And I want to welcome back Michael Silvers and Sandy. And I know that Michael and Sandy will be taking the reins here and picking the minds of some incredible leaders in the coming minutes and hours as we're now at just about the halfway point of this incredible marathon of 150 speakers from around the world joining a world record for a virtual summit in the field of personal development and Think and Grow Rich. And I'm going to step back, but Rex, how excited are you so far? Have you been so far for this program? And how excited are you for the second half of the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit? Well, we're probably a little beyond the second half at this point, but Rex, please, floor is yours.
The beginning of a race is always exciting, but so is the conclusion. So if you're halfway through, you're on the way. And this is great. This has been wonderful. And I'm going to be turning it over to some experts who can help unleash and unlock the expertise of their guests and to talk about that and how Think and Grow Rich changes people's lives all around the world. So, Sandy and Michael, it's all yours.
Rex, thank you so much. I love that. You're halfway through. You're on the way. I love what you just said. I'm going to write that down. That was great. So thank you again. Sandy, it's great what we're going to be doing because the next person, I'm going to bring them right up so we can just get running. Some people we used to do with Harv Eker. We always did what was called Earn the Right? We did that. I just lived in Peaks for 10 years. We found that it's interesting. You could do the intro. You could bring them on. I could say C-Suite Network. I could say millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of views. I mean, I could go on and on what this man has created from television to networks to podcasting. But I'm going to bring him on just because he's so clean shaven too. But I'm going to bring him up. And Carl said, Carl, you're amazing, Jeff. But
thank you.
It's great to have you here. It's great to have you spending your time. Sandy, by the way, her podcast just hit 70,000 downloads last month and is just growing about 20,000 downloads a month.
That's big. That's big. Most people don't know the average business podcast might hit 2,500. So when you think about that number, she's in the top elite. Anyone that's got 10,000 a month is in the top 10% of all podcasts in the world. So that's telling you right there, Sandy, congratulations. And of course, at the C-Suite Radio, C-Suite Network, we're so happy that we've got this partnership with LA Tribune and what we're doing with the podcast. Podcast is where it's at. I don't care if you're, hey, by the way, you put a quarter and you get to go for the full ride with me. So it's like, boom, that's what happens right off the bat. And so we should probably say, hi, Sandy. Hi, Michael. Good to be here. But, I just jump right
Jeff
in.
is off and running. You take it away, Jeff. We brought you here because we know how you can power the audience. Go.
Well, I appreciate that. In fact, I'm here at a hotel in Baltimore where I'm actually going to be doing a keynote for one of the major networks here in the country. So it's great to be here. There's so much going on with podcasts and what's happening with everything around podcasts. And, we at the C-Suite Network, we do over 450 podcasts, meaning we have 450 podcast shows, well over, 50 million downloads, and of course, 72 TV shows. We're trying to do everything we can to be a trusted platform. And we're really excited about our partnership with the Los Angeles Tribune. And we have a number of our key podcasters on that. And it's just fabulous to be able to see what's going on. And a lot of people say, like, why podcasting? Let me tell you what, the state of the industry around podcasting is unbelievable. Here the last couple of years, it's been trading at 100-time revenue. It's where money is going. It's one of the few mediums where we actually put in a system where we're built on a digital platform, because that's important. Because when you look at the opportunity of well over 162 million to listen to a podcast, that's 57% of the total U.S. population. I know North America, my own show, which is All Business with Jeffrey Hazlett, I have lots of folks here in the United States and Canada, all across North America, but I got lots of people who listen to me in India. That's my second largest country outside of including Canada and the U.S. You know, you got 80 million listen weekly. You've got 116 listen monthly. You got more women listening than ever before, and age 55 plus is really one of the fastest growing groups. And for those that don't know, the average person listens to 8 podcasts and 5 different shows from 5 different shows. So you want to be part of a network. Being part of a network is very important, because otherwise you're out there in what I would call podcast purgatory. Now, somebody said, why is all this stuff happening? Well, let me tell you, the landscape's changed. You know, I've been a former chief marketing officer of a Fortune 100 company. I used to have my own television show on Bloomberg, and now have my own TV show on the C-Suite TV, and of course the C-Suite radio network on podcast. But, you know, we went from what was analog to digital, and then broadcast and narrowcast, now doing segments of one. So when you look at the landscape of communications, you know, this device, this phone, is now the most personal device there is in the world. You know where your phone is more than you know where your children are. Okay, think about that. If you lost your phone or your children in the mall, which one would you go looking for first? I rest my case. Right? So
I would look for my child, but you know, I'm a mama bear. So.
Yeah. So there's so much that's going on. Let me let you guys jump in with
and
a
question.
question.
I have a feeling Michael would look for his grandkids. So
yeah. No, Jeff, rock and roll, and we'll jump in. We'll, whenever we think we want something, because I tell you, the thing you're saying right now is what the audience wants to hear. I don't think people understand, and they're always like, I don't have a message. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to teach, or I don't know anybody. Go.
That's not true. Everybody has something to contribute, and everybody knows somebody, and that's the real key. I always tell people, especially in the B2B side, the real reason to do a podcast, not for fame, but for fortune, because you want to use a podcast to help get to your audience. You want to help a podcast to help educate. You know, it used to be a game of eyeballs and ears. That's what we tried. Everybody wanted lots of likes and everything. And while we're so happy that Sandy hit 70,000 downloads, you know, when you first get into it, you think, oh, I'm going to get 7 million, but 70,000 is an unbelievable number. You know, and even 7 is the right number if it's the right kinds of people. You know, if you're a dry cleaner in St. Louis, all right, you've got to compete with 119 other dry cleaners in St. Louis. I counted them up one time. I went and looked and see how many there was. 119. You've got to be known as the doctor of spots. So you want to be able to put content out there to let people know that you're an expert. You're the head of the category. You're the leader of the category. You're the top person. I can show you how to get grass stains out of jeans, and I can show you how to get blood out of a shirt. Now, why you need blood out of a shirt, I'm not sure. But, you know, maybe in St. Louis you need that. I don't know. Downtown Chicago, maybe. So, you know, that's the key, is you've got to be able to do that and stand apart from everywhere else. And content delivery is important. Advertising and sales important. Production, distribution. It's a new game. And you have to figure out how you're going to rise above the noise, how you build community. And so content drives community, which drives commerce. That's the game for us today. And you got to figure out how to nurture it. And what are you going to use? I mean, you could use email. Forget that. You could use LinkedIn. There's so many fake profiles. I'm getting hit up 3 times a day from some Chinese women I don't even know that are, you know, reaching out to me. You could do YouTube. If you're a business podcast, nobody goes to YouTube to watch unless you want to fix your toilet or your sink, okay? And maybe to watch a cat video. That's about it. So you've got to be seen as an expert, as a trusted leader. And it used to be a book. It used to be speaking on stage, but welcome to the new world order, because the world has changed, and COVID didn't cause it. It accelerated it. And you've got to be known as a media company. That's what you got to be known as today. And so you've got to be that media company. Obviously, you know, you guys realize this. You both have podcasts. Michael, you've had a great podcast. And Sandy, I haven't had a chance to see yours, but if you got 70,000 downloads, you know, because we do 50 million downloads across the entire network. I know what that's like to be able to drive that. You've got to have great content.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And it's all happened just this year. It was kind of like I figured out the secret sauce, right? And it was a lot of the consistency and things like that. And what podcasters don't realize is that, and this is what I have learned, it's kind of like compounding interest.
Yeah.
Right. Because when you start getting more traction, and you got to keep up the content, you got to keep up the good work. But when you start getting that traction and getting the downloads, the SEO numbers go up.
Yeah.
And it's
well,
almost
now you're
like
starting to
compounding
change
interest.
SEO. I mean, even SEO is not going to help you. It's the backlinks. It's the other things. It's the, it's also about you going on podcasts too. Let's be clear about that, because, remember Henry Kissinger at a press conference when back in the 70s walked in and said, "Hey, what questions do you have for my answers?" Right. So it has to be a little bit of that too. So, what we find in a network, especially like C-Suite Radio, we find people, hey, I'll interview you, you interview me, and pretty soon we got, all those going on. And what happens is you get to go tell your story. And then you take that content where I might be on your show. I now promote your show out to my network of 1 million followers. And now you get the benefit of that. But more importantly, I'm in front of my followers, my friends, my community, not saying, "Hey, look at me," but here's what Sandy had to say about me. Here's the question she asked me. I thought you'd like to know. And now I take those snippets and I break them out and I make sure that more and more people know. And so, this doesn't have to be a perfect message. You're going to make mistakes, but the key thing is days or weeks, weeks or months, and months a year. And so, you've got to be able to get out there and really start doing it. Now, let me give you a couple facts on the business podcast, because a lot of people might not know this. The average business podcast is between 22 and 27 minutes. It's perfect. Why? Because we listen and find out, we watch, we look at the statistics that 41% of people are listening. Guess what? On what device? You want to know? Apple Watch. Apple Watch, which is telling us they're listening while you work out. So, or on a commute. So you want to be able to know that, you want to keep that stuff short. A lot of people try. I did when I first got started, did an hour-long show. Oh my gosh, what was I thinking? An hour-long show. So, and then by the way, if you want to repurpose the content, you want to think like TV. So you want blocks of 3, 6, 12, 24. So that 24 minutes is important, because if you did a video, now you've got a TV show. Right. You've got a TV show. We can turn this right here that we're seeing right here on this screen, this rectangular with the 3 inboxes. This is now a TV show. And because we're doing on pretty high quality, except for my hotel sign in the background, sorry about that, it looks like we could look like we're in a real studio, and you could use that and repurpose that content. So there's lots of different ways, and what we're also seeing, sorry, Sandy, again, put the quarter in, boom. And I've had like 3 Red Bulls. Can you tell? I've had 3 Red Bulls already. So
I can actually.
Yeah. And that is a plug for Red Bull. No, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, hey, you got to put the sponsors, you got to plug the sponsors too, wherever you possibly can. That and Scotch. That's my other sponsors. I got a lot of Scotch companies, whiskey companies, which is good too. But anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. Sandy, what do you want?
Yeah, what I wanted to ask you, because you brought up the dry cleaner example in St. Louis, and I'm actually in Northern Virginia and grew up in the Baltimore, Annapolis area. So, we're kind of on the same coast right now compared to everybody else.
I got the Baltimore Harbor right there.
All right. Beautiful, beautiful. So what I'm curious about, because I run into a lot of people that are either have a brick and mortar small business, they kind of, there's a lot of entrepreneurs where I live, but they're all focused on this area. When it comes to somebody in that situation, how can they really think about having a podcast, and how is that going to grow? Because like for me, my topic is so broad. I don't have brick and mortar. I don't sell products,
Yep.
And I have listeners all over the world. But if they want to focus on a region,
let's imagine you're a retailer. You've got a coffee shop. You've got an outdoor supply company. Then talk about outdoors. Talk about the venue that your products are going to be used. Become the expert in that. Talk about, if you're a psychologist, talk about mental problems, what people are going through. You bring people on and talk about their problems, how they got fixed or how they got changed, how they made their life better. If you're a camping supply company, then talk about camping. Talk about experiences and near death when you almost ran into the bear and why you need the bear spray, and what about the bells, and or whatever those things might be. Anybody can do those. So it's about the experience of that, not necessarily, hey, come and buy my bells, come and buy my mace, come and buy the bear spray. We don't need to know that. We're smart enough to figure that stuff out. Okay. And there's commercials that we can embed that will also tell us as well. But more importantly, it's about winning hearts and minds. And if you're winning hearts and minds, you don't have to worry about the eyeballs and ears. You don't have to worry about whether people come. If your podcast reaches only, so say only 2,500 people a month, that's 2,500 people. I don't know where you're from, but that's still a lot of people, right?
A lot.
And that's what we have to think of. But as you said, it's incremental. The more you do and the more you're seen as sincere, real, and trying to provide a great experience, people are going to come and listen to you no matter what you do. You can sit around and talk about Diet Mountain Dew and Cocoa Puffs, and you'll have thousands and thousands of followers for those people who love, Diet Mountain and Cocoa Puffs.
I love that actually, because we run into that all the time. And you know that, Jeff, I'm a small business. Why would I do that? And we're starting to introduce it because we're doing a lot of around attorneys and dentists and watching their message and how you can create. I think everybody walks into your office. Why are they not listening to your podcast? Everybody that, and because then they'll share it with other people, and that's all local market. They're starting to get it, but I think it's in such I think like with what you're doing with C-Suite to show anybody can do this. You can be powered, and you can be also with Think and Grow Rich, the whole chapter on masterminds. In a way, that's what you've created, and we're doing that too, which is why we're working together. Can you talk a little bit about masterminds and the power of the group working together?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because tonight I start a mastermind challenge for 4 days where I'm leading hundreds of leaders through how to do your own mastermind. And it's chapter 10, by the way, of the book. You want to read chapter 10. I read chapter 10 all the time. I read it again last night, but to get ready. But, wherever two people come together, that's what Napoleon Hill once said. Almost said Norman Vincent Peale, but Napoleon Hill once said, whenever two minds come together, you have a greater third mind. And that's what this is about. So the more times you can pull people together. So if I would let you guys talk and the three of us would come together and we started talking more rather than doing more of an interview, we would find some great synergies. We would find us to be able not to learn new things, but to transform. And that's what masterminds are. Master classes teach you, masterminds transform you. And that's what it's about. And it's a great opportunity for people to come together, because when you have all these people come together and you're sitting in a hot seat, and that's really what it's about. I've got this problem. I've got this issue. I've got this thing that I need help with. Then all of a sudden I got all these other people that are part of my mastermind. They start to give you counsel, not advice. Advice is given by people who've never been there before. Counsel is given by people who can say, let me tell you how I did it. Let me tell you how I know this is being used, rather than, hey, Jeff, you should do this. You must do this. I don't have to do anything I want. But what I want to do is listen to great other folks who have been there and walk the same walk. And from that, I can transform the things I do.
Love it.
Yeah, you got a hold on there. That was a mess.
That's one of those mic moments, one of those mic drop moments. Where you're like,
and I've interviewed, Jeff, you know what I've done. And my business partner was Tony's VP for 18 years. And, that was a great moment. I've seen thousands of that was a great moment. And everybody listened to what he just said and the power of and look at what Jeff has done. At the same time, Jeff, I noticed that you're always of service to your community. Always Absolutely. Of service and being of service. Can you talk about that a little bit and how powerful that is, especially podcasters? Be of service.
Yeah, well, the more you give, the more you get. I can guarantee you that right now. Everybody says, Jeff, how do you make money? All you do is seem to introduce people and give people this and do this and do this. I said, hey, brother, it comes back to me tenfold, 100-fold all the time. In fact, when people come into our C-Suite network, if people say, hey, what's in it for me? I said, if that's the question you have for me, you're not coming in. You're not coming into our organization. You got to come with a give mentality. You got to come and give things to other people, because the more you give, the more you get. And so we look for people who are value-based like that. And that's important for us to do. Because if I find, Michael, that you're looking for this and I introduce you to this person, my credibility index goes up. My use for you goes up. What are you going to do? You're going to go out of your way to either say I'm a great person or to pay back that favor. And I'm not saying that's what I'm doing. I'm not keeping score by any means, right? And unless I do it 2 or 3 times, and I might say, hey, it's like when people come to our meetings, sometimes they'll come once, be my guest, come twice, be my guest. Third time, you should probably show up with a hot dish,
Yeah. So we got just about 2 minutes here. Can you give the audience one thing that they could do today, whether it's to create a podcast or just a thought process or even get up tomorrow morning? Just give them one thing that maybe you do that keeps you going every single day. And I know Red Bull's part of it, but keep going.
Yeah. Well, it just so happens today Red Bull's part of it. Normally, you know me, I'm like this
do.
all the time. So
Yep.
from the time I wake up till the time I go to bed, and then I can't wait to go to bed at night until I can hurry up and sleep and get going the next day because I'm having so much fun. I will tell you that the biggest impact right now for me is I wake up every day and go 3 things. What can I automate? What can I delegate? And what can I eliminate? And so I'm living my life pretty much like that. So I'm looking at my day every single day because there are so many great tools out there for us to be able to do it and use these things to be able to do these things, to do things for us that we used to have to do ourselves. And now we can have others, whether it's AI or whether it's an assistant or whether it's great partnerships. I'm always looking for those things so that I can scale my business, scale my life, and be the kind of person I want to be every single day. And that's what I go and do. So go do that.
Yeah, I want to thank you so much for being on with us today. This is Jeff Hazlitt from C-Suite Network, and they're partnering with us. We're playing together. They're brilliant at what they've done. You're going to hear a lot more about them because I haven't even told them the other shows I'm going to book them on next year. But it's you always rock the audience, and the thing is that you showed up. You were early. You were there. You were there for our audience. You knew the book, so you actually do your home, and you've lived it, and that's the part that matters every time.
Well, I'm glad I read chapter 10 last night. I didn't know you were asking me that question, but I always read chapter 10, and I actually set that out as some homework for everybody. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's Jeff, awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I think we lost him.
It looks like his internet may have.
And it happens. It happens.
Hey, but we finished the interview, Michael.
Yeah, he's good. Perfect. See, Jeff is good. We'll see if he bounces back, but I'll bounce him in a second. But it was great because look at what they've created and how many people they have involved. Yeah. And it's just was amazing. So, all right, I'm going to move him off. But
yeah, and I loved asking that question because that's one of the questions that I have thought about before. Now that we are part of this amazing LA Tribune podcast network, because we want to help businesses jump into this space.
Right.
And that was really brilliant. And I honestly hadn't really thought of it like that. So thank you, Jeff. That was really valuable.
Yeah. No, he's amazing. So, all right, transition time. It's about the brilliance of what we do. And for everybody, you've seen Sandy on the network all, the last couple of days with myself. And it is about how do I create more brilliance and move myself forward and really kick my mindset, right? And we know Think and Grow Rich. I loved it because that's how it works sometimes. We're talking masterminds. That's the chapter he just read. But it's that kind of brilliance that we work and, we do this together. We have a great time together. And the next amazing presenter I'm going to bring up, and just to let everybody know, everybody's been earning their own right. Isn't this great? I mean, we literally mention their name and they're off and running. So Dr. Emily Latran is an international speaker. She's amazing at what she does. We've known each other a long time. She literally, I never know where she is. She's not only is she in her dental practice, but then the next time she's in Wales, and then she's in Italy, and then she's in Florida. And so I've stopped tracking it. I mean, I just watch where the Facebook goes, and it's just great what she's done because she's one of the most sought after international speakers on the planet. You should see how many places she spoke at in just the last 3 months. So without any further ado, and Emily, I'm going to let you earn the right. Tell them who you are, and then we'll jump in with questions at times, but you just run, and it's all you. And she is brilliant, amazing, and lives by Think and Grow Rich. Dr. Emily Latran.
Oh, thank you so much, Michael. It's my absolute honor to be on this platform, and it's such an honor to learn from Napoleon Hill, to have followed the teaching, and now to be able to contribute on a platform that we honor him and his legacy. And so my name is Dr. Emily Latran. My training is as a dentist. I've been a dentist for more than 3 decades. I'm also an international speaker, business strategist, executive coach. But I really go by best mom in the world. And I love to be able to inspire my children and the younger generations to think and grow rich, and also to inspire my clients and my colleagues to always go after that goal that you want, using the right strategies and leverage and getting the support from great connections like the Mentor Studio, the Los Angeles Tribune, people here, all the teachers, all the leaders who have been sharing their strategies. I'm a student for life, and I would love to be a catalyst for others.
You know, Dr. Emily, I've heard your story before, and it's so powerful. And I know we don't have a whole lot of time today, but could you just share with the audience a little bit of your story? Because you really have created the American dream that so many people come to this country looking for.
Well, yeah, thank you. Well, I tell people I'm one of those typical Vietnamese who got here on a boat, right? So I was part of the boat people exodus from the late 70s to the early 90s, escaping communists and coming to this country, and been very, very privileged to, get the Americans welcome us in with open arm and get all the help and learning English, learning the culture, really the culture shock, and be able to immerse myself in the community. I learned from receiving at the very beginning when I first came here to now giving back to the community, and I think our country is one of the few that can do that for a person where opportunities do exist, and you just need to take up on the opportunity and learn from other people, and then you can achieve your dream. So I tell people I'm just one of those Vietnamese boat people.
Yeah. Though really, you've lived an amazing life in what you've created, and you've gone through what we call challenges. Joseph McClendon the other day was talking about, really facing and moving into the bad, moving into those challenges. And people always want to know, and we get this question all the time, what gets you up every morning? And is there a routine you follow that puts you in the right mindset because you literally don't know where you are half the time because of how much you travel.
I don't know either.
I know. So what keeps you grounded, and what's your morning like? How do you keep moving? And you have multiple businesses, multiple speaking businesses, and you run your own events. How do you keep going every day?
Well, I think for all of us entrepreneurs, what keep we going should be the clarity. What's most important to you? So sometimes people tell me, it looks like you're randomly showing up here and then you're going over there and you're going over there. Well, it's actually very strategic. I'm showing up for my friends. I'm showing up for the people that help me, that support me. And of course, I'm showing up for myself, for my mission, where I want to change specifically the healthcare industry, where we can get rid of stress and we can be very precise and intentional in our daily life instead of trying to do everything, trying to serve everybody, and then having this burnout going on rampant among healthcare leaders and workers. I wake up in the morning and I have my gratitude. That's how I get grounded. That I got this new day. I got these opportunities. I got these. It could be these challenges. And what are the most important three things for the day? When the kids were younger, of course, like a typical mom, I would take care of the kids and make sure I shove them out the door, put them on my van. Now I can just do it myself. I can just take my time, plan my day, have my coffee. I make my own little coffee at home, and then focus on three things. What are the most three important things for that day that will help me get to my goal? During the day, though, I do take breaks and do some stretch exercise to keep up my energy, and I think that's how I've been able to travel across time zone and still show up and do okay.
It is interesting because I watch you, and so I used to travel a ton, and it's fun but not easy. There's nothing easy about it because you never know where you are, and sometimes you really don't know where you are. But every time you walk onto that stage, and we have a lot of people on this call too, and we know the viewers who are going to be also listening are a lot of speakers, authors, trainers, small business owners, and they're using the principles of Think and Grow Rich. But when you walk onto that stage, you're always on. Do you have just I love what you said about clarity and the strategy. And when you walk on the stage, what goes on for the first 30 seconds before you're about to walk on? What's going on in your head? How are you getting ready? Everybody's got their own routine.
Yes, and it's always about gratitude. I got this amazing opportunity to be in front of maybe 20 people, or maybe in front of 300 people, or in front of 500 people, but it's an opportunity that I got. So I always say a prayer, really, uh, praying that I'm going to bring my best and deliver my best. And then, I remind myself of that burning desire. Why am I doing this? Um, why why am I traveling to Weld and come back to Florida and going to Denver and all this? There's a reason, and my mission, and I think it would also be helpful for my friends and my colleagues to think, who are you fighting for? You're fighting for yourself. You're doing things for yourself, also for your family. If you own a business, you're doing that for your team members, right? For your employees. If you have a nonprofit, you're doing it for the community. So whether you show up on a virtual life, or you show up in person, or you're just showing up to a small meeting, be intentional about it. Understand why you're doing that, and remind yourself who you're fighting for, why it's important to you. And I think when you do that, you will tend to show up being your best self.
A lot of people in this community, they know who I am because I've been on the last several calls. And I'm telling you right now, you work with the people that you know, like, and trust. You work with the people that will always be of service to you. And everybody listening to this and all the rebroadcasts and the replays, Dr. Emily Latran is somebody you want to work with. You want to find out what she does. You want to go to her website, dremilylatran.com, and you want her to be part of your mentor group. Because we're both at an event next week, right? With the chief. We're both there.
Yes.
She gave up some of her time of service to me so I could have some time on that same stage, because we work well together anyways. But those are the kind of people you want to know. And that, to me, those are the things we don't forget. Those are the moments that we just know we're there for each other, and it'll make all the difference. And we have a lot of fun when we stand next to each other anyways at the booth. But
I want to add something real quick.
Please.
Part of what Napoleon Hill teach is the specialized knowledge, right? So each one of us, we got some natural talent, and we got some specialized knowledge. And my specialized knowledge is not about creating groups, putting people on stages, hosting all of these multiple events, virtual and on stage, and that's your talent, right? So I want to be able to share with you so that you can share your special knowledge to the group. And I think that's what sometimes people get burned out is, I got to do this and I got to do this and I got to do this. And no, you don't. You bring in the people who can help you do the best job for your audience or for the people that you serve. And so I don't think it's not just sharing, Michael, because I kind of like you, yes, and but I think we bring different things to the table, and we serve better as a team.
I do. I really do. That's great, actually, what you just said. Everybody listen to that. It's stop doing it by yourself. It's really the team that makes all the difference in working together. And I feel the same way, Dr. Emily. So, Sandy?
Yeah, I would just love to know, because you have achieved so much success with everything that you're doing. You just talked about how you start your day. How do you keep going throughout the day when those curveballs hit you? Because we all have them. You're on a roll, your vibe is really high, and then all of a sudden something happens. How do you keep moving?
You mean like you get to Wells and you speak the next day and your luggage is not there? Something like that.
Or that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good example. Like your luggage is not there. I mean, there's so many things, right?
Yes. I remind myself that I have a perfect record of getting through a bad day.
Good one.
Because
I'm going to put that in the chat.
There will always be bad days, right? But I got a record, right? We all have that perfect record. We get through the bad day. So we can just pause and say, well, this must be one of those things. In dentistry, we love to reference Murphy's Law, right? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. But just pause and just think that, this is maybe one challenge, but maybe you've overcome a similar challenge before. You just have to remind yourself that, I've done this, or I've been in a similar situation, or I've I've learned from someone, and go back to those resources, right? Go back to those experiences. That's why I'm such a fan of learning from mentors, from leaders, is because I don't need to experience the difficulty. I can just listen to them. They say this can happen, and then this is what you do, right? Like my luggage situation. One of my virtual mentor, she said, "Well, that's why I usually pack my performance clothes, in my little carry-on." And I'm wait a minute, that makes a lot of sense. And of course, this come from somebody who had experienced that. So I think number one is to remember that you're not perfect. That stuff is going to happen. That you have that track record of going through the bad day. Number two is, just pause and say, "Hey, I've overcome this. I've done this before. I can deal with this. I can deal with the lost luggage, right?" And then number three is, stay. People say stay positive. I say have a sense of humor. Whenever you're down, pull up a funny video, not a long one, right? That is going to make you laugh. In my dental office, in the doctor's office, I have a picture of my two little boys looking at each other and smiling, but they just look funny. So when you look at that, you can't help but laugh. So whenever I walk into my private office, I would just have to laugh. And when I'm working with patients or clients, I want to make them laugh and have that sense of humor. Allow yourself to have that sense of humor and to take things lightly. You don't have to be super serious, because there will be time where you have to be super serious, but be in charge of your energy, be in charge of your attitude, no matter what happened. And I think for people like Michael, who travel, who dealt with a lot of things over his journey, he probably has seen everything, he experienced everything. And for me, there's always, it's still the first time that this happened to me, right? And just have that patience and give yourself grace to deal with difficulty.
Yeah, I think what it's great about that, because and there's always something new, isn't there, Dr. Emily, there's
Yes.
always something new to learn. It's like, which is why Bob Proctor way back when said, buy every course and don't. And I'm still in courses. I'm taking another one right now. Every Wednesday I'm in a CEO leadership group. There's always something new to learn. So we just got like 2 minutes, but what can the audience take away? You gave them the steps and you gave them the three, but what is one or two things that the audience could do today that would help them move their business, their life, their podcast, even just read, think, and grow rich? What are like two things you can give them right now?
Yes, I would say take a moment and get some clarity, self clarity. Ask yourself what's most important to me right now. Let's just say in the next 30 days, or like you say, even today, right? What's most important for me today? What do I need to do today? And whatever I'm doing right now, am I doing it and it's getting me to that goal? Because I think when you pause and you say, "I'm doing this thing, but wait a minute, I said that was the most important thing, and this thing has nothing to do with that." We get ourselves distracted. I want everybody, I challenge everybody to don't manage your time, manage your attention. How much time are you paying attention to what's most important in your business or for your family? Whatever value that is to you, are you actually paying attention toward that? And I think when you do that, you will find that all of a sudden you don't get frustrated with distraction, because you don't allow the distraction to get into your head or to get into your day once you have that clarity.
Dr. Emily Latran, I wanted to thank you so much. This is, it's been great because of what you've created, what you continue to create, the 5,000 places you're going to be in the next probably 3 weeks. But it is really, you're out there doing it. And the one thing I love that I will always say is I always see you having lunch, dinner time with your children. And even though they're busy and very successful and leaving school and great careers, family to you has always been very important, which it is to me too. As you know, with the 7 grandkids, I talk about it endlessly. And with everything you've done, they stay center focused in your life. I appreciate you spending your time with us. Dr. Emily Latran, you can go to dremilylatran.com. She's amazing. Think and Grow Rich has really led her life in so many ways. And again, if you ever need anything from me, you know you can reach out anytime. And let's give Dr. Emily Latran a thunderous round of applause. Thank you so much for being on with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo Rock and the LA Tribune, Los Angeles Tribune, for giving me this opportunity. And everybody just go rock it, and may the floss be with you.
Oh, you're so good.
That's awesome,
Right,
Dr.
Dr.
Emily.
Emily.
Thank
I'll
you.
talk to you. You're amazing. You're amazing. So, Julie, did you hear that? May the floss be with you. Can you tell what she does do?
She mentioned humor too. So I just love that she brought that in at the very end as well, because humor is so important.
It is. It is. It's the one thing about Dr. Emily, because I've worked with her. She hits the stage sort of like a fire hose, but then it's all about being of service. And wherever she is, it's being about service. And whatever happens, it will all work out. Everything's, great. And the way she takes care of her patients and still runs all that, that's from, I'm not a woman. We all know that. But from, she's a businesswoman, she's a mom, she's an international speaker, and she's put it all together. And I think that's the award-winning part of really how we do this in life, and how do we always be of service no matter how busy we are. And I think that's great too. So Sandy and I are going to drop away. We're going to leave it up to these two beautiful people here on the stage. Have an
And you're
amazing time.
interviewing one of my dear friends, Dr. Yasmin Saad.
Oh, Yasmin,
Hello,
yes.
Yasmin. I love you so much.
All right, you guys. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Oh, Rex, you're on mute.
Before we start, let's just check in with the audience and find out how they're doing. Are you enjoying it? If you are, please comment, leave a number 5, share some of the takeaways of what you've got from the day, and be sure to share this out. We got a lot more of the day to come. Julie and I are here for a little while, and there'll be others again, and then there's tomorrow. So share it out for your friends and your family, even strangers who may not know that this is going on, so that they too can participate and have all the advantages that you and I get from being here. Julie, how you doing?
I'm so great. I'm still excited from listening to Dr. Emily Latran. I know her. She is beyond amazing. You guys only got like a little bit of her, but like Michael said, she's a fire hose.
Indeed. And so, Mo, are you excited? How excited are you to have our next guest come on up?
Well, I'm extremely excited because I've known this incredible thought leader for a few years now. I've heard her speak many times. She's a very well known in the Los Angeles Tribune community, and I think she's one of the world's foremost experts in being able to combine Eastern and Western modalities of psychology together. So whenever she speaks, it's always a pleasure for me to listen and learn and take notes. And of course, I'm talking about Dr. Yasmin, who's going to join the stage with you, Julie, and Rex. And the two of you are going to lead the way with the absolutely incredible, one of the world's most brilliant minds when it comes to the field of psychology, Dr. Yasmin. Please welcome Dr. Yasmin, and Julie, take it.
Hi, Dr.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for being here today. How have you enjoyed the summit so far?
Oh, I've loved it. I've loved it. I mean, I love what Los Angeles Tribune is doing with this. The Think and Grow Rich is amazing. I think the idea of empowering people, changing the way the media is, it's so powerful. So I'm very excited, and I'm very excited to be part of it.
Yasmin, Dr. Yasmin, are you in New York on the East Coast, or are you in Paris somewhere?
I know Rex is used to seeing me all over the world. I'm in New York right now. I'm currently in New York.
Well, we're excited to have you. And I have been both a proponent and a critic of psychology and psychiatry for decades, because there's a lot of bad psychology and bad psychiatrists. But you're one of the good ones. This is the thing that's so exciting, is that you move the needle forward for so many people by helping people connect to their resources and to find hope in a world that sometimes may appear to be without hope. And so how did you, let's just start off with, how did you come to this as, one, an occupation, and two, an avocation, with the idea of instead of diagnosing and keeping people with a dire prognosis, to help people really connect up and move forward?
Oh, what a wonderful question. Two answers. The first one followed my passion. That was followed what made my heart beat. And what made my heart beat was help people. I was born with a smile on my face, and I would make people feel better. And I remember thinking, oh, I love doing that. And so part of it was my mission of making people feel better. A lot of psychologists come into the field wanting to help people with more understanding. Mine was making people feel better, first and foremost. So first, a healer. The second answer is I quickly realized that I had a different approach to psychology very early on, that my focus was very much on people, who they were, their strength, and I started really understanding that the diagnosis and the criteria were really just looking at pathology, and is actually the beauty of the person, their talent and strength, that push them in a certain way, and they had the side effect, which we can call pathology. So that's how I came into it. I came into it on really realizing that it's beautiful people behind it who got off balance for very reasonable reasons.
Well, I just want a quick follow-up, and then I'm going to comment, and then I want to pass the mic to Julie. But that is, so many of the people who go into psychology, like anything, go in because they are broken, and then the field becomes a field of broken people. You said, I'm born with a smile. I want to help people. I'm into healing, and all of the reasons why people should be in psychology or psychiatry, and so I appreciate that and love you for it. And so, Julie, feel free.
Oh, thank you so much, Rex. Dr. Yasmin, it's so nice to see you again. This idea of being broken and this idea of needing to be fixed, that's the thing that's always, I understand what Rex means. And that's how a lot of people look at it, including myself from the past. But I think we all here agree that it's more of just finding the light within ourselves, not necessarily anything wrong with us. It's just getting back on track. I'm curious because, in the book, Think and Grow Rich, one of the things that we're taught is to basically look at what we want versus what we don't want. And it sounds to me like that's definitely what you help people do. But what are some tools that people can do right now at home that can maybe get them off that hamster wheel of that negative thinking that we get into?
Fantastic question. That's a fantastic bridge. Yes. So a lot of people start with, what's wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. How come I have anxiety? How come I'm depressed? How come I'm frustrated right now? I should not be frustrated. So there's a lot of ideas around, there's something wrong with me. I think understanding what happens in people's mind and how we operate is the bridge to getting them from this place of there's something wrong to what they want. So I'll explain a little bit. So whenever you're a bit off balance internally, your wants are not aligned with your life, let's say, you will start having emotion. You'll start having thoughts. Those thoughts will come in terms of problems. You're not good enough. There's something wrong with you. What's up? Like, how come you cannot do this? You have no motivation. It will target you through the forms of negative thoughts and negative emotions so that you start paying attention. Our mind is a problem solver. It picks up a disharmony, it picks up a crack within you and starts having you pay attention to the form of negative thoughts, negative emotion. So whenever people think there's something wrong with themselves, it's just what the mind wants you to pay attention to. So it's not taking the mind at face value. That's one of the first and most important things. The second is understanding that there's a message there for you, that you are born with a certain essence, a certain mind, and certain body, and they will all be expressing themselves so that you listen. So people who believe they're not good enough, for example, or there's something wrong with you, it's because there's a deep earning willingness. There's a big desire to be different, to be better, to not have this in your life. So it's really important then This is where you can bridge the wrong to the want. The moment you think you're not good enough, most people, they say that like a kick in the butt. I'm so not good enough. And really what they want is to kick themselves in the butt so that they get to this place of good enough that they want. So behind every wrong, every negative, every upset feeling, there's a desire. There is a want. And if you can decode back what this thoughts and emotion is into your want, then you can empower your life. So I'll be happy to give you a little bit of example, but go ahead.
No, I invite you to, because I'm a huge fan of negative thinking and calamity and trauma and drama and all this stuff, because it's really just an opportunity to go in a different direction. It is a message. It's a wake-up call. It's like your alarm clock going off. You know, the people that throw it across the room, they don't want to deal with it, but it's there to awaken you. And so what you're saying, you know, is that these experiences that we come to, whether it's negative thinking or negative feeling or negative circumstances, really is a gift for us. And on top of that, if you wake up and pay attention, then there's this great thing. The other thing that you say that's really important is, you know, we all have desires and we all want to be fulfilled, and the desires are what move us forward, you know, and the pain and the suffering sometimes is what gets us out of a comfort zone. So there's so many, you know, out of our own routine and out of our own habits, you know, things like that. But it's all, but if, so my point, and I think your point, I know your point, but I mean, I say that lovingly, you understand what I'm saying, is, you know, love and appreciate yourself, because there's so much goodness in you and divinity in you. And it's just a matter of connecting up with that. Would that be correct?
Absolutely, 100%. And the divinity within you is actually calling your attention through negative. I always say, like, if I came to hug you right now, or if I just slapped you on the face, which one would you remember? It would be the slap. And so our body and mind know that. And so they send a signal that are painful, that are upsetting, that are unpleasant, so that we pay attention. The problem is we take them as face value. Like if we have a pain, we go, oh my God, I must have an illness. Or if we have a negative thoughts, oh, that must be true. No. It's so that's where the gap needs to be. So the negative thoughts and the negative emotion are here to bring you back to balance, to bring you back to who you are at the core, to show you something. But you need to use your mind to decode it. You need to use your mind to what it's meant for. It's a problem solver. So when you have the thoughts, you need to be, okay, what is this thought about? What is it bringing me? So there's a really 3-step method that I have for everyone, because I know Julie wanted something very practical. So very practical. First, engage your inner compass. What do I mean by that? What is the thought calling your attention to? So let's take I'm not good enough. Well, it's calling your attention to your self-esteem. It's calling your attention to a place you want to be as a person where you're not right now. So there's a gap between what you think is good enough and where you're at. Well, let's identify that. What is the gap for you? For some people, it's, well, I'm not so good with social clues. For others, it's, I could perform so much better. It's different for every single person, but having that thought shows you are saying there's a gap. So let's honor that. There is a gap. Now, you're not just saying that, you're saying other things. So the first, engage your inner compass. Second, reveal your blueprint. What does that mean? That thought is showing us where you are right now, where you're going, the way you're motivating yourself, and the obstacle along the way. So you're not just saying, you know, I'm not good at social skills. I'm not good at math. I'm not good, you name it. You're saying I'm not good enough. So you're making your whole self bad to move forward. I would say that's a pretty big kick in the butt. It's almost like somebody kicking themselves in the butt to move forward. It's almost like people who tell themselves, oh, you're so stupid, so that they stop being stupid. It doesn't really work that way, but that's the idea. The idea is motivating oneself with a kick in the butt. And in that, you know, that's the obstacle, because a kick in the butt is a kick in the ground. That's the obstacle, using your whole self as a negative to motivate yourself to get to a better place, it's likely not going to work. So the third step is crack the code. So now you know what is the thought calling your attention to. You know where you are. You know where you're going. You know how you motivate yourself. You know the obstacles. Now it's about, okay, can I find another way to motivate myself? Do I believe in another way? Why not? Why am I choosing this way? Why not another way? Do I believe it's possible? Why not? And what do I need to tweak to change that? And this is where it's very different than a positive psychology where you have just positive affirmation. I believe that if you do this process, you have learned so much about yourself. You are learned that you're a fighter. You don't mind putting effort, kicking yourself in the butt, like you have inside this fight. You're willing to go through so much suffering to get somewhere. Why not use that for positive? Why do you not use that differently? So for me, you learn so much by applying this method, and you know so much about who you are and what are the little tweaks that need to be done, and then you're empowered. So just one thought told us so much about you and so much beauty about who you are and what you're doing in the world. And now let's use it to achieve your goals.
I love that. I love this conversation. And there's something that I really want to point out that I think a lot of people watching and listening right now really should pay attention to. And something you said a little while back, your essence, your mind, and your body. And a lot of people assume that we are our minds and don't even realize that we're the essence. And that if you can step back and realize that you're having these thoughts, you aren't these thoughts, then it makes life so much easier. It's exactly what you're talking about, using your brain as the muscle, the tool, as opposed to it just running your life for you. Because I don't let my arm run my life. That's just a tool I use. So why would I let my brain do the same thing?
100%. And I think people can start by asking themselves, why am I suddenly feeling this way? What am I suddenly thinking this way? Because we all experience this. We feel great. And then, I don't know, in an hour we won't. What changed? Nothing has changed. Life is the same or the same. Something has changed. And so starting to realize that you are an antenna and your mind picks up as much your external environment than your internal environment. And it's linked to your body, and it's linked to the essence of who you are, and it's linked to your environment. The thought that enter, the emotion that enter, they're not random. You gave them permission to enter because they fit and because they were a reflection of your environment. So I'll give you another example. I always use this one, so easy. So if I think I'm pretty and you tell me I'm ugly, I'm like, maybe she needs some glasses. I don't know, but this is not fitting in. Or maybe I'll be like, oh, she's so mean. I'm going to start thinking, why you're telling me this, but it's not going to enter because I feel pretty. So you told me I'm ugly, does nothing. Now, if I have doubt about whether I'm pretty or whether I'm ugly, and you tell me I'm ugly, I'm going to start, wow, maybe she's right. Maybe my nose, maybe my mouth. Yeah. Am I pretty? Am I ugly? And I will bounce and I will go from A to B to A to B. And if I really believe I'm ugly and you tell me I'm ugly, I'm going to have two reactions. Either I'm going to be, how dare you? This is the most insulting thing. I'm really going to be upset with you. I'm going to be triggered because it hit something inside. Or I'm going to be really upset with myself. I'm so ugly. And I use this example to share that if somebody tells you something or if an emotion out there, if it enters, it's because there's a permission to enter. And what I mean by that is there's a doubt, there's a negative, so it doesn't enter. So it's really important that people understand that there's a body, mind, and spirit. Everything is connected. The thoughts and the emotion that enter is because there's not a solidity within. And if there's a solidity within, you don't listen. And if somebody tells you the same thing 100 times, if you do start listening, it's because you start believing, maybe I should listen. So it's really important that people understand that. Go ahead, Rex. I've been
Oh, that's beautiful. It's beautiful. We only have a couple minutes left before the next guest arrives, and Hill has mentioned so much of this. That we're broadcasting and receiving station, and that really it's about infinite intelligence. It's a much more spiritual book than a lot of people make it out to be, because it is about this kind of concept. So in the remaining about 2 minutes that we have, Hill would say, put it out there, know what you want, and turn away from the negative, and do these things, do the autosuggestion, and then allow the universe to bring it to you. So there's actually an act of surrender in there. There's the ability to drop into the gap instead of always pushing. And a lot of people miss this point, but you have a very gentle and wonderful way of bringing things out of people.
Yes. And I think that the surrendering is so important. It is an understanding. Once you connect to just the concept that we brought, that your thoughts and emotion are inner guide. I mean, how powerful. I know it's hard to understand that. What it means is, can you surrender to the beauty around you? That you have an apparatus within here, and you have a surrounding that both are collaborating to bring you to your potential, to your next place. You just have to listen and surrender and understand and not fight. And so that's a big, big piece about it. Imagine if I have a thought I'm not good enough, and I surrender, not fight with it, but I surrender, not also believe in it, surrender. Okay, what is my mind trying to tell me here? And understand how, wow, it's really me wanting to be in a better place. I'm just doing it with a lot of force towards myself. Okay. Can you imagine the surrendering? Can you imagine the beauty? Can you imagine? So that's the Think and Grow Rich principle. The Think and Grow Rich principle is you are supported. You are supported by your environment. You are supported by who you are. We just have to stop fighting by not seeing this, that there doesn't need so much. This doesn't need so much push. Yes, you have to do some effort. Yes, you have to do the work, but it's not as difficult. And people are not bad. They're not wrong. They're just desiring more and better. And those are just signals. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Julie, you want to say goodbye? We're going to be saying goodbye because we have to bring our next guest up. But what value you have offered everyone, Dr. Yasmin. Really love you. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for having me.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Wow. Well, that was powerful. What do you think?
Oh, I'm sorry to see her go, but I'm also excited to see who we get to speak with next.
Right. Well, we're bringing up Barbie late, and I was gonna, I should have brought you up with Yasmin, because I know you and Yasmin know each other, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could have had you on the platform while she was there. How you doing, Barbie?
Good. Nice to see you, Rex.
It's nice to see you, and it's about time we got to be together on the LA Tribune, as we had planned long ago.
Yes.
So this is Barbie Layton, and you're an energy healer, and you do a lot of different things. Would you maybe just give a brief introduction? I see Mo Rockus showed back up. Maybe Mo will come up and give you an introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, listen, Rex, the folks in this community don't need an intro to Barbie, because she's been on the platform multiple times. She's a friend and supporter of the Los Angeles Tribune. She's a personal friend of mine, and she's always adding a unique perspective. And I think her voice is important because it's different. I think in the field of personal development, we need different voices that have a perspective that we haven't heard before. Every time I listen to Barbie speak, I'm like, I've never heard that before from any human being on planet Earth. And I listen to a lot of people. I read a lot of books, but I'm like, that's something that I've never heard before. Sometimes we hear a speaker and we're like, yeah, I've heard that, or I've heard that idea, or that idea is very similar to something else I've heard. Barbie says stuff that is like, wow. That's literally the first time I've heard anything like that. So I love listening to Barbie because it expands my mind. It expands my horizons. And I think it's important in life to be open-minded and to allow ourselves to listen to a perspective that sometimes is unfamiliar to us. So Barbie's definitely a visionary, and I'm excited to sit back and take notes. Julianne, please take.
Absolutely. Barbie, welcome. I'm so glad that you're here today. And as a quantum healer, and Mo was saying a different perspective, and I'm just thinking what you think of from the energetic side of Think and Grow Rich, because it is all about energy. Everything he talks about is energy, but I would love to hear your unique perspective.
So I've got my copy right here. And one of my favorite things, honestly, out of this entire book, I mean, the fact that Bob Proctor spent over 60 years of his life studying this book every single day, it's just got nuggets and nuggets and nuggets. But I go to the chapter, which is the first one, which is desire. That white, hot, burning desire. It's something that a lot of people in their upbringing are told that it's bad. You're not supposed to desire things. It's wrong. Like that's not right. But what I really believe is that the divine desires things so that it can experience itself through you. And so therefore, if you look at it from that perspective, all those beautiful desires, they're not from a perspective of narcissism or egotism or acquiring as many nuggets or Bitcoins or things like that too, because ultimately wealth is so many different things. It's people, opportunities, it's experiences. It's the, like for example, Rex, last year we got to be at Rami Albatrawi's mansion in the Hollywood Hills. That was an amazing weekend. That was such a great, great, great experience to be able to have that opportunity, to be able to have all these like-minded people to come together. Mo was there and Dora Evans was there. There was so many different people there. We got to see the 27 Las Vegas show that he brought, that he owns in Las Vegas too. I mean, he brought the show to us on the tennis court. Those are the kind of things where they're like, those are once in a lifetime experiences that you can't put a price tag on. But there's such exciting things of where you had a good time and people were enjoying themselves, etc. So to me, that white hot burning desire, when 2020, for myself personally, we didn't know what was happening. On March 13th, Friday the 13th, March 13th of 2020, the whole world was like, a state of emergency was declared on the entire world, right? Went down in lockdown. It was 2 weeks to slow the spread, which ended up becoming almost close to 2 years. And all of us had no clue what was going to happen. So for me, I already had a chronic illness a few years before, which was where my whole entire kind of life had just almost shut down. So for me, this was like my second pandemic. Because before that, I used to travel the world. I've been over 35 countries. I've been every single state in the United States of America, every Hawaiian island, Alaska. I love to travel. But with the chronic illness that I had, everything got kind of locked down. I went to work, came home, and was on the couch in pain. Went to work, came back and had, again in pain. So in 2020, I told my guides, however you want to look at it, God, source, universe, wherever you want to look at it, told my guys, I said, you know what? I don't want this small little life anymore. I want to be of service. I want to be of service to humanity. How can I serve the maximum amount of people, even though I'm here in lockdown? How can I do that? And the next thing you know, Mind Valley opened up. And the next thing you know, I'm in Vishen Lakhiani's personal coaching group with like 25 people. And it's the wild, wild west of the pandemic. And we're all just figuring it out together. And you had famous people who were on Facebook and they had 5 people live, 6 people live, 10 people live. Nobody could connect with anybody. So I literally was on 3 screens. I was working a full-time job. I was on 3 different screens, 12 hours a day, 6 a.m. in the morning, woke up, 10 p.m., 7 days a week. I just said, you know what? I want the whole plethora. I want to be able to see, because that opened up so many different things on the internet that we had no access to before. Like I said, really, really big name, amazing people. But my whole entire thing was, I told God, I said, I will be of service. I mean, just like you guys just had Neil Donald Walsh on before. You had Dr. Yasmin Syed as well. He just was like, hey, I'm just going to have conversations with God. Just going to write them down on a little tablet. I was homeless for a year. I'm going to do those kind of things. They're telling me that, a lot of people are going to look at it. It's a best-selling series. Like millions of people have read his little conversations that he thought were nobody and nothing, et cetera, et cetera. We have no idea oftentimes the impact that we're going to have on people. We have no idea. I mean, even like Rex and his Life on Your Terms, your book that you wrote, that has impacted millions of people. It's something of where it's like, we have no idea. A lot of times we're writing these things, we're doing these things, we're working, we're doing all this kind of things because we think that it's what we need to do, but we have no idea the impact that we're going to do. So we fall in love with our impact. And that white, hot, burning desire keeps us compelled. It's like the locomotion. It's like, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I know 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 I can. I'm going to do it. Yes, I'm going to do it. But because it's so much bigger than us, but we have no idea because we're sitting by ourselves. Maybe, in a house, a condo, an apartment, whatever we're doing, we're by ourselves and we have no idea the impact that we're going to have. But then all of a sudden you have these people that reach out to you and say, you did that extreme gratitude talk in 2020 in August. And you talked about thanking the cable company and the water company and blessing all the people that brought my food to the door. And you told me to, thank my toilet for taking my waste away. I mean, Neil Donald Walsh talked about a bathroom. The bathroom was like the number one thing. He needed a bathroom. Thank you to my toilet. Thank you to my shower. Thank you that there's water coming out. I have bath products. I have a stove. I have an oven. I have a microwave. I have a dishwasher. I have a sink. All these things. It's like thanking all those people that I'm never going to be able to talk to. I'm never going to talk to the people at the cable company that are keeping my cable company on. I'm never going to talk to them. But they have the white hot burning desire where they show up every day, and then I show up, and when we all show up, etc., it becomes this amazing thing of where it becomes this dance of intimacy of where we have no idea all the people that are supporting us to be able to do what we do. That is such an amazing thing. We have thousands of people that are supporting us right now, even right now as we're on the internet. I'm on StreamYard. You're on StreamYard. You're on StreamYard. We're all here on an internet platform, etc. Those people are keeping the lights on for us. So again, it's like it's blessing those people backwards and saying thank you, and thank you, so that I can go out and manifest everything that I need to go manifest for all the people that I need to serve. And if I always think about it from the perspective of service, it makes it a totally different thing because it's not about me. When it's about everybody else, then I can be the conduit, I can be the channel, I can be the vessel to be able to deliver that to people.
I love that. I love that you started with desire and white hot obsession, because so many people have been taught around the world through religions and government and everything, and parents and everything else, not to desire, not to want things. Yep. That's silly. That's stupid. You're not good enough. You won't get it. That's too big a dream. That's too big. Yep. The first thing you do in the morning is you get up because you want to go to the bathroom or you want to get a drink of water. You have to, there's a desire that starts right out in the beginning of every day. So I want to thank you for that. But what else I'd like to thank you for is for practicalizing gratitude for so many people. The notion that you can thank your toilet and you take your shower and thank your sink and thank these things. Because so many people go, well, what am I supposed to write down? And they can't figure out things to be grateful for. But if you've got a working toilet, you got a lot more than a lot of people on the planet.
Yep.
So you can thank and be appreciative of anything and everything. And when you do, as you said, you open up the world for all sorts of other things. So when you want to be of service, and this is a huge principle in Think and Grow Rich. Yes. Go the extra mile, be of service. Yes. And then the universe, and when you know what you want, you have the universe conspires to help you fulfill all of that.
Yes. Totally agree with that. And the thing about it is that one of the things that I love to do, and I talk about this with my clients all the time, is the fact that I love to suspend disbelief and be in childlike wonder. If you're a 5-year-old every single day and it's like Christmas every morning and you're just like, ooh, what does the universe have in store for me today? What exciting thing am I going to have today? What thing is going to happen today? And the next thing your manifestations keep coming, you're like, ooh, that happened too. I mean, like, for example, I'm already an international bestselling author. I was on 4 New York Times billboards last year, which was insane, on 48th and Broadway. And those were like monumental, amazing things to stand below that billboard. It's 48 feet high and just to be like, oh my God, that people, stop traffic and the police were there. We're like, is that you? And it's like, yeah, I think so. I don't know. Am I in a dream? But then I have 3 more books coming out. And then in addition to that, in January, I'm going to be in an Amazon Prime movie about energy medicine. That's like, I mean, it's just these kind of things where you're like, how good, I guess the best part about to describe it for anybody, it's not about me. It's how good can you stand it? How good can it get? How good and amazing can it get? I have a product line. I never even thought in my life that I would ever have anything to do with that. In March 7th, I'm going to be doing the Oscars gifting lounge. It's like, I'm just like, oh my God, this is like amazing stuff. But then when you open yourself up, that white hot burning desire literally creates all these avenues and all these places, etc. I think about it like Niagara Falls. You have Niagara Falls, right? Niagara Falls is like this giant, all this like hydroelectric energy, and it's just like massive, massive, massive. But then Niagara Falls also goes out to all these different estuaries. You have these little trickles, and then it goes a little bit calmer and a little bit calmer and a little bit calmer, and then it's feeding all these orchards and all these trees and all these different things, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like you are like that. Your energy can literally go out as that massively intense energy initially, but then it can also go out into those quiet little places where it's nourishing different trees and orchards and other things like that, and growing different kinds of fruits. And so as a result, I'm not connected with somebody who wants to like solve world hunger. Rex, you and I were in a mastermind together with Dame Dora Cordova. She's been talking about wanting to do that forever. And now I'm talking to somebody saying like, hey, let's bring vegetable and fruit gardens into inner city neighborhoods and help them to be able to farm for themselves and take care. I mean, I'm just like, I'm included in these things. It's like, it's so fun because then we get connected to this and connected to that. I call it the giant universal connect the dots. But when you're open to that and you say, my white hot burning desire is the catalyst, it's the pillar, it's the statue here. It's like a beacon, it's a lighthouse that puts this beautiful frequency out and says, hey, anything that is going to contribute to what my white hot burning desire, please come forward, because you resonate the same frequency that I do. And when they resonate at the same frequency that I do, all these amazing things come forward. And it's so exciting because everybody gets pumped up, because then their white hot burning desire gets activated, and vice versa, and so on and so forth. It just becomes this tribe of people that are all doing amazing things.
Beautiful. I love that so much, because as we were talking about earlier, this idea of, you know, being taught not to want things. Rex, both of you said that. And, you know, it's not that we're unsatisfied with what we have and we're not grateful with what we have. It's that, as you mentioned, Barbie, open to receiving. How much goodness can you stand? Because when we realize that we're the ones that are possibly blocking that flow, I'm curious, Barbie, because you've had all these wonderful things happening. And yes, you are special, obviously, but there's nothing in you that isn't in me or Rex or anybody else that's watching. So how are you able to open that floodgate open to receive?
Okay, so the beginning of the 2020 journey, I would actually say that one of the things that I coined was the fact that I have been receiving impaired. I've been a giver, 25 years of just giving people everything they needed, and ending up depleted myself, which is of course why I had a chronic illness and still have it. But what I found was the fact that the reciprocity that I think I can, just greasing that wheel of where it all kind of like starts to work out. It's the stepping into the I am enough space. It's the stepping into the I am worthy space. I am deserving of receiving back. It's stepping into that space too, and allowing other people to like for example, in my building, I have the sweetest UPS guy. He's so nice, literally. But he delivers not only my UPS packages, but he delivers my FedEx packages and my USPS packages as well. Because every time I see him, I tell him he's the best UPS deliverer ever. I love the fact that he's such a gentleman. Chivalry is not dead, et cetera, et cetera. He will go the extra mile because of the fact that he knows that when he has an interaction with me, that he's going to walk away with a smile on his face. And so that's something too, in the sense of, right, there's an interaction with that. My nephews have oftentimes commented when we go out to restaurants and things, they said, wow, we get really, really good service when we're with you. You talk to everybody. Yeah, I do. I talk to the busboy. I talk to the waiter or the waitress, and I say, how's your night going? How you doing, et cetera. We always get a refill of chips and salsa. We always get, really, really good service, because it's an intimate dance with that person in the moment of where they're serving you, but you're acknowledging them. I think it's really disgusting that I saw, like on Uber, you actually have a box you can check on it that says, do not talk to the driver. Like, do you want to not talk to the driver? And I'm like, what? Like, it's not a robot. Like, it's not a driverless car. It's a human being. And maybe sometimes I want to have a great conversation with somebody in the Uber car. Maybe I don't want to have the conversation, but I want to allow in the moment to be able to make that decision for myself, not making it where this person's subhuman and they're just driving me wherever, et cetera. It's never thinking that you're so above anybody else, that you're always with the people. If you're always with the people and you're interacting with the checkout girl, or the checkout person or whatever, I don't want self checkout. I don't want to go to a thing. I want to interact with the human. It's a human touch that I think is really, really important. And from that perspective, you allow yourself to be able to dialogue with people, even if it's just a moment or two. You really, really, that person has a smile, you have a smile. That means your endorphins and your chemicals in your body are kind of like fired up because you had an experience with another person, as opposed to just thinking, like, oh, I'm rich, or I'm this, or I'm that. No, that leveling the playing field allows you to relate to whomever you're in front of at all times.
Barbie, we got a few minutes left, but I wanted to point something out. You can only hold so much in a closed fist. You can only hold so much in your open palm too. But the more that you increase your ability to receive, one idea has changed the world. You mentioned Uber. Think about that. That's well, how do I connect people up with a car that's not a cab or a bus or whatever? But in order to do that, they had to have the whole communication. They had to have the network. They had to have the financial side, the credit card companies. They had to develop all this technology. But it started with one idea, and then it blossomed into this thing that's not only happening right now, but simultaneously all around the world.
Yep.
So the more that you can do what you just talked about, the bigger a receiver you can be, and the more that you can create. I also should say, before I pass the mic over, is that that event that you and I went to was brought to you by the Los Angeles Tribune and Adora Evans. We did the summit.
Yes.
We had the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich? And as a result, we created that opportunity for people to come in from all around the world,
Yep.
to Los Angeles. And so, again, started with an idea, and now we're here together again because of something that we started a while ago. So I want to thank you, but I'm going to pass the mic back over to Julie to ask another question, and then we'll have to wrap it up because we got a new thing happening in just a few minutes. But you've been marvelous, and thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. I'm curious what you want to share, what spirit is leading you to share, because I've been asking questions, Rex has been asking questions, but I always believe that there's stuff that needs to come through people. And is there something that is coming through you to share?
I think, again, it's that whole kind of concept in the sense of where it's like that whole thing that people talk about first world and third world and things like that. We are all one world. We really, truly are. And I think being able to really bridge that gap of being able to be of service to, it's to me, everything that I, have in mind, the more that we have wealth and the things that we attribute to ourselves, like I said, a lot of it's people experiences and opportunities. It's not necessarily financial, although it is that in addition to everything else. But having that kind of conversation about tithing, not necessarily, from a perspective of like obligation, but from a desire. Like, to me, I have a desire that the more abundant that I become, the more I want to have 10% of everything that I earn to be able to go back to communities of need and things like that too, and not photo ops things of where I'm in a black tie event and it's like, oh, look at me, I'm giving a check to this particular opportunity. It's that I see the news and I see something and I see a need and I say, you know what, that person doesn't have funeral expenses. Let me just send a $50,000 check, or let me just send this to this person, or whatever, et cetera. And then completely anonymous, and I don't need anybody to pat me on the back for that. But I think those kind of things where we have the greasing of the wheels of people being generous just for the sake of generosity. I know, like Ken Honda, who was one of my favorite guests on my TV show, You're Amazing. He talked about a gift war. It's like, oh, I can give better than you can. Oh yeah, I'm going to give you more gifts than you can give me. Oh yeah, I'm going to give you more gifts back and forth too. And it's just, that's the kind of stuff to me. It's like when people just give from a perspective of not keeping score, and it's not from the perspective where they want anything in return. I don't know about you, but that brings me so much joy. Generosity for generosity's sake. It's just a beautiful thing. So I love that.
Wow. And I want to thank you, Barbie, for always being such a bright light for the world and for our programs. And I can't wait to see you soon in person so we can have a conversation about the work that we're going to do together to help position you properly so we can continue to make the world a better place. Thank you so much, Barbie Layton.
I appreciate that, Mom.
So Rex and Julie, thank you for co-hosting that segment. I'm going to ask Rex to take a quick break because up next we're going to have a panel that you're going to help lead, Julie, and also participate simultaneously because, of course, there's a very big project the Los Angeles Tribune Publishing House is doing with the help of people like Joe Vitale and Marie Diamond and multiple New York Times bestselling authors. And that's a book that is really bigger than a book. It's a movement. And the premise of the movement is bringing together thought leaders from around the world to discuss, to teach, to live, to breathe one very powerful yet simple word. And of course, I'm talking about the word integrity. And so we're now going to have a panel with just a few of the incredible folks that were personally invited to participate. Of course, we have NCAA champion Parisa Rose. We have Olympians that are part of this book. We have New York Times bestselling authors that are part of this project. We have so many incredible thought leaders. I see Dagmar is here, Sandra is here, Joy is here, and everyone that you see on screen is somebody that was vetted, somebody that was invited, somebody that was handpicked to be part of this project because they've lived a life that embodies integrity. And they have a perspective on this word of integrity that I think is very important for the world to hear. And of course, the project was already featured on the front page of entrepreneur.com. There's going to be a lot more media and press for all of the co-authors and all the folks invited to participate. So Julie, I'm going to give you the floor so you can ask each individual here, what does integrity mean to them? Julie, please.
Thank you, Mo. Welcome, ladies. I'm so glad to spend this time with all of you. I know some of you, yeah. So, Joy, welcome. Let's start with you. You know, this is such an important topic, and everyone does have their own take on what integrity is for them and how they present that to the world. So let's start with you.
Okay, wonderful. Hello, everyone. And Julie, Ann, great to see you and my beautiful goddesses here. Integrity to me, especially during these times, has to be, and we can all agree we're in greatly shifting, changing, accelerating times, right? Has to do with making sure and constantly realigning and aligning my internal heart, soul, spirit values with my external views and actions, etc. So it's to me, integrity is that compass internally with my spirit, my soul, and making sure that is this in alignment with me, because there's so much outward movement in the world today where there's so many different distractions and ways that we can get pulled into perhaps not being, they might be really worthy endeavors or actions, but they might not be really what we need internally to align ourselves with. And it's that whole, saying no, setting boundaries, taking that time to meditate and to tune in and to receive our guidance, from our spirit and the cosmos, etc., so that we are really in alignment, and therefore we can walk alongside with each other in alignment together, being who we are as unique, beautiful expressions of soul and spirit.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And alignment is one of my favorite words. One of my good friends always says, just because something is good doesn't mean it's good for you. And that doesn't mean that if it's not good for you, it's bad. But it might not be in alignment or in integrity with you. Thank you so much, Joy. Sandra, what about you?
Thank you. I'll come off mic, and wonderful to be on stage with all of you amazing powerhouse women. I love it. I feel the energy, the enthusiasm, and the commitment. And for me, most importantly, is that where I feel what I'm experiencing right now is we're very much authentic. And so integrity is being the person that you are, whether you're on camera, off a camera. You are truly just an essence of this amazingness of being a conscious leader. And for me, conscious leadership is about knowing yourself. Joy, exactly what you were saying. It's like going from the inside out and knowing your values and being able to walk that walk, but being open enough, a conduit for the people that you lead, that they feel your heart, they know your moral compass, and you invite them in to be a part of something that you're co-creating. And you feel it, don't you? You imagine it. It's the essence. And for me, I'm just greatly excited to be able to be here with you. So there's so much more I could say on integrity, but it's really walking your talk, being a conscious leader, being open, being that conduit, not only for yourself, but for greater good. So I'm gonna land that there, Julie.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really important aspect of integrity, not only out to others, but within ourselves, and honoring our word and honoring ourselves. I think that's so important. Teresa, let's hear from you.
So good to be here. Incredible responses so far. I'm already enriched by you all, so good to be here. Integrity for me is I like to simplify it, and that is choosing to be steadfast to a value, whatever the value is. And the value is definitely a decision. It's a choice, but it's choosing to be steadfast to the value. And no matter what situation you're in, no matter what conversation you're in, no matter where you're at with whomever, it's still remaining steadfast to that value. If that value is integrity, that value is freedom, that value is love, the value is compassion, the value is leadership, whatever that value is, just remaining steadfast to it. And really, before you even dive into any of the environments with anyone else, it's allowing yourself to really define what that value is. And define, I guess, would be define steadfast and get really clear on what both of those are. So when you are in various situations and environments, it becomes easy to just be yourself. There's no really thinking about it. You just show up as you. That's integrity for me.
Oh, I love that. Oh my goodness, ladies, I feel so enriched as well. This is such an amazing conversation. Dagmar, let's hear from you.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I am so thrilled to be part of this project and surrounded by women leaders who exemplify what integrity is. And I couldn't agree more. I've heard words like alignment from Joy, moral compass from Sandra, and values from Parisa. And I must admit that to me, integrity is an absolute commitment to the values that you hold. And having those values as your moral compass, as your North Star, no matter what life throws at you. And in the Moral Compass book, I'm writing about the Athena Circle, a community that we founded on these principles, especially the diversity and inclusion in authentic expression of who we are as women and as humanity. And that inclusion includes diversity of your religious views, your political orientation, even your gender, racial, and sexual orientation. Because when we are in integrity with who we are, we have to honor and respect the divine sovereignty of every human being and how they show up in the world. And integrity leadership is not just professing those values, it's embodying them when we are tested. So I invite all of our listeners to look at their lives and see the moments when we were tested, when we were challenged for who we are and how we showed up, because that will show you the quality of leader that you are.
I love that, because sometimes having integrity means making things harder for ourselves in order to be in alignment. It's just the right thing. I had this teacher that taught me a long time ago that we have this internal moral compass. It doesn't make you wrong if you don't put the shopping cart away after you're done shopping, but how do you feel about that? Because you have like this internal thing that says this is right and this is wrong, and how willing are you to follow that inner knowingness for you? And it might be different for somebody else. Me, I'm one that always puts the cart back. If I have something I don't want, I put it back where it belongs. But it doesn't make me right. That's just what's right for me. Now, knowing all of that, there are times when maybe we have gotten off track, or maybe we have done something because we wanted to people please, or we wanted to make things easier for ourselves or the people around us. Joy, when we're found in a situation like this, what kind of advice would you give to somebody after they've done something and now they've got all the feels about, I don't feel good about what I just did or how I showed up? What would you say to them?
Well, first of all, we're human, and we're spirit having this wonderful, glorious, messy experience here. Forgive yourself. We're like children. This is the cosmic playground. And I know for myself, I can get so hard on myself sometimes and just, and we've got to let it go. Just call it, okay, next time I'll do something different. Change your behavior, and it's really true in my experience as a mind expert coach, dealing with the unconscious mind, which is running the show at 99%, and the conscious mind, and even the superconscious now, is that really we always do what we want to do. When we finally look at whatever we're doing, we might judge it later, Julie and everyone, but it is, we actually are always following what is our unconscious responses. But let it go, forgive yourself, do like, okay, next time I'll do something different. But it's that self-judgment that really puts a damper on who we are, how we express ourselves. And most of our lives, we're following those limiting beliefs from when we're little children, and we're acting those out as adults. And then we have this mess, right? Not just even personally, but in, you know, our collective communities, our countries, and now the world. All right. So we need to kind of get over ourselves and keep going and glowing.
And glowing, that's important. Absolutely. And for those of you who are watching us right now, comment in the chats any questions you may have, any of your takeaways. We'd love to hear from you as well. This is such an amazing panel, and you guys thank you so much for being here. We love having you here. Sandra, I would love to hear what your thoughts are. What kind of advice would you give to somebody who maybe has stepped out of integrity or has those feelings that aren't so positive? Oh, you're on mute. We have to unmute you. Yep.
There we go. Let's unmute me, shall we? I was a talking head there for a minute. Thank you, Joy. What a great response to an exceptional question. One of the things that I have found really, really powerful is to lean into what I call as a reset process. And what I mean by that is if I'm finding myself, whether it's myself or I'm engaging with someone else, hey, Mo, is to reset. And what I do is I stop for a moment and I observe myself. We have to go within to ask ourselves these powerful questions. How am I showing up? What am I thinking? As Joy said, those limiting beliefs. And then I have to make the choice to choose to change. So you have to engage yourself differently and engage with that person even more clearly. And as we go through, I call it walking the cube method. We're really getting very fine-tuned and really focused on where that miscommunication perhaps is coming from. And then making a choice to find a new way to better understand ourselves. Because it's always, as we were saying a little earlier, it's in how we speak. It's those limiting beliefs that get in our way. So, move them off the cube, go through, get clear, and then integrity will come up. Your values will come up. You'll have clear communication. So these are some of the things
Sandra,
that have really helped me.
Well, Sandra, I
Thanks,
didn't mean
Mo.
to cut you off. I just wanted to thank you because you've been such a great friend to me and to the Tribune, to all of the work that we do. You're always supporting and sharing and commenting, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So we appreciate you and your friendship. I want to bring in another incredible thought leader to the group here. She's, of course, one of the co-authors. She's helped so many people with the work that she does. Of course, I'm talking about Eve. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on this concept of integrity. Eve, welcome to the platform. Welcome to the stage. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Hopefully we can hear you fine. Please, Eve, it's a pleasure to see you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mo. It is an honor to be with each and every one of you, some familiar people to me and others I will have the joy of getting to know. With regard to integrity, I deal with both personal integrity and the integrity in interacting with others. So for me, a key point is to be sure that we are tuned in to what is it to be fair to ourselves? What is it to raise up ourselves to the level that we are accustomed to treating others? Because it all starts inside. We can't expect to be effective leaders, to be towing the line correctly in a large group setting if we can't even do it inside our head. So it's important to not only be mindful or conscious of us as the other within ourselves, but to devote all those wonderful attributes in relationships that we give to others, to ourselves. And as we become accustomed to this, it's not that we're spoiling ourselves, although it might feel like it, relatively speaking, it isn't. It's actually putting ourselves on an even playing field. In order to command more respect from others, it's important for us to respect ourselves, and not just barely adequately, because that's all you would get in return. For those people who've been wondering, why aren't they achieving more? Why aren't they getting more attention, more allowances, more, why aren't they able to persuade people more? It may be because they themselves have been ignoring their own voice in the times when it really matters and when they really do have needs. So as we take care of ourselves on the inner level, things fall into place. And by extension, we can then deal with others on a more even playing field as the leaders we are meant to be.
I love that. It's so beautifully said. And I think that's so important too. I think that there's a little bit of a disconnect in the world with integrity and leadership, and this idea of just being I'm going to tell you what to do because as my mom used to say, because I said so. that was her favorite, because I said so. But Teresa, what are some other important qualities that if you don't have integrity, they don't actually resonate with other people?
Good question. I think without integrity, it becomes really hard to read people. When I say read people, I mean trust people. And if it becomes really hard to read people and then trust people, it probably is really hard to read yourself and understand yourself, and then therefore trust yourself. Integrity absolutely starts within. And if you are, someone had just commented and said that it's radical intimacy. It absolutely is. Radical intimacy. It's like if you are not willing to look at yourself in the mirror and really have a genuine, honest, loving, gracious conversation with yourself, and when you look at yourself in the mirror, you're not confronting yourself. You get to embrace yourself. It's a get to, not a have to. You get to embrace yourself. You would get to embrace that very honest conversation. Get really clear on what's going on. Get really clear on who you want to be, how you want to choose to show up. Becomes really easy to understand yourself, to read yourself, to trust yourself, then read others and trust others as well.
I love that. I love that so much. And there's so many people, myself included, where there's been times in my life where it has been scary to look within. It's been scary to see that and to trust myself, because I've gotten to a place, or I had gotten to a place where I didn't trust myself. Now, Dagmar, I know that you have a circle and that you created this environment where people can share. How important is it to be able to have people who can help you see yourself when you can't?
Thank you, Julie, because that's exactly what makes our circle unique. There are so many networking organizations where we try to put up the best face, and we are seeking customers. We're trying to project our services in the best light, but we as women leaders are often lonely. And to become leaders and to continue to show up in those roles, we also need support. So within the circle, we create a safe space where you can simply be you, where you can be what I jokingly call business badass and spiritual gangster. You can embrace your soul and you can embrace your business acumen in the same sentence. But most importantly, you're not judged for how you show up, because it's okay to be a powerful woman and at the same time face some challenges, obstacles, and be weak. There are times when I pick up a phone and call Joy and say, help me, because she's a leader and I'm trying to be a leader and we have our challenges. So I think it's important that we stay in integrity of the value who we are, but we also have courage, not only courage to admit when we need help and support, and that does not make us weak, but also integrity in leadership to me means that you have to have courage to be sometimes a light shining in a dark cave. And what that means is that occasionally you may need to stand for the values that are being challenged by society. Perhaps, there is a lot of polarization within the society. You might want to ask everyone to embrace inclusion, because we as a society are in a constant state of evolution. We challenge how we show up, we create new norms of behavior, and as leaders, we have to take the higher road and say, what serves the consciousness? what serves my community, and how can we serve those communities the best. That's when we are tested, but that's also the time when we can shine the brightest. Just recently in the Athena Circle, we embraced a transgender woman and were nearly persecuted by one of the members. And this was the time when we had to come up together and face the situation with courage, asking, what do we want to stand for? And if inclusion and tolerance of views and expressions is our core principle, then we have to live that principle. We had to ask the member that was so opposed to this inclusion to leave our circle, and we were appreciative of her being there. But as leaders, we have to stand for our community and for the ethical and moral compass that we represent.
You know, you bring up something that I think is really important, and that is staying true to all of those beliefs. And it's not that this other person was necessarily wrong and theirs just didn't fit in what you were trying to do and accomplish and show up and be in the world. It just wasn't a good match. And I don't want anybody to ever feel wrong for feeling how they feel. However, it's not always a good match. And that's where the integrity comes in. And I know that that couldn't have been an easy choice for you to make, because you want to be inclusive.
And we were. And we were, because we
exactly.
allowed her to express all of her views. We respected those views. But also as leaders, we have to protect the community. And if community together as a tribe, as a sisterhood, is proclaiming the value of diversity and inclusivity, then we have to protect that value. And this is where we are often challenged as leaders in how we show up. The road that you will take, as Joyce said, as long as it's aligned with your soul, with your core value, will be your leadership path. And there are many. So as long as you are in integrity with who you are and what you stand for, I think that's when you can proudly say that you're part of something bigger than yourself.
I love that. So, Joy, my question for you is, we're talking about leading with integrity, and there are times in everyone's life when there's something going on. Life happens and things are not going in the way that we want them to. And we still have to show up for the people that are in our lives. We still have to be, maybe even possibly be that beacon of light. How do you honor yourself with integrity and also show up for everyone else at the same time?
That's a wonderful question. We're in this, to me, my interpretation, we're between these eclipses. And for me, the energy is really wild and intense. And I'm always like this calm cucumber. And so it's part of, again, it's part of having resilience in oneself. And things are not always going to be a bed of roses. And when we are actually asked to walk on that, maybe that rocky path barefoot, how do we maintain that composure? And that can come from a lot of different ways. People have different practices that they follow, whether it's meditation, whether it's reading, whether it's following thought leaders, heart leaders. But again, it's like, what do you need to do for yourself to when things come up? And life is going to come up, especially now if you're observing just even this whole global situation we're in, and even we're energetic beings. This is frequency, right? And so for me, it's a matter of stopping and saying, okay, wait a minute. Let's compose, let's get calm, whatever that means. Take a sip of water, do a meditation, go sit under a tree, and then come back and remember who you are and that you've got this. We all have our shining star, our North Star. We have this. And also what I loved too about these conversations in Dagmar, that being vulnerable is not weak, it's being human. And that we get to lean into each other. And as women, I think we've had societally wise that sort of advantage that we get to naturally lean into each other. I would say this for everyone, though. Lean into your brothers, your sisters, your tribe, your family, whoever it is, your animals, you know, and we can all walk together. We can all walk together and share that load also. I hope that wasn't too long-winded, but
no, it was beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Sandra, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, thank you. And Joy, always beautiful. You touch everyone's heart. So I always say we speak what we need to speak because it comes from our heart. So for me, when things show up, maybe perhaps unexpectedly, I always go back. Why we're here is to think and grow rich, and to really know that any obstacle, any challenge, anything that's coming my way is a beautiful opportunity for learning. So I just take a breath. I pattern interrupt. I re-anchor myself into a better state that's a beautiful, more magnificent place I want to be. And then I just take time. I release, I let go, and I'm just flowing. And as leaders, if we can pull ourselves out of what we're in, is so powerful an opportunity. So I invite all of those who are listening right now, take time today to give yourself that reset. So that's what I do to challenges come up or things. It's always about a connection, the heart, the mind, to a higher calling and consciousness. And hey, Mo is back. Hi, Mo.
Hi, Sandra. And I wanted to thank this amazing panel, and I wanted to thank Eve and Dagmar, Julie, Joy, Sandra, Parisa. Parisa and Julie will be sticking around and helping us moderate the next segment of the program, but I wanted to thank everyone else. We'll be inviting everyone here back. There's lots of media that we need to do with regard to this project, because integrity is perhaps the most important subject matter for the entrepreneurial community. And so we need to be the evangelists to continue to make that the main value. So I wanted to thank everyone here for participating. And with that being said, Julie, Parisa, I'm curious to just have the two of you chime in a little bit as we invite a couple of our next speakers. And Parisa, of course, NCAA champion. She's going to wear a couple different hats in the program. You were a guest, now you're a host. So we want to welcome you, Parisa, to play the role of guest host.
Thank you. Always,
Julie,
always.
How excited? Absolutely. And we'll have Michelle McLean chime in here in a couple minutes, and then we're going to have a very exciting guest, Todd Alt, who will be joining us in just a few minutes as well, that I'm very excited about speaking with him. But just, what are your takeaways from the program so far, Julie Ann Meyer?
Thank you, Mo. There's so many takeaways, but the number one thing is having this clarity and this burning desire for that clarity. There's nothing wrong with that. We're so taught to that it's not okay. But I think that is so super important, especially as an entrepreneur. You need to have that clarity. And then also just honoring who we are and where we are, but also keeping our eye where we want to go and focusing on that and the positive in our life as opposed to what we don't want. Those are my main takeaways. Parisa?
Thank you, Mo. You are muted, by the way. I love how the last segment you were always introduced every time you came on screen. So I just wanted to say that. Julie, there was something that you had brought up in the last segment about, what do you do when you're a bit rocked, when things are happening, and especially as things are currently going on in the world. And it's not even, dare I say, especially right now, it's all the time. All the time things are going on, right? And I think that there's something really powerful with learning how to hold both of the intense, the heavy, the really dynamic, the things that might feel confusing and chaotic and not right, and hold growth and dreams and desire and still lean towards exactly what you just said of clarity. I think it's okay. And I think we need to, I think we get to, because all of this is just life, all of it. So I think that really embracing all of the principles within Think and Grow Rich, and also being very present with what's going on. It's just life, and we get to embrace all of it.
Well said, Parisa. And I want to bring in one of the co-authors of the Moral Compass. She's also part of this global project. And of course, that's Michelle McLean. And although we don't have too much time with Michelle today, we do want to have her chime in on her thoughts on integrity. And whenever Todd is ready to join, we'll have a very powerful session with Todd Alt as soon as his camera's on in the green room. But Michelle, I know we have limited time with you, but what are your thoughts on integrity and what can people expect from your contribution to this major project, please?
Oh, so first, thank you so much for having me on. It's so good to see you guys. Hi, Parisa. I would love to talk about integrity being the foundation of life. That's what I really see it as. It's the glue that keeps everything together. It's the foundation of life. If it were the human body, it'd be the skeletal system, right? It would be what keeps everything in alignment, keeps everything functioning properly. That's how I like to think about it, as a foundation of a house, right? Building a solid, firm foundation. Integrity is probably one of my favorite topics. So excited to be part of this collaboration. And I believe that's really where the secrets lie to achieving the desires of our hearts, of our lives. That's what I teach my women, is going after the desires of your heart that are put there by the creator, whatever you believe that created you, designed you, put specific things in your heart that you're built for, that you're meant to go after. And when we commit to these things, and then we live in integrity according to these commitments, right? So committing to something and then living in integrity to those commitments is when we get the prize, is when we make the creation, right? It's when we design whatever is waiting for us on the other end. And I think it's when people are living out of integrity, that's when things fall apart. That's when we lack confidence. Even I teach my women, like, that's how you build self-confidence, is making a commitment and keeping your word to yourself first and foremost, right? And then to the rest of the world. But it's really a relationship with ourselves is what I see the most important part of integrity, is when we keep our word to ourselves. This is where self-confidence comes from. This is where our relationship with ourself, courage, confidence, self-trust. Right? If I know I'm going to follow through with my word to me, then of course I'm going to trust that I can handle other things in life. But it's when people are so out of integrity with their own lives and their own selves that, like, they lack self-trust, right? Yes. It's like, knowing that if I'm not even going to be my own word to myself, I said I wasn't going to have the cookies today, and whoop, there went the cookies. I said I was going to go to the gym. I didn't go. It's like when all those things start to stack up, we really start to lose self-confidence. We really start to lack our own inability to keep our word, right? So anything.
And Michelle, we're going to invite you back on either tomorrow or very soon to continue. And with that being said, I want to now welcome Todd Alt to the stage. Todd, if you're ready in the green room, we're going to have you on. Wonderful. And Todd, I'm so excited to share a few minutes with you. Welcome to the program, Todd Alt. I know you always have so many awesome things going on, so I appreciate you taking the time to be with us today.
Too many things.
For a few, absolutely, too many things. And so, Todd, I'm real excited to share a few minutes with you on the air here at the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit alongside my co-hosts here. Let's kick it off by just talking about the risk on way of life, because I'm so excited for you to delve into a little bit of your story and what the risk on way of life really means to you, because it's really a very powerful, phrase. And I'm curious, I'd love for you to share with our audience what that means to you, please. Todd Alt.
Yeah, actually, it's somewhat interesting now, because I'm actually at the hotel we built in New York City called Phuket. It's the newest hotel. It's the most expensive hotel ever made by room in North America. Phuket is a Parisian hotel, Hotel Barriere. And you think about risk on, we built this, started 7 years ago. During COVID, it had to go into bankruptcy. We had to fight to build it, right? It was a commitment of never giving up. And now you have one of the nicest hotels made in America. I'm sitting in here in this hotel thinking about the stupid risk you take. That's an example of stupidity. I don't know if we'll ever get our money back on this one, but we did build it. We did have commitment, and that's what Risk On is about. It's about relationships, and I built it with my partners. I had 4 partners who helped build the hotel. Really, it's probably more like 5 of us, known some of them for over 20 years. Risk On, it stands for relationships are vital. Invest in yourself. Stay your own course. Know your competition better than they know themselves. Own your own mistakes and never give up. It's an analogy, a Wall Street analogy. I've been on Wall Street for 30 years plus, probably 33 years. And I sort of stole that that concept of when you're putting something risk on or risk off, it's a trading concept. I sort of stole that away and created my own energy behind what risk on is. And it was because I had went through a series of really crazy stuff, like where I as a shareholder activist, as a guy who works on Wall Street, who took risk, who owned restaurants and has owned hotels and really so many different businesses. You know, it over time, it evolved into the fact that I was a serial entrepreneur, and I would, even in the face of total destruction, which I've been through before, even in the face of really getting crushed, I kept fighting on. And that concept of risk on has really just developed for me. And now it's a conference. I held the conference last year, had A-Rod there, Damon John, Greg Reed, the founder of Ugg Boots, just a lot of people there, and love getting together with people and talking about the risks they take and how they stick with it. So I wrote a book called Risk On, 7 Ways to Build a $1 Billion Career. And I'm just focused on the idea of sort of spreading the idea that if you don't have a risk on mentality, you kind of get yourself down, you turn against yourself, you have a lot of self-doubt, and that try to build a community around not having that self-doubt. Trust me, it's hard. I get it all the time. I have self-doubt all the time, but it's something that's developed over time that I really love now.
Well, first of all, Todd, thank you again for sharing some time with us. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And the value you provide to our audience is really a gift. I would love to talk a little bit more about this conference, your vision. Our mutual friend Bill shared some of this incredible vision that you have, and I was just really awe-inspired when I heard about it. So I'm going to be there. The Los Angeles Tribune is excited to help promote and support it by way of anything we can do on our end to help get the word out, because I think it's really appropriate for the time that we're in. I would love to hear your thoughts a little bit more on what is this conference? What does it mean to you? What are you looking to, how are you looking to impact the world with this? Because I think it's absolutely fantastic.
It's ironic that this is called Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. That is actually probably the first book I ever read when I was a kid that really changed my life in the way I do business, right? There's a lot of things in that book that, in fact, anyone who's ever an entrepreneur who has not read that book is not really, in my opinion, heading down the right path. It's probably the most important core read when it comes to how your mindset, right? And so the idea for me really came from the fact of with Risk On and what I'm doing with it is that I've made so many mistakes. If you look me up, you're going to go, geez, this guy's been all over the map, right? From, I've had regulatory issues. I've had IPOs that went public where I owned half the company. One company I owned half went public for $3.3 billion. I've had some huge successes and some huge failures. And the common denominator for me is that I did it without knowing anybody. And I had to learn the hard way how to develop relationships, even now, Risk On is applied in this because I met you through Bill, right? And I really learned over a period of time that those relationships are vital. That's the R in Risk On. And so the concept is that I'm bringing people together that for the last 33 years, I've gotten to know. And every time I meet someone like you, Mo, I just add to that list of people that I know that if I help others, I'll get what I want too. And it's not a hard concept. People talk about it all the time, right? In some cases, it's biblical, right? Where if you go out and try to help other people, you'll get what you want. For me as an entrepreneur, someone who's risked millions of dollars, I have literally raised in the last probably 4 years, a little more than 550 million, bought in the last 6 years about 19 different companies for my private equity firm. And I've learned that if I don't know people and that if I think I know everything, I know nothing, right? So conceptually, it's a giant network event. And I got this idea because I was friends with Grant Cardone, and he was helping me on a project that really he was instrumental in. Now, we're not friends today. I mean, I don't dislike Grant, but We don't collaborate like we used to. But I had learned that going to some of his conferences, I was always meeting people, and I wanted to make it so that the people that were part of who I was meeting were legitimately doing something, right? So I've categorized people that are in business, that are making something happen, like yourself, Mo, running the Los Angeles Tribune, where there's someone I know that's doing something, holding conferences, and how can I get people in touch with Mo? And so I've sort of made it my mission that when someone's part of Risk On, that everybody that I'm bringing in, that I'm recommending, or that's part of the community, has something to offer. And that really does short circuit the whole thing in sense of like how quickly you can become successful. I have miserably fought incredibly hard to make things happen, and my life would have been a lot better if I had a better network. I grew up in HUD housing, father, I never met my biological father, had no competitive advantage. And what I'm trying to do is offer people competitive advantage. Everything that I talk about, or anybody that's around me, has done what they are teaching or talking about. They're not conceptually a coach. They have had to have done it. And so with Risk On, for me, it's people that have to that have completed something, whether it's they've taught a course, or whether they've bought a piece of real estate, or they financed a house, or they raised money for, or went public. In my case, I have a company called IPO School. I probably have been through more than 120 IPOs in my lifetime. I think 6 of them were ones that I did just myself. I quite honestly, I've lost track of that. So I'm trying to get people around that can help people have access, but at the same time, if they got a question, you build a group around answering that question. People committed to that. There's basically 12 pillars of Risk On, and it's a concept of the things that I've learned that have helped me become successful, and the people around me that are successful in the group.
Well, Todd, I mean, first of all, thank you for sharing that and sharing more about your background. And I tend to look up to people that are completely self-made. I think that the journey of being a self-made success is far more rewarding than just being born into a situation where you have it on a silver platter. And I think that's why
right, Mo?
yeah.
It'd be a little easier if you were born into it.
Absolutely. But you know what it is, Todd? That's probably why I look up to folks like you and Bill Walsh, my mentor and coach, because you guys are self-made guys, and I respect that. And there's a certain grit, and just actually, I wouldn't even say just grit. There's a whole different worldview that self-made successful people have that I have noticed, and I like to be around that worldview. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Bill and the impact that he's had on RiskCon. If you could share a little bit about his contribution to this awesome program that's just happening in a couple weeks.
Yeah, if you want to be part of Risk On, by the way, you can text ROI to 26786, 26786 ROI. That's Risk On International. But let me tell you about Bill. Here's an example of someone. Once again, my network. Lee Steinberg spoke at my Risk On conference last year, and he referred me to Bill. So if you think about anyone's contribution, Lee has been an important figure in my life. I like the guy a lot. I've seen him fight back to, big successful guy, had his own issues, some of his own family issues, but keeps on fighting. And Lee introduced me to Bill. I had a couple other people that knew Bill. And I told Bill what I wanted to do, and he's been instrumental. And once again, and if you don't know Bill, if you want to be in the space of speaking or be part of a speaking tour, or you have something to sell, Bill can help you. It's strange. You got to see him present first, because until I saw him present, I would have said, the guy, he's a guy with some ideas. But when I watched him present, I thought, okay, the guy knows what he's doing. And I've been to some of his events and watched people show up. What's interesting about Bill is he personifies Risk On. He and I have dinner a lot. We travel a lot together. I think he's flown all over the country with me in my plane, probably 10 locations. Everywhere I go with that guy, he knows somebody. I've been to conferences, or I've been to random restaurants where I saw a guy the other day who I've been watching on TikTok, and I went up to him and said, "Hey, I know who you are. I follow you." And Bill was with me. He goes, "Hey, Bill." And he goes, and then they met up and they go, "Oh yeah, we've known each other from 20, we haven't spoken 20 years. So Bill personifies the idea that relationships matter, and that he remembers and builds these relationships.
Yeah.
Over
It
a long
literally
period of
happened to
time.
me. It literally happened to me, Todd, last week in San Diego. We were leaving, and the two twins. There were actually two twin girls. Two women. They jumped up and said, "Bill, we've known you for 10 years." I mean, I've
Yeah.
experienced that as well. And with that being said, let's bring him right here on stage, because he's actually.
Oh, I
in
didn't
the
know he was
green
going to
room
be on.
making-
Oh, there you go.
Making a surprise appearance. We put the Batmobile signals on. We got him in.
Man, I like
so,
it.
Mr. Bill
Can't have me
Walsh,
saying
welcome
nice
back.
things about him,
Welcome
because he
back to
listened
the
the
Think
whole
and Grow Rich
time.
Institute Summit. Bill Walsh.
Hey
Hey,
Todd,
Bill.
thanks for all those nice words, and obviously it is crazy how the number of cities we've been in and run into people that we know. And when I interviewed Todd last week, I told him that I was just blown away with his ability to deal with pressure and literally come through it and create so much value in so many people's lives. And it's not easy to run a company, but he runs multiple public companies. He oversees multiple private companies, employees in different continents. And when I watched him in action, that's where you really learn. Eisenhower said that one trip to the field is worth 3 reports. And so, when I got to spend quality time with Todd, I realized that his mission was so bigger than just the investment world and turning around companies. It was about making a difference in lives worldwide. With the bandwidth and the people he works with on a regular basis, that this message is so much bigger. And so if you're listening today, I would tell you, whatever you got planned around the Formula One time, November 17 and 20, you change it and you get your tickets to come to Vegas. I'm a big believer that leaders are born at events. Mo Rock's going to be there. Of course, Todd's going to be there the whole time. But not only that, the network that he brings to an event like this, the people you get a chance to meet and talk with, you could wait the next 5 to 10 years and never have the same opportunity. This isn't 50,000 people or 20,000 people. This is probably around 500 key people, all at the same location, that are all looking to launch, grow, and build better companies, better connections, better relationships. And as a business coach and someone that's been honored to speak in more than 30 countries over the last 15 years to more than 1 million people, I will tell you it's rare in your lifetime that you'll get this type of opportunity. So whatever you got planned for Formula One weekend, this is the time right now to get your tickets for the Risk On Conference. For information, all you have to do is text ROI. It's really simple. Text ROI to 26786. We have tickets that range from $500 to as much as $25,000. We have some sponsored tickets available. If you want to sponsor things there, we can get all those details to you. But I'm excited to have Mo there. Todd, thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for jumping on today. I know your schedule's crazy, but I appreciate you jumping on for 15, 20 minutes and sharing a bit of your vision. And guys, love you guys both, man. Let's knock it out of the park. With that, Mo, I'll give it back to you.
Hey, Bill, I wonder if we can tease a little bit here. We got one of the biggest personalities in the whole world that's going to be there.
Yeah, and if anybody is a fan, you've probably heard of this news station, Fox, and you might know one of their biggest hosts. They did let him go, but you might know the name Tucker Carlson. So if you're a Tucker Carlson fan, I would highly recommend that you get your tickets today to be in a very unique atmosphere that you'll actually get a chance to not just see him from a stage of 50,000 people. What if you're sitting right next to the stage? And I will tell you this, that it's a once in a lifetime experience. It's the connections, it's the content, it's the panels, it's the lunches, the dinners, it's the watching the Formula One race on these 50-foot mega screens. But it's about being a part of this network and this movement that no doubt in my mind is going to take the world by storm. And I'm certainly honored to be a part of it.
Yeah, Bill, one of the things I love about this event, and I tell everybody, is that you got to come to learn, but come to meet people. I want people 100%. To come away. I want people to come away with, if they have an idea or they're running something or they're doing something or they want to bring their company public or they want to raise money or they want to figure out how to do something in a lot of things we teach there, that, we have accessibility. The thing that I've learned is access to people like Mo, like yourself and others. It's the most critical part of shortcutting that success. I'm living proof of how stupid someone can be that thinks they can do it all themselves. I tried to do it myself. I have probably failed so many times when the answers were available if I would have just asked. And Bill, one of the things that I learned differently when I did my second conference was I came to you and said, "Hey, I know you're doing this. Can you help me?" And the answer was yes. And Bill has probably brought no less than 25 people to help me, from billionaires. I mean, Bill, literally within a day, you're having dinner with a billionaire that has been instrumental in helping with 2 other issues. I've met lawyers through you that know things. I've met Mo through you. This is exactly what Risk-On is about. It's about having an idea and getting access to people.
Let's make sure Bill's unmuted. Bill, Bill, go ahead. You were muted. Go ahead.
I was just saying, thanks for making this happen. I appreciate you a lot. You're my younger brother from LA, and I love you. And Todd, thanks for taking the time to jump on this broadcast with us. There's people on all over that are part of that that are certainly enjoying this conversation. So once again, text ROI to 26786. Get all the information. We also have a free gift for all those that text in right away. You're going to love it. And I'll talk to you guys real soon. With that, Mo, I'm going to run. Thanks, guys.
Thank you to my mentor, Bill Walsh, and thank you to my dear friend, Todd Alt. Todd, it's a pleasure to spend some time with you. Looking forward to spending more time with you in person. And again, I want to thank you for everything that you're doing, and we have a lot more work we need to do together. I want to bring up Michael Silvers. Michael, you're also someone that's been impacted by Bill Walsh. What has Bill Walsh's coaching and leadership meant for you personally before we give the reign to you, Michael Silvers?
Oh, it's been so much over. The biggest thing is the time that he mentored our students, because we had a big mastermind in Hawaii and we were down 2 speakers for whatever reason. Called Bill 24 hours in advance. He was at his own expense. He was on a plane, stayed all 5 days, and just mentored the heck out of all these multimillionaires, and it was amazing. Those are the kind of people you want to work with.
Michael Silvers, I know you and Sandy have some exciting thought leaders that you two are going to have some powerful conversations with. And with that, Sandy, Michael, the reign is yours.
All right, fantastic. And I'm going to turn it over to Sandy. She's a heavy hitter in our industry. Everybody, you've known her. You've seen her all the last 2.5 days. But Sandy, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Well, it is my privilege and honor to introduce my dear friend, my coach, my mentor, Noelle Agape. I'm going to bring her up here. Hello, Noelle.
Hello. How are you, beautiful?
I'm doing great. Such a pleasure. For those of you who don't know Noelle is the president of Vitality Network, which is on E360 television. Her show has had over 30 million views since she started. But Noelle, could you just share with everybody everything else you do? Because you've got so many titles next to your name that I can't remember them all.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you for having me on. So I am a TV network president at E360 TV, and I'm an executive producer, a quantum energy trainer, an NLP trainer, licensed counselor, and I am a shaman. And I work with energy and break through people's upper limits and tap them into their zone of genius.
Oh, and by the way, folks, she is incredible. You have to look her up, Noelle Agape. The work she does is just very transformational. And I know after just working with her in one session, I couldn't believe how my life altered. And that brings me to the next thing we're going to talk about, which is your TV show, Soul on Fire. And it was interesting because she asked me after our first session, how is my week? And I go, I'm on fire this week. I'm like, what did she do? What happened? But it was this major shift at a soul level that I didn't even know was taking place. Can you just explain some of that, and then we can talk about your show?
Yeah. So what we did was we actually realigned your energy to connect you into your soul's purpose and connected you to your abundance codes. We did that energetically, but we also did it with the neural net pathways, and we reframed your mental body, your physical body, your emotional body, and your energetic body all within one session.
And here's the thing, folks, I didn't even know what was going on. All I know is like, what is happening to me? There's like something going on with me this week. And it was just incredible. Okay, your TV show, is the embodiment of you as a person and your adventures and the work that you do. Can you just go into that a little bit more? Because it's really quite phenomenal. And I tell you, I can't wait to go on some of the adventures with you next year because we're going to have a blast.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I know you're coming to Africa with us as well.
Yeah.
So my brand is Soul on Fire. And what we do is we use fear as a motivator, not a debilitator. And we work with all of my education in the quantum fields. What we do is we actually tap into you and use that fear energy, and we transmute it into what you want to manifest in your life. So we use it as a manifesting tool, as a motivator, not a debilitator. And I run crazy adventure masterminds around the world. And my show is called Soul on Fire, where it's merging science and spirituality to actually understand that the healing process or the connecting process and the journey of wealth or purpose, it's really an internal game. And it's knowing and understanding how to navigate that game and incorporating fun and play and crazy, crazy adventures around the world. But also knowing and understanding your power, and that all the power is within you, and understanding that every thought becomes a pattern, and every pattern becomes a belief, and every belief becomes a reality. And we change your reality by changing all of your neural net pathways and your electromagnetic fields. And without you even realizing it, you're just having fun in the process.
Oh, it's incredible. Sounds incredible. So tell me about your experience with Think and Grow Rich, because this is the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. And I know I read your Facebook post and you had some really awesome words of how it's impacted your life. So can you talk about that?
Well, I believe that Taja said it right perfectly. Any entrepreneur on this journey that has not read this book as a staple to your business, you really don't have a solid business. This has been my catalyst for me. Think and Grow Rich, just every ounce of it, and embodies all that I am and who that I am, but allowed me to have the foundation to understand what the mindset, to understand the beliefs, the spirituality, the intuitiveness, connecting with the decision and the clarity, and just understanding the manifestation process of it. But it literally is a step-by-step process of the manifestation process. And it walks you through how to change your reality, which is everything that I do. But it was the core of who I am, because I started with these books, and I'm so honored to be here today with you and with the Los Angeles Tribune and Think and Grow Rich, because this was my baseline when I was just beginning. And when I was in grad school, I remember I was reading all these, because my degrees are in quantum physics and psychology, and I'm reading all these books, and I was like, this is amazing and incredible, and my science brain loved it. But Think and Grow Rich, I was reading at the same time simultaneously. And I was like, this is my soul. Like, it resonated with my soul. The science resonated with my brain. The Think and Grow Rich just spoke to me and started my journey, really.
Oh, so incredible. So we've been talking a lot about the Think and Grow Rich and different tools that people can use. What is it that you can share with the audience, some best practices that you do every day? Because you are always energetically, you're on fire. And I know you do a lot of work with the Zone of Genius, which I love that as well. What are some of the best practices that you can share that people can apply that help you to get into that zone and keep that your energetic frequency raised? Because that's what manifestation is all about at its core.
It is. It really is. And I think the key takeaway that I could say is take a look inside and do the inner work. It's really important. I have a daily routine where I literally meditate for an hour in the morning. Obviously, everybody doesn't have to meditate for an hour, but I have a journal, and I have a gratitude practice, and go on. And then I pivot throughout my day of where my emotions are. And so the electromagnetic fields, you and I spoke about this on your show, but the electromagnetic fields, or the electro is the thought, and the magnetic is the emotion. And so the heightened sense of thought and the heightened sense of emotion is what produces your reality. So with intention, if you have intention behind something, right, and you have the faith and the belief that it already exists. So many of these principles are incorporated in my daily routine. You take that and you stop and you say, so here's a big one. Your mother is your mirror, and your father is your worth. So you have to understand that the trauma within inside of you and your belief system before you were 10 years old, your neural net pathways were already pre-programmed to what you were supposed to, not what were you supposed to do, but what your belief system is in this life. And so you have to actually rewire your brain and rewire your body in that space. And working with the energies, the divine feminine and the divine masculine energies need to be in a balance. And so if you take a look at your mother as your mirror and your father as your worth, it will very much tell a story of between 0 and 10 of when your brain is so malleable that you truly believe that you're worthy or not. But then you have to understand that that's the soul's journey of evolution. From that space, you actually get to do the inner work and you get to truly transform your fields and you get to choose where you want to be. And with intention, with desire, with faith, with visualization, with everything that this book teaches, you can truly change your life. And again, it is a step-by-step process. I teach manifestation, but this is the simplest way to understand that your daily practice will change your life. It will change your life.
Yeah. So I always love to ask this question, and I almost just got hit in the face with my light, my external light here, because life happens while we're busy making other plans, right? And I was like, that's a perfect segue, because I don't know if you know, I was like, oh, it like almost scared me because it almost like fell in my face. So having said that, things are going to happen in our life, and we're going to have curveball thrown our way all the time. What do you do, and what advice can you give to people to help them to make that shift when those things happen? Because there's so often we can be having the most amazing day, your soul's on fire, and then you get that phone call or someone knocks on the door, or, you know, fill in the blank. Anything can happen that disrupts your peace. What advice can you give to the audience to help them make those shifts? Because it's inevitable. This is life. We're here to learn and grow and evolve, and it's going to hit the fan, right? Like things happen.
Yeah, and understanding that the universe, God, source universe, whatever you believe it to me, for me it's God, but it's always working for you. So taking a step back and not reacting and responding. Breath work has changed my life. When you have oxygen in the brain, you don't have anxiety. And so the anxiety or fear, anger, hurt, sadness, guilt, and shame, when you're lowering your frequencies at that level, you're reacting at that level, and that's what you're going to manifest, right? And so understanding and knowing that a different version of you or a different version of the situation already exists. It's just being in alignment with the frequency of whatever is showing up, and whatever is showing up in your reality is actually it's an internal game. Again, it's a mirror of what's going on with inside of you. So stop and pause and say, okay, universe, what is this showing me right now? How can I be better? How are you pulling me to a different frequency that is a higher version of myself? And really truly analyzing not your outside world, but your inside world. And breath work, again, you could do the square breath, which is it's breathing in 4 times, holding it, then pausing, breathing out 4 times, and then holding it, and doing that until you calm down. So that meditation has changed my life, getting out into nature, taking a beat, having a ice cold glass of water. If, you're really elevated because your neural net pathways can't do 2 things at the same time. So changing the environment immediately and not reacting, responding, because you are a frequency and it's an internal game. So you have to go back in and see where you need to pivot. And my nightly practice is I review my day. I go back and I'm like, okay, where did I fall from grace, God? And how can I be better tomorrow? And where was my frequency all day, right? And so you understanding and knowing that you are all energy and you are a frequency match to whatever is showing up. That is the first thing, because then you have an awareness, and then you say, what is the emotion behind this? And then what is the belief behind this? And then so if you go into that, the emotions that are the core emotions that usually trigger people are fear, anger, hurt, sadness, or guilt and shame. The belief system is I'm not worthy, I'm not good enough, I'm not safe, secure, and protected, I'm not lovable, or I'm not whole and complete. And if that's happening in that moment, it's allowing you to transmute that into a higher version of yourself.
I love that. The last thing I want to just point out, and this could have been why I was on such fire that week, because you told me about a practice that you do at night. And when you go to sleep, before you fall asleep at night, you set the intention of what your day is going to look like the next day. And I've been doing that and really focusing on that because I am such a high performer. And if there's anybody out there that's like me, you know what goes on between the ears. I never do enough every day. I'm always pushing myself, and it's never enough. I never do enough. And instead, what I've been doing is just focusing on what am I going to intend on? What am I setting that intention? Can you just explain that? Because you can say it so much better than I just did.
Well, I think that in the morning, I pre-frame my day, right? And so I visualize, I intend, I have gratitude, I pour love into it, I become the frequency of it. And then I see at the end of the day, the last 5 minutes before you go to sleep are the most important for your neural net pathways, because you're literally understanding that you're in a theta state, which is like a half sleep state. And so your mind is susceptible for change in that moment. And so when you're pre-framing your day, you're actually allowing your subconscious to say, no, this is safe to go here. We're allowed to do this because and once you start to feel it and once you start to embody it and become it, right? The universe doesn't give you what you are. It gives you the universe doesn't give you what you want. It gives you what you are. So you have to actually become it. So I literally take the last 5 minutes before I fall asleep and I intend my day and I feel into it. And I have so much gratitude for the next day coming, because it pre-frames for 8 hours or however long I'm sleeping my subconscious to work into that energy. And it's an incredible mind hack and an incredible life hack if you do it. The last 5 minutes before you go to bed, write down everything that you want for the next day and then just feel it and know it and see it and embody it like it already has. And it's magic. It really is magic.
It really is. And I'll tell you, like I said, I've been doing it. It's only been a couple of weeks, but I keep doing it, and I'm going to keep listening to you because you're my coach and one of my coaches and mentors. And what she says goes, folks. Simple as that. Michael?
I love it. Noel, thank you so much for being on this show. I took a lot of notes. It was perfect. It's that embody of spiritual and being able to just relax and really looking at ourselves. You'd said so many actually just wonderful tidbits. I wrote a lot of notes. I really appreciate you being on. And of course, Sandy loves you dearly, but so does a lot of people in this world. Keep making a difference every day. Keep getting out there. And I look forward for us to getting to know each other much better down this road. So, and thank you again
for having me on. It's amazing to be on here and just keep changing lives. Keep shining.
Oh, thank you. We will.
Thank you, Noel.
All right, Sandy. You ready to start rocking? I'm looking at her down there. She's always moving. This next amazing speaker, presenter, over 30 years with Tony Robbins, close friend of one of my business partners, Mary Glorfield, Tony Robbins VP for AT. I'm just bringing you up on stage. I could go on and on with the intro, but and Lauren will tell you all about her life. And we're letting a lot of the speakers just give you everything they have. But I am so excited, everybody. First of all, let's give a big round of applause for Lauren Lahav. Just amazing, and Lauren, thank you for being on in the afternoon too, because this is always a time that people are really thinking, they're contemplating, they're taking notes, and they've had their post lunch, and you've got the energy that's going to rock this house. So yeah, you're the best. And just to let you know, Sandy, the co-host on right now, she's also one of my business partners. She is amazing. Her podcast is blowing open, just hit 70,000 downloads. She's rocking the world. She's hit now the big players and 0.5% on all Apple podcasts. So she's just going to be sitting here if you need anything. Lauren, why don't you just go ahead, tell us a little bit about yourself, your history, what they need to know, and then we'll ask some questions, but you just take it away.
Well, I first want to thank you. I just think what a beautiful, I've been listening as much as I could, just a couple of minutes, actually for the past couple hours, and just so grateful. It's a pinch me moment, I think, being here, because I look at all the people that have been speaking, everyone, Mark Victor Hansen and Joseph McClendon and Keith and Bill Walsh, and people who've really inspired me. And I think success leads clue is the most important thing for us to remember. And I just wanted to share, Michael, look, this is my book, my Think and Grow Rich book from my senior year of high school, 1984, when it was $4.95 back then. Wow. And I think that, my parents really raised me with the importance of the core values of Think and Grow Rich, that with regards to desire, faith, having that auto-suggestion, all of those rituals in our life, and the power of community especially, I think has been the big one for me. So yes, I am originally from Asheville, North Carolina. I went to the University of Georgia a little bit. People like to hear the Tony Robbins kind of thing, so I'll go through that. And when I was in college, walking back from a football game, my boyfriend saw this book and it said Unlimited Power. This was November 1987. And he saw the book Unlimited Power and he goes, oh my God, that's so you. And we picked up the book and he flips the book over and it's a picture of Tony in a 3-piece suit. He's got, the suspenders and he's on a firewalk. And my boyfriend looks at me and goes, one day we're going to go to a Tony Robbins seminar. I'm like, you're a freak. I'm moving to Atlanta and I'm going to go be a newscaster for when CNN was first starting off. Well, of course, that's not what happened. I did what any good college graduate would do. I moved to Vail, Colorado to work on my doctorate of waitressing degree. And I am a networker. That's why I love Bill so much, right? It's all about, I love that relationships really matter. And my boss, anytime anybody came to do with the world of sports, he would sit them at my table. And this world of sports came in. This guy was sitting at the head of the table. He goes, my name's Joe Harper. I'm general manager of the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club, and I want to hire you. And I'm like, where is Del Mar? And he said, you're perfect. So I moved to San Diego and didn't know a soul. And I was doing what I loved. I'm very grateful for those times. But we talk about there's something called the science of achievement and the art of fulfillment. And I love what I did, but I wasn't really fulfilled. I was like, I knew that there was more. And I think that's that desire part. But I've always kept Think and Grow Rich with me. Of any book that's traveled around with me, it's been this book. And so somebody invited me November 1989 to this big house in Del Mar, but everybody had big houses in Del Mar. This one just happened to be in the shape of a castle. And we went, we delivered food to about 100 people. There were about 25 people there. So I was walking around the turret of the castle. And I see this guy in the president, this guy in Nelson Mandela. And I'm like, a big shadow box on the wall. And I'm like, oh my God, that's that book my boyfriend bought me in college. And this guy comes up behind me and he says, have you read my book? And I'm like, no, but I haven't. And Tony invited me to come to stay for dinner. And there were like I said, there were 25 people there. And it was literally the beginning of his company. Talk about somebody with huge vision. Tony is that, as we all know. But this was what was most powerful. He had each person stand up and say what they were most grateful for. And I felt in my heart, like just drop for a second. Because I thought to myself, I haven't asked myself that question in a really long time. I got so busy just doing life. So I want to acknowledge everybody who's listening today, because I think you see that golden thread of how important, even Think and Grow Rich talks about it, right? That importance of gratitude. So I stood up. I'm like, I'm grateful I finally met a group of people like this. And I hope everybody who's on for the past 3 days gets the importance of community, the importance of this mastermind of us coming together of like-minded people. And then I went to go work for the company in the production. And Mary, as you know, my manager, my mentor, my raving, I can't even say enough about Mary Glorfeld. So much that she doesn't know this yet, but there's a whole chapter in my new book coming out all about Mary and about one person believing in you. So that has been a huge thing. Then Tony, when 9/11 happened, Tony had to shift his programs and he asked me to move to Fiji to launch a new program called Life Mastery. And so we moved to Fiji and we were teaching 36 week-long programs a year. And it was amazing. I loved it. It was, you saw people come in and then another group would come in and you fall in love with them. But I think everything that you keep hearing throughout the week are pretty much the same things about building that strong foundation. And that's really, what's important about Think and Grow Rich is that it builds that strong foundation for all of us. And the belief in infinite power, and the belief that, just take a step in the right direction, keep moving forward. Bob Proctor, another one, right? I mean, Bob, that's what he teaches as well for so long for so many of us. And then I taught that program, and then I started doing events for women in 2004. I started getting women back to who they were at their core, not so much their roles, but back to just who am I as a woman, and helping them discover who they are and stay true to who they are. And come back to what makes us unique as well. And you can see, I've heard a lot of people talking about manifestation. I love it. I believe that, intention and attention, but you've got to manifest, but then you got to get off your hiney and go do something, right? You can intend and attend all you want, but you got to go do something. And that starts, I believe, with all about your rituals. And, they were sharing before about rituals, but those rituals become your identity and how you show up. And that's your premium fuel to keep you going. So that's a little bit of my story.
I love it. It's great because you've done so much, but you always have that intention to be of service. I hear in everything you did, there was always, how can I be in service and how can I make a difference? And there's a lot of questions have come up for the last couple of days because people are looking for, everybody wants to get rich quick, so we'll forget that part. But they're really looking for one or two or three strategies that they can do right now, that they could take away from this call if they had to go back to work right now, but after they left their time with you, can you just give them some strategies, whether it's life, business, whatever it is, that they can use now?
Well, I would think the most important thing is that my friend Jeff says something. He says, either give it a strong yes or a strong no, but no wishy-washy dilly-dally stuff in the middle. And I think a lot of people, I see them dilly-dally. They don't get laser focused. Keith Cunningham, who you had, says, you want to get in line and stay in line. So I think the importance of really getting clarity, as we all know that clarity is power, and just also the same thing with regards to Think and Grow Rich was the very first thing we talk about is desire, getting clear on what you really want. That is super important. Getting clarity, keeping your vision in front of you every single day. Nothing more powerful than just scripting and getting it out. And then I would say, another great quote that we all know is who you surround yourself with is who you become. So find a group of people that are going to hold you to really high standards. Get around you don't want to be the smartest tool in the shed. I know another one of the speakers has been Mary Manning Morrissey, who to me has been another extraordinary mentor over the past 30 years for me. And those would be the first three that I would say. Get clear, get laser focused, get yourself around, get yourself around great people, and then write that vision out and take action. Do something. I remember when I wrote my first book, and this was 27 years ago, Michael. Not your everyday person was writing a book. There were no ghostwriters. There were no self-publishing houses. And everybody's like, "What are you going to do writing a book?" And you're never going to get that with a major publisher. And I kept my vision. I had the desire. I was clear of what I was going to do. I kept that vision in front of me, and I did some kind of action every single day, whether or not it was spending 10 minutes writing, or whether or not it was going to the Barnes and Noble and picking up a bunch of books that inspired me of what I was looking for, right? Or writing somebody for a testimonial. So I think taking those actions are the things that build momentum. And momentum is so important with everything that we do, whether it's our health, right? You don't go to the gym and get the results just after going to the gym once. And I think helping people understand that there is something about time in the trenches too. I mean, we've spent a lot of time in the trenches, right? I get how many talks any time I have an opportunity, if it's to a group of high school kids or if it's to my daughter's classes, I'm out there sharing. And like you said, contribution is a huge foundation for everything that I do.
Sandy.
Yeah, I love that. And Lauren, it's such a pleasure to see you again. I don't know if you remember, I met you very briefly at your event in Las Vegas.
I do. I'm so glad you came. I was smiling.
Yeah, and that was just so incredible. And I've seen you in action. And if you haven't seen Lauren in action, you got to check her out because she's really incredible. One of the questions that I love to ask, because we talk about manifesting, we talk about taking action, we talk about mindset. I love to hear what people have to say about what they do to help them make that shift when things are curveballs are thrown your way. I remember being at your live event and there was a couple of little glitches because live events, there's stuff, and you handled yourself like nothing happened. Now, I'm guessing that working with Tony Robbins all those years probably helped you with that. But just in life, we're human. How do you flip that switch? And well, just,
I think,
stay in that zone.
I heard you talking about curveballs before. I mean, life. Look, there've been major curveballs in the past week in the world, right? So right. I think that, and it's crazy because when the mandatory pause happened, I think that's why rituals are so important. Meaning, every morning I wake up and I say, today's going to be the best day of my life again. And I assume the day is going to be great. And I say, I'm loving, I'm honest, I'm passionate, I'm compassionate, I'm, kick butt, I'm full of faith, I'm God's girl, I'm 2 meter tight, I'm a sexy salsa dancer, I'm hilarious. And here's what I would say to you. No one can take it away from you unless you give it to them. Right. So I think that I'm an attention all Kmart shoppers girl. I want my kids to be able to, any 5-year-old to learn what I'm teaching right now. And life's gonna happen. There's the quote that, and I'll just use the Tony quote again. It says, the quality of your life is not how much certainty you can handle. The quality of your life is how much uncertainty can you handle? And how do you take that and it grows you? It doesn't stop you in any kind of way. I think also be willing to take risk. I've forgot the lady's name, so I apologize about, embracing that fear. Look, I really put myself on the line for that event. It wasn't just a live event. I mean, it was a huge financial investment. It was a huge investment just overall. And I think that when you embrace risk is a beautiful thing, because I have grown. I'm like, I've gotten through that. Like I can do anything, right? Like, I mean, and it makes me stronger. It doesn't make me weaker. And I could tell you crazy stories about things that I think that if I wouldn't have had that grit, if I wouldn't have embraced it, it could have gone a whole different way. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, you're talking about that resilience, and that resilience is build that grit, and you elevate from there.
Yeah, I think part of it too, and Lauren, part of what you're talking about, and we talked about this earlier with one of the speaker, was the mastermind side. Yeah. Everything I think you've done, you've always had a team around you. And they know where you're going. They know your mission, your vision. I know that was very strong in the Tony world, but in your world too. Can you talk a little bit about that importance? We're trying to drill that into people. Stop doing this alone. Entrepreneurs, small business. Go, Lauren, it's your floor.
Oh my gosh. Like, I can't tell you, I know I have about 30 girls that are watching this weekend. They're part of the event today. And so I'm very grateful. I want to get a shout out to all of them who are sharing this event. We just got back. I just did a speaker training this weekend. And a lot of them, I said to them, there's 18 of you that are here, but it took 10 people to put this event together. And they're like, what? I think that they were shocked. And I was like, look, the best gift that you can, the most important thing is community and building that community. My baby for Tony forever was creating the crew and taking it to the next level. So you see people, they want to learn, they want to take things to the next level, and everybody's got some magic that they can bring to the table, right? I mean, I remember this guy. Can I tell you a funny story? This is hilarious. Can I tell you? I can get some inside skinny. Is that all right about this? There was we had door greeters at the event, right? And thousands of people were coming to the event. There was a guy named Reggie Horn, and Reggie, beautiful man, this beautiful smile, and I had him on the door greeters just because he was so sweet, and he would high five everybody as they would come through the gate. I mean, as they come through the doors. And I said, Reggie, you're so amazing. Like, you care so much about people. He goes, yeah, Lauren. He goes, that's true. He said, but I'm also checking for wristbands, right? So the other thing, the reason why I bring that up is I'm like, oh my gosh, people help us come up with ideas that we never would have thought about, right? That normally it would just be like, oh, please just check everybody's name badges are coming through the doors and smile at them and do all these things. But he added a whole other level with regards to how the event was growing, or how to check so we would be nice to people if they weren't supposed to be there in the room. But the power of team is, I don't know, for me, I love helping people step into more of their genius, right? Step into who they are, help celebrate them, that their win is my win, that my win is their win. And it's just so much more fun as well. And I mean, look at all of you coming together to put this event. This is a great example, right? You could have done it with just a few people, but you're like, why wouldn't we bring all of these great resources together? So that's what I would say, the importance of a team. And I mean, I've learned so much from Bill, like just from the texting side. I was just thinking about Bill when he did an event here in Las Vegas. I'm like, wow, how that one distinction has helped my business so much. The one distinction I learned from Bill and from you, Michael, when we were together in New Mexico at that event with the podcast distinctions that you help with, Mary, with regards to events, so many people. I mean, you're, like you said, like, relationships matter. This is what it's all about.
It's being in this industry for as long as we have been, like just 1 or 2 years. I think the greatest thing that we found is those relationships. And you're right. I've been, like I'm traveling with Bill for 5, 6 years now. But what's interesting is we put people like Bill on stage for years. We took them around to the different events, and for me, it was always, who's showing up to the events early, who comes early. We used to do all the Australian events, with SR, Success Resources, and somebody like Bill would come like 3 days early. He's not even on for three, and he doesn't just fly in, do, and comes out, and he's listening to all the other speakers. And it's those are the kind of people that you want to work with. You, by saying, and I know you've been listening to the event, Mary's texting me like, oh yeah, Lauren's been on for hours, is because it's not about you then. It's how can I learn what the others are? First of all, how can I learn, right? Because we're always in trainings. If we're not doing a training, we're in training. And you keep doing that. Can you talk about the power of, because people are so hesitant still today about, well, I can just find it on YouTube. There is still the magic around, even whether it's virtual or live, being in a training. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. And I have 6 pages of notes. Those of you, I'll just show it right here. I have 6 pages of notes since I've been on the past 3.5 hours that I could be on. So the power of, there's nothing like immersion and the power of immersion. So you're saying a lot of people say, well, I could just listen to it later.
That's the new thing. It's the new thing is, I can YouTube it for 10 minutes. This is a lot of what we're hearing now. It's a TikTok generation.
You've got to, here's the thing. We do our priorities, right? Like for me, I get excited. Like I think about, what do I really want? Like right now, I'm thinking about this event right now, knowing that there are hundreds or maybe thousands of people from my network that are on listening at the same time, that are putting in the chat, how awesome is this event? How much I'm loving it. That creates momentum around the world. So I think that we've gotten so into the, it's all about me type of world versus really focusing on the community. I don't want just me to grow. I want my whole community to grow. What if they made some great distinction from the speaker that was on right before, or the speaker on before, before that? So I think it's our responsibility to encourage people to be active, be live, and stop thinking about them, because every time they said, I can listen to it later on YouTube, then it's all about them. If you're really a servant leader, you are out there saying, let's do this together. That's what inspires me. And that's why I think that people should not just say, I'm going to learn this just for me and I'll deal with it later. It's let's do this as a community. It's so much more fun. And once again, I think that when you make this a priority and you schedule it, and you get excited about it and you visualize, well, what is this event going to mean to me? How am I going to learn today? Right? Like, what do you really, it's all, once again, about how do I want to be a better person 6 years from now, or do I want to take action today on some of the information that I just learned? I love what somebody said. There was something beautiful that even Bill says it, right? We know this, that leaders are born at events, that unless you implement, who cares, right? So this is about, are you really going to take something that you've learned already today or yesterday or the day before and go ahead and make sure that you implement it? Just don't set your intention about it, but do something right away.
Yeah.
Send that text.
Yeah, no, and send that text, right? I know that's Bill. And it's that communication piece at the same time, how they do one thing, remember, is how they do everything. And I'll listen to it later. I'll get to it. That then becomes that procrastination piece. And how many times do they do that? And I think you have to watch that in your life. What an important piece too is people start to like, where's the next 3 to 5 years? How do I program that? Where do you see yourself in 3 to 5 years?
Where do I see myself in 3 to 5 years? Really? Are you excited? You really want me to answer this?
I do.
Okay. Well, everybody knows. I planted the seed. I made the decision this weekend that we've started a production company. We went and took photos with the team. Yesterday, my friend actually who's downstairs at my house, she took the photos. The lady who's downstairs at my house right now, she's looking for a building for us to do a production studio where people can come to Las Vegas. And you wanted to know, so I didn't know this was coming. So I don't know if y'all wanted this, where people are going to come and be able to do their podcast, come to be able to have an event like what we did with Own Your Worth, do a video, do that, come to Las Vegas, who's planning their event. And really, and also to be able to have a place when people come to town, a lot of people come to Vegas and take from Vegas, but don't give back to Vegas. So it'll be an opportunity for people to come when different non-for-profits, if we want to help different non-for-profits, that we go and we put together packages. Like just an hour and a half before this event, a group of us, 30 of us, got together in my neighborhood with an amazing woman named Elizabeth Blau, and we put together 60 baskets for some Holocaust survivors who are here in Las Vegas that are going to be given out tomorrow. So for me, I want to be able to have a home when people go, how can we give back to Las Vegas? There we go. Show up here. There's going to be a different non-for-profit. That's where I see. I'm looking for people who want to collaborate. And I think that Mary Mann and Morrissey, Mark Victor Hansen, so many of the people that you've had on here that have taught that to just the power and just once again the power of the mastermind, which is really in Think and Grow Rich. So that's the collective wisdom, the collaboration, like this event. That's what I'm working on a new book, and we talk about our true north, but we also have our true east, our true west, and that community is that of our true west.
Yeah. So that was a perfect question because you didn't know I was asking that. I didn't know that was going on. And you just filtered right back to how you're going to be of service. You just dropped into this is what your life is going to be about. Because as we know in business, if you look at, we know the podcasting industry, it just hit 24 billion and it's still in its infancy and people are still uncomfortable with it. They still don't know how to quite do it. I don't have a message, and you're going to help people and the nonprofits you're working with and those Holocaust victim survivors, right? It's you're tying in all of it together.
But you taught me something. I remember exactly where we were standing on the contribution day in Albuquerque, right? When we were there working with the horses and painting the fences.
Yeah.
And you and I sat down and you were talking about the podcast. And I think the most important thing, once again, is the empower of just get off your hiney and go do it. The challenge with most things, right, is most people just don't schedule it. They don't make it a priority. You said it, right? You said, Lauren, when did I sit somebody down and lay out the podcast and get them just doing it? Then you get that momentum. It's usually the waiting. Like, I'll give you a funny example. I just finished teaching Life Mastery virtual for Tony. And the program was for 4,000 people virtually. They did the program virtually. And the very first thing that we did is an ice bath. And so in front of 4,000 people, I need to get on screen and do an ice bath in front of 4,000 people. Now, I was having to teach content before the ice bath, but I was talking to this guy, Kevin Armstrong, who was talking about it. I'm like, it's the waiting part. It's the, oh my gosh, like what's it going to feel like when I this, when I that? And then the minute that you actually just say, I'm doing it. Right? It's like, it's the same thing about someone going, well, I'll listen to it later. The minute you just schedule it and make it a priority, wow, you're like, oh, they're in it. And you're like, wow, I never knew it was going to be so great. I never knew I was going to learn so much. So the thing that I would say to people, I hate to use the whole Nike thing, but just do it. Or Eric Worre says a great thing, right? Say yes, tell the world, figure it out. Want to do a podcast? Michael, you're the best. Say yes. Tell the world, and let's just figure it out. You've got this community. If you've got a mastermind that's around you, that like the amazing resources that you've heard over the past 3 days, you've got the best of the best in the world that are here to help you win. But you've got to say yes. I can't say your yes for you.
That's right. That's, yes, go ahead, Sandy.
Well, I just wanted to go back to the service of others. And a lot of what we've been talking about with Think and Grow Rich is, making an impact, but it's also about service, because when you're giving to others, you're raising your vibrational frequency. And one of the things that I really remember about you, besides the fact that you're beautiful, you work for Tony Robbins, you're a great speaker, like you have so many great qualities. But the one thing that really stands out with me, Lauren, that I remember about you is how your stories of your charitable works that you do. And you mentioned several, and I'm like, you were doing something with lunch bags. I heard you talk about it in March, and you just said you were putting baskets together. Every time I've heard you speak, you always talk about that. And it blows my mind, because you've got a family, you've got children, you've got a business. I mean, and you always make time for that. And I just want to acknowledge you, and also use that as an example for everybody else watching, that that's such a big part of raising your frequency.
Well, and I think there's no other. I believe there's only one kind of leadership, and that's servant leadership. Whenever people talk about other kind of leadership, there's title leadership, there's whatever, just that way. But for me, it is all about leadership. There's a beautiful organization here in town that's called Project 150, and I was talking to the lady who runs it, and I said, "How did it get its name?" She said, "We found 150 kids at one school. It started years ago." What happened was they went to this one school, high school, and they found 150 kids who literally had gone through some kind of trauma. A parent had passed away. They'd ended up on the street, not because they ended up on the street because something, that they had done. Like people make assumptions. You got to get in there and ask. Maybe there's something I don't know. One girl, her parents were killed in a car accident, and she was in the 9th grade, and she wanted to stay in school. And so they looked for how could they take care of this young girl. So I would encourage people to ask the question, maybe there's something I don't know. I don't know what is really going on. Or when the unfortunate thing happened here in Las Vegas 6 years ago, a lot of people, here's the thing, if I could shake everybody for a second. I think people wake up when something happens, but then unfortunately people fall back asleep. And as leaders and as people that really want to be change makers in the world, we got to keep people awake. And the way you keep people awake, first of all, is to find a mastermind. Find a group of people that let's do this together, right? Let's go. Let's take 1 hour out of your day to go help somebody, or call somebody on the phone, or text them, or something, just to let them know that they matter. Contribution can be as easy as calling your mom. My brother, someone said, "Why do you call your mom every day?" My brother said, "Because I can." How many of us can't call people? That's contribution, right? That's giving back.
Exactly right.
So I think that we have to make it a priority.
Yeah, we do. Lauren, I wanted to thank you so much, Lauren LaHave, for spending your time with us today on the Think and Grow Rich Institute tour. The what you have done in this world, all the countries you've spoken to, the millions and millions of people that have seen you, and the world you're still changing every day. For myself and the Los Angeles Tribune and the Think and Grow Rich Institute, and Mo Rock, the owner, and Satish, we wanted to thank you so much for being here. Have a blessed day, and keep changing those lives out there.
Thank you. Thank you too.
All right, Sandy, what a great, it's been a great event so far. And as we keep moving forward, it just keeps getting better and better. So Ava, you want to pop up in here a second? She's there.
I know. My mind has been blown. It's just
It's great.
One gold nugget after another all day long.
And I just want to let everybody know to keep sharing. Just go to growrich23.com. Just growrich23.com. Share it with the people you know. We have special gifts coming, and we're going to have, of course, special follow-up calls with some of these amazing thought leaders. So everybody just have a beautiful day. Ava, can I turn it over to you?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, who we have coming up is very, very special. And it's actually a surprise. This is a surprise guest, and we're also giving him a surprise on this section and this segment. And I just wanted to tee it up for you with a commercial, and we'll be right back. Okay. And let me bring back Mo Rock, who will actually be part of this stream. that will be joining us in this presentation. And
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge all of the work that you're doing to make this event possible. If you've enjoyed this event, if you've been impacted by this event, if you're one of the speakers or one of the audience members, she's the reason why it's all possible. Just an FYI for all the folks. Without Ava Manuel, there would be no event. So we wanted to take a second to thank you, because you have done the job of about 13 people behind the scenes, for those that don't know. So we just wanted to take a second to acknowledge and appreciate you for helping make this happen for all of us. It was a gift from Ava Manuel to the world. So I wanted to thank you, Ava, for helping put this event together.
And I would say an amazing team behind the Los Angeles
Absolutely.
Tribune, too.
And there's an incredible team, but I personally want to give you a tremendous amount of credit. So thank you very much, Ava. And Rex, how excited are you for the next segment?
Oops, you're muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
I'm so excited you couldn't hear me. I went off the volume range. I'm very excited. This is a rare and unprecedented opportunity to do something special with someone, to surprise them in a particular way, and to gift them. So I'm very, very, very pleased, very excited, very thrilled that we can make this happen.
So without further ado, Rex, we're gonna go ahead and put the surprise commercial again, okay? I guess Streamer doesn't want commercials.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday. Exclusive digital events and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And I'm so excited, Rex, because up next we have somebody who is truly a gift to this planet, a gift to humanity, a gift to not just the Los Angeles Tribune, but for decades, he's been a gift to our whole species. I mean, how many people have been impacted directly, indirectly, and in some capacity by the words, the wisdom, and the stories of this titan that we're about to spend some time with, Rex. And of course, we're not just going to speak to him about principles of success, principles of life. We're going to take a few minutes to actually honor him and take a few minutes to appreciate him for the gift that he's been to humanity. And of course, we're talking about Les Brown.
And I am so excited, Mo. I'm waiting on the chump here, just chomping at the bit.
Right. So I can tell you're pumped up, Rex, but how excited are you to?
I am thrilled. I am thrilled. This has been a long
Les
time.
Brown.
This has been a long time in the coming, and I am absolutely thrilled. You know, I can't wait till we bring Les on, but he is such a powerful presence on the planet. He's one of the pioneers for our entire industry. He's spoken, he's touched lives, he's touched hearts, he's changed the playing field for so many people. And what you were saying, you know, the number of people that he's impacted, whether directly or indirectly, is just. And I should say this when Les is on, so I'm going to save my comment to when we bring up Les. But this is a thrilling moment because he really is somebody who deserves to be honored, and we're honored to be able to honor him.
motivation? Why do you do what you do? Why have you dedicated your life in the service of others? Because we know that there are people that have not dedicated their lives to the service of others, but you have, and you've made it look so easy and effortless. Please, Mr. Les Brown.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you so very much for having me here. And Mo, I want that voice of yours, that very white voice. I want you to know I'm coming for you, okay? What a great voice you have. And Rex, thank both of you. I think that we all should live a life that we love and love a life that we live. When you begin to think about all the stuff that's going on in the world, one of the things that come to mind now, that evil prevails when good men and women do nothing. There was a speech that Dr. King gave called I Have a Dream, we all know. But the speech that a rabbi gave afterwards, I thought was even more powerful. And he said, when something happens, there's a perpetrator, there's the victim, and there are the witnesses. He said, Lord, don't let us become a country of witnesses. And we have created, unfortunately, a culture where people would feel okay videotaping atrocious crimes and not interfering, not saying, come on, that's not who we are. And this is a time that we all, I believe, should be committed to live a life that will outlive us. I believe that we were preserved and born for such a time as this, and that all of us have the opportunity to make some impact. As a high school teacher who made impact on my life, when he told me, young man, when I agreed to the students who called me DT, the dumb twin, and he asked me, why do they call you that? And I said, because they say I'm educable, mentally retarded. And he said, someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. And so he could have just witnessed what they were doing, how they were bullying me, calling me DT, the dumb twin. I have a twin brother. We both were adopted. But I was identified as educable, mentally retarded, and put back from the 5th grade to the 4th grade, as you are aware. And I believe that all of us, just like what you're doing, you're taking a stand to recognize those who don't have a voice and bringing them forth and allowing them to be recognized by others for the work that they're doing and showing appreciation for them, which gives us all the inspiration to continue. That's my story, and I'll stick it to it. At 78, I get to have a stand.
Wow, that's beautiful. You know, Mr. Brown, we are honored to have you here because of what you just said and the life that you've lived and the people you touched, and you've done it for well over 50 years.
Yeah, 52 years to be exact. Yes.
So your passion and your enthusiasm has carried you all this way. And what you just said, don't let the opinion of others be your reality, is true for everything. I mean, for a doctor's opinion, an attorney's opinion, you know, I mean, take wise counsel, but also we don't have to ever succumb to someone else's opinion when other possibilities exist, as you demonstrate.
Yes. Yeah, I was very fortunate. I just received from an award of perseverance from Cancer Centers of America, and a 39-year 4th stage cancer conqueror.
So
and I never forget my doctor, Dr. Alfred Golson. He said, young man, I have something to say to you. I said, what is it, sir? He said, you have prostate cancer. Your PSA is 2,400. And I asked him, what's PSA? He said, your prostate specific antigen. 1 to 4 is normal. Yours is 2,400. And I asked him, I said, is there anything else? He said, yes. Cancer is metastasized to 7 areas of your body. And I smiled. And he said, did you hear what I just said? I said, yes. He asked me, why are you smiling? I said, man, 7 is my lucky number. I'm one of 7 children. I was born February the 17th. Joshua marched around the walls of Jericho 7 times. Naaman dipped himself in the River Jordan 7 times. I said, 7 is my lucky number. I asked him, I said, is there anything else? He said, yes. I said, what is it? He said, you're ugly too. I said, come on, man. This is a serious matter. And he said, I never tell my patients they're terminally ill. What I say is that my abilities and my skill set has terminated. A diagnosis is not a prognosis. It's not a verdict. Now, you and God determines the prognosis. You got a fight on your hands. And I know that you're not a worrier, that you are a warrior, and you can handle this. And I said, thank you for that. I appreciate that very much.
That's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. Congratulations on a job well done, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. It's better to be seen than to be viewed.
and you know, well, first of all, thank you for sharing that story, Les. And I know that there are a lot of people watching that might be in that place of healing that need to also hear that story. And it also brings up the point that we truly can create our reality, and we can mesh, and we can move, and we can actually change things in our lives with the power of our minds. And although it sounds mystical and it sounds magical, it's very practical. And so I'm curious to hear, what is it that you tell people through the years? And I remember, you know, we did a program with you and Dennis Waitley and Joe Vitale, and we had such a great time on the air doing that program with Dennis. And I remember at one point in time, he was asked by Joe Vitale, what do you tell people that are skeptical about the work that you do? And for all the years that you've been doing what you do, what do you say to people that claim that, you know, you can't change your life with your mind, or that you can't heal with the power of your mind? What is your knee-jerk reaction, so to say, to the skeptical folks out there? Please, Les Brown.
Well, I believe that people should use traditional medicine as well as alternative. You know, Jesus walked the water, but he went out there to boat. So it's important that you not only create a shift in your thinking and focus on the reality that a diagnosis is not a verdict, but also you have to have social support, and you have to have choices that represent your saying, I want to be here, where you begin to shift your thinking to eat to live, not to live to eat, and have a mindset and saturate your mind with things that will empower you. Every morning when I get up in the morning, I live out of my imagination. I say every day in every way, I'm getting better and better. I thank God I am healed 100% today. I say that several times during the day. I thank God I am that I am. I am healed 100%. And so as I'm talking to my body, our bodies hear the voices that we speak to it. And eating live food is very important. It's a discipline. And most people won't participate in their own rescue. It's been proven scientifically in a book called, it's called the Whole Decision to Live. And that most people just won't do the things they are told to do that can keep them here longer. To me, you got to be hungry to be here. And I'm hungry to live a life that will outlive me. I have 10 children, I have 15 grandchildren, and I have 4 great-grandsons. And I believe that at 78, I'm in overtime. And I plan to be young at 100, continuing to make a difference in life.
Wow. That is so wonderful, because, you know, you not just talk it, but you walk it, and you've got the evidence of it. And when people are, you know, concerned and worried that they might not be able to get through or over that hump, or even leave, as you would say, their comfort zone to do what's required for them to live a successful life, what might you say to just encourage them to explore a bit differently, you know, to think differently?
Don't worry. Do not worry. Don't put energy into worrying. Put energy into being a warrior. Life is a fight for territory. And once you stop fighting for what you want, what you don't want will automatically take over. So see yourself as a warrior. We will always be going through stuff. There's a scripture that says, think it not strange that you'll face the fiery furnaces of this world. You will, not you might. You will have tribulations. Life is cyclic. Sometimes things go well, sometimes they don't go so well. And so things are going to happen to you, going to happen to me, and going to happen to people that we care about. And so the key to it is begin to know and to affirm. Remember that play, Lion King, Simba, you are more than that which you have become. That we are more than that which we have demonstrated thus far. And it's up to us to be a warrior, to do the hard work, to do the things that we know that represents the highest that is within us.
Wow, that is so beautiful and so applicable for people to begin to understand. Now, we've caught you traveling too. You're not home. You're in a hotel. You're traveling. You're visiting city after city, apparently.
Yes, well, I don't travel much now, but I'm in Miami. I couldn't wait to get down here because this is where I was born and raised with my twin brother in an abandoned building. Because at that time, Jackson Memorial Hospital did not receive what they call colored patients. And I'm colored. I remember, a friend of mine, Tony Robbins, he had an infomercial on television supported by Gunther Rinker. And I sent them a VHS, okay, so you can tell how old I am. And they said, you have a very inspiring story, but you're Black, and we don't believe that the world is ready for a Black speaker. I wrote them back. This is before text messaging. And I said, thank you for reminding me that I'm Black. I never would have known that if you hadn't told me. I said, I'll see you from the top. And so life, this thing for life, life will be lifing. We have to learn to live, but most importantly, we have to discipline our minds to focus on what we want, because this is called the distraction economy. There's all types of distractions are going on right now. And this is a time that you have to discipline yourself to keep the main thing, and continue moving forward, taking steps in the direction of your dream, your purpose, and the impact of what you want to do with your life.
You raised so many really important points. If you don't mind me asking another question, because I want to get to why we're here too. But this is so wonderful. Is that there are so many people of color, and there's such great disparity, and there is such great distraction today. And yet back then, that would have been probably the late 80s, early 90s when when Tony started his infomercials. It didn't stop you. I mean, you may have had to turn or travel a different route sometimes because people might not accept you for who you are or for the color of your skin. But you had this passion inside you. You're hungry. You decided, I'm going to do this, and you are actually if not the top speaker on the planet, you're at least in the company of all the other few rare top speakers on the planet. And you know what I mean? You didn't let the opinion, the prejudice, or the power of other people keep you from accomplishing what you wanted to accomplish. And you've been a voice for all of these years and an example for all these years, for the people who were there on your rise and the people who will come after you, the people today who right now can make a difference in the world when it seems like the world is against them.
Well, you have to be hungry. Remember, I say that, and I give an example of being hungry. Just think about the reality. In Milwaukee, there was a report that came out recently that said that a white high school dropout will create 3 times more wealth than a Black college graduate, even from Harvard. And so when you live in that kind of culture, you can spend your time and energy talking about what's wrong, or you can spend your time and energy finding a way to break through and to win. Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. And so people who are hungry are willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. I read 3 to 4 books a month. Why? Les, you're 78. Yes. I don't need the money. I don't need the speaking engagement. But as long as I'm here, I'm going to continue to grow. Robert Schuller said something I believe very strongly. He said, you either expand or you are expendable. And so to me, life is about living, loving, and making a difference, providing some impact, providing some service. The greatest among you will be your servant. When you live a servant-driven life from your heart, where your heart is, there your treasure is also. And you give your all. To me, I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. Religious people are afraid of going to hell. Spiritual people have been there. And hell to me is what you experience when you die and you meet the person that you were supposed to become.
Wow, that's powerful. That is truly powerful. You know, one of my other favorite speakers is Reverend Ike, and he was, famous for saying, you can get in the elevator, but if you don't push the button, you aren't going anywhere.
Yes. Oh, yes. He also said, he was a personal friend of mine, you can't lose with the stuff I use.
Yes, that's right. Well, so let me just say that, when I discovered, when you did this thing for PBS and I got the videotape and I took it into all my seminars and workshops and I would show them and I would go, you do not copy this man. Learn how to become this man, not a clone, but embody what he embodies, the passion, the joy, the exuberance, the infectious laughter, the ability to tell stories and to mesmerize and to touch people's lives. If you really want to speak and you really want to get out there, this is the guy. Mr. Les Brown is the guy that you want to watch and learn from and study and then exemplify. I am so pleased and so honored that with the Los Angeles Tribune, and we'll bring Mo back, to present to you a Lifetime Achievement Award, because, sir, you are the pioneer with the arrows in his back, but not only the pioneer, but the path setter, the path maker, the person who's made it so possible for so many other people to begin to do what you do and to touch other people. So it's on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune and myself to present you with a Lifetime Achievement Award, Mr. Les Brown.
Absolutely. And we're going to ask Les to share a few words. We'll bring up the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava Manuel, as well. And, there's a very short list of people that have this honor. Each year we pick between 2 to 3 people that have impacted the world in a positive way, impacted our species in a positive way, and helped direct us as a family worldwide, a family of human beings, to the right North Star. And Les Brown is one of those individuals that has, if we don't give a Lifetime Achievement Award to Les Brown, we might as well just hang our hats as a news organization that is preserving the legacies of the most important moments in the personal development industry. Ava, any words you would like to say as the editor-in-chief? You had a lot of say into this moment for Mr. Les Brown. Please, Ava Manuel, editor-in-chief.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor because, as the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, I've come across a lot of people whose stories were inspired by you. They came from being homeless. They came from being at the bottom of the barrel, and they listened to your tapes. They went to the library. They kept listening to Les Brown, and they transformed their lives. And so, very rightfully, we are honored to award you the Lifetime Achievement Award recipient because of all of the lives, millions of lives that you have changed, that you have impacted. And we're just honored to be able to present this to you.
That is so kind of you. And I want to thank you so very much. I really appreciate this very much. I'd like for people to go to, something happened for me. I just saw a picture for the first time. Here I am, 78. And I saw a picture of my birth mother and birth father. I always end my speeches by saying, this has been Mrs. Mamie Brown's baby boy. I say that God took me out of my biological mother's womb and placed me in the heart of my adopted mother. And then my son said, Dad, I found them. And I said, who? And he said, I found through a genetic test pictures of your father and your birth mother. And I said, wow. And so Mamie Brown, she chose me with love. And Dorothy Bell Rucker, she gave birth to me. So she gave birth to me, but Mamie Brown taught me how to live life, and she's a giving person. And I want to thank you so much. I encourage people to go on YouTube and put in Les Brown 2021 surprise. Can you imagine? After all these years, I finally get to find out my birth mother was a motivational speaker. And my grandmother, she spoke with Mary McLeod Bethune and Eleanor Roosevelt. I said, oh my goodness. It's called Les Brown 2021 Surprise. People will really, I think, be deeply moved by that. Thank you so much.
Well, and we thank you. You know, this has been years in the making. I mean, I'm really delighted that we could make it happen and that you were gracious enough to say, yeah, sure, I accept. But, you know, you have helped transform the world because you transformed yourself. And that's such a powerful message.
Well, when I come back out there, I'm coming to the office. I'm looking for all of you to give you a big hug, okay?
We would love that. Absolutely love that, Les.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much.
Well, we want to thank you for being here today and for all that you've done. And we wish you happy, safe travels and continued success in all that you do.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You got it, Rex. You got it.
Bye.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud you will find to be the only national brand to empower exclusive digital events to make a difference. Shows that are direct. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Los Angeles Tribune page. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Live and direct, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And am I excited for this next segment that we have right here on the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit? And Julie, I know that you're going to spend the next 45 minutes or so, and you're going to share with the audience two incredible thought leaders that have so much to contribute for people's lives and businesses. Before I step back and let you take the reign and do what you do best, which is have powerful conversations with powerful people, how excited are you for this next segment right here on the Think and Grow Rich Institute tour on the Los Angeles Tribune, please?
I am so excited. These two individuals are two of the best kept secrets, not for long, that I've ever met. So I'm really excited to be able to share them with everyone.
And Julie, with that being said, I know the folks are waiting. I know that the audience is watching, and I'm going to just step back and let you take the reign. Julie Ann, please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Jeanette. Welcome, Ben. So glad to have you here today. Thank you so much for
here.
doing it.
Yeah.
Yay. So as I mentioned, both of you are amazing individuals and you bring so much to the table. You're both very successful entrepreneurs and thought leaders, as Mo mentioned. But I'm just going to jump right into it. In the book, Napoleon Hill talks about how faith and self-belief are important when you're pursuing your dreams. And Ben, I'm just curious if you could start us off with what you've initially achieved with that you thought was impossible, but through the ability of self-belief that you've been able to achieve it.
Mm-hmm. Well, my focus is on my work, The Genius Way, which is a life skills system that I help people to uncover their hidden gifts and talents. I am a psychotherapist, so it's kind of piggybacking on that. And for me, I started to feel this vision forming in me. And first I had to kind of give it a name. And the vision was about helping people find that thing in themselves through psychology and spirituality, right? And so the Genius Way became a vision, and I have to keep looking deeper and deeper and deeper into that vision to see what it wanted to be. So it was a seed of self-expression that I needed to really, really dig into. And so along the way, I've written a couple books and worked with lots of my clients on this exact thing. And meanwhile, it's still kind of evolving, just like seeing the tip of an iceberg and then seeing how far down it goes. Mm-hmm. And so in terms of self-belief, when you start out with an idea like that, it kind of feels like you're alone with it, and you need to be alone, because if you tell anybody too soon, it kind of goes away, right? They're like, what's that? I don't know what that is. But developing an idea like this, I had to believe in the feeling that I had that it was really important, that it was really valuable to get out there, right? And so with that, I started using it with my clients and helping my clients recognize their genius qualities, or rather their seed of identity as far as an expressive self. And so anyway, just like really, really trusting that idea was valuable, and that it was kind of meant for me to do it. And I'm still doing that today. It's still evolving. And it's really beautiful and fun to be able to follow that vision and have it stand on its own.
I love that so much. You know, you said the magic word trust, and I think that that's an important thing, trusting and believing in yourself. And Jeanette, you have 5 successful businesses currently. And I know that as a single mother raising your child, you've been told no so many times, and the world has said, I don't think you can do this. And you have proved them wrong over and over again. So I'm just curious how faith and self-belief have played a role in your life.
It was the foundation for my life. I've always turned to a higher being to help me through that. And then from that, I've been able to gather more information. It's like more like a revelation is what I get, a message. And that's how I've created all of my businesses, dreams, revelations, and the most recent part of my business in my feng shui business, I guess you didn't name all of them. One of my businesses, feng shui design. I developed a unique, no one else is doing this, type of system that I feel is very much needed at this time in our environment. And it's called DEID, Dynamic, Energetic, Intuitive Design. So I actually go into the person's home, and I get the feel of what is missing, besides what they told me as far as, oh, I need to get a sofa, I need to get a chair, I need to get this. No, we're going to find what's missing energetically in the home so that we can position everything in a more powerful, calming way in your environment. And that's what we need right now. Wouldn't you all agree? I mean, it's a crazy world, and maybe it's because our environment isn't so great. And so that's one of the most major things that I'm working on right now. And I've had much success with my clients on it. I mean, I'm dealing with celebrities, billionaires that are like, what's wrong with me? What's going on? And when we get down to kind of like what Ben says, he kind of does a vision and works with the client, then you can kind of see there's things that are missing. And then they come up with it as well as I come up with it. And then we develop even a better platform to work from, instead of just, okay, we're going to paint the walls purple, or we're going to paint, do the floor new, or do a whole different look in the living room. It's not that. It's a different way of design, and it's bringing in these energies that are so needed even in our workplace as well, because I do commercial as well as residential. And I've even been known to do trailers in a movie, so the energy isn't quite right. They're fighting back there in the makeup trailer. Could you do something? Yes, I can. So it's kind of a fun thing.
I love that. Our environment is really important. I remember watching a documentary or something about Halston, and he was about to go broke, and he was spending thousands of dollars on flowers, and his money manager was saying, why are you doing this? And he said, oh, this is a necessity for the creative purposes. So, I do believe that how we surround ourselves is just as important as what we put into our minds. But I'm just curious too, let's ask Ben, the idea of consistently suggesting positive thoughts so that it will eventually get into our subconscious. What does that mean to you? And how do you explain that to somebody else that's trying to learn that?
Yeah. So one thing to remember, talking about that subject, is that every day, all day long, without fail, each of us is practicing something all day long. And so what I work with people on is like becoming aware of what they're saying to themselves about any kind of given situation, and making sure that what they're saying to themselves is actually helping them, instead of like making something that you're kind of fighting against. Like an example of that would be, somebody, let's say they're going to the gym and they're just like, oh man, I'm so weak, I can't do this. And instead of that, saying, okay, well, let me show up today with something different. Let me be curious. Let me think about how I can do this in a different way. Let me shift, pivot, be a little more agile, and kind of give myself, feed myself with, in practice, the attitude of, yeah, this can change, because it's just a positioning. There's nothing written in stone that says you have to be negative about your life. Situations don't create the negativity. It's the practice that creates the negativity. Right? So you have to practice telling yourself something that's going to actually help yourself. And that's very, very, very changeable. And a lot of people don't realize that. It's very changeable. And again, it's a practice. You have to practice. There's no way to get around it. We're doing it all day long. Decide what you want to practice.
I love that. That's something that I'm always saying to my clients too, is that if you're going to tell yourself a story, you might as well make it be a good one, right? So, Jeanette, I'm curious too, going back to this idea of, positive thinking, because I know a lot of people out there are thinking along the lines of, oh, that's Pollyanna. That's not what we're referring to. What is your perception of positive thinking?
Well, not only is it positive thinking, but it's positive speaking. When you talk about things, people don't realize what their words are really saying, because so often people complain. They'll say, oh, I've had such a rough day, I don't know what I'm going to do. And so then it's in there, it's like, okay, it's going to be positive. It's going to be negative. I know it. I've got it. I'm not changing it. So when you can reframe your language and start putting out the right words. In fact, I practice in the morning when I get up. My father used to always say, you decide how your day is going to be. Right? You can say, all right, it's going to be a good day, and then it'll be a good day if you put it out there, right? Or you can say, it's going to be a bad day, and it'll be a bad day. But you're the one that actually decides how that day is going to be by how you talk when you get up in the morning. So it was always taught to me, like I said, at a young age, that when you get up, you be happy, you be excited about the day, and that's how you start. And even if you're not excited, if you at least say you're excited and push forward on it, then it'll turn out better than you think it will. So
I like that.
That's the way it starts for me, is I always decide how my day is going to be by the way I start out in the morning.
I had somebody a while back, if she had a bad day and she got into work, she would literally leave the building, drive around the block, and start over again.
That's great. Well, yeah. And I've had people that have done services for me before, like a chiropractor or a hairstylist or whatever, that have come in, and I'm sitting in their chair or lying on their table, and they said, oh, my traffic was terrible, and what a way to start the day. And I'm like laying there thinking, please don't work on me. That kind of attitude, let's change this around a little bit.
Exactly. Everything is energy. And as soon as we realize that, then there's,
that's the energy that they're putting on me. And I'm the patient here, or the client for my hair or whatever,
Exactly.
We really have to be careful in how we address things, you know.
Yeah. So, Ben, you touched on this a little bit about the idea of practice. And I think that that is such an important thing to mention because we think we have something conquered, or like health, for example. We reach the supposed goal and then we think we're done. It's not like that. It's not a goal to get to, it's a lifestyle. So what are some other things that you've had to be persistent with or keep an eye on in order to improve your thoughts, in order to, I mean, how do you do that? Because I know that you have to notice them in the beginning to be able to even change them.
Absolutely. So the first thing is to become aware of the things that are not working for you, right? And the next step when you're aware of these things that are not working for you is to understand that they're changeable. Right? They are changeable. You're not stuck with that. Okay. And so the practice part is literally getting better at being in the moment to moment, in the present moment, where one moment kind of leads into the other, because the practice is all about that. In other words, there is no failure in practice. I have a psychotherapy practice, or in a coaching practice. Mm-hmm. What the practice implies is that I'm not done. I'm not done yet. I'm still getting better and better. I'm learning every day, and that's a beautiful thing. So the practice is not like, okay, I can tell some people are like, man, I can't do any more. I'm already doing enough. I can't add another practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said earlier, you're already practicing. We got to see what are you practicing? Take it, strip it down. What are you actually practicing? Are you practicing being mad at yourself or being down on yourself or saying this is impossible? Because, you can easily change that to something else when you recognize that it's changeable. So the practice is like, okay, last moment I was being down on myself. This moment I can shift it. I can be on my own side. I can be my own best friend here. Right. So it's got getting that foundation of what am I actually practicing and, how do I change it? The practice is not a burden on you. It's a natural process of a human being to practice. What are you practicing? That's just really where everything changes there when you realize that.
Exactly. It's kind of also along the same lines of not choosing is choosing. So
exactly. Same thing.
So Jeanette, I know you personally, and you're inspiring to me. For those of you who are watching, this woman has done so many amazing things. Can you please emphasize what a burning desire is and why is that important?
My burning desire, and always has been, to be of service to others. And that's what my life mission is. And I found that I have always tried to put others first before myself, which, some people say, oh, you shouldn't do that. But that's just how I am. And now that I've become more seasoned in my businesses, that's not such a bad thing because, if you look around, there's not a lot of people that really want to be genuine and having the feeling of being of service to others. They're, in a rush, in a hurry. They want to just grab on and do for themselves. And so my feeling is, if my mission is to be of service to others and try to help people, then maybe that'll catch on and other people will want to join in. And that is what's happening. My clients now want to organize these retreats for women that are going through divorces and being a single mom and having abuse relationship, and all of these things that I work with my clients on. They now want to form an actual retreat organization where we can help other women that are going through all this. So that in itself is just a blessing to me, because I never thought that what I did other people would want to do it,
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what my whole mission in life is to be of service to others, and then others to be of service to others.
Being an example, and it's like a ripple effect. You started the wave and now it's rippling out. I've always loved that idea. And the thing that I like too, and this is for the people that are watching, is that your through line is that you're being of service to other people. Now, how that appears is different depending on which business you're working on that day. They're not all the same business, but they're all helping people. Right. And I like this idea because you're not stuck in a title. You're not stuck in a role. You're just open to however that's going to appear.
Exactly.
And then I know you recently became a TV host because you're on my network. How's that been for you, stepping into this new way of showing up in the world just by being you? You're helping people. How does that feel?
Yeah, that's a really great point to make. What I have found was that, let's talk about the idea of genius. Everybody has one. The genius is our fund of expressive energy, right? And when people land on their own genius, their individual genius, they are of benefit to the other people around them. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why that is. It's a mystery, but it does. It helps other people to be like, whoa, that reminds me of something within me. And then they go out and express that as well. So it is a service to be yourself in that genuine way. Okay. So the difference between the genius that we're born with and the self that develops through all of our, traumas and accidents and conditioning, everything, those are kind of different. So when that self-expression that is beneficial to mankind, we have to get to that original blueprint of what we were born with, that genius quality in us. And we know it when we're on it. You can feel it, like, for instance, I'm in it right now. This is what I like to do. I like to express ideas that help other people develop in their lives, to see insights about themselves and to grow and make their lives better, simply put, and so anyway, that's a huge thing. That's the different idea of being yourself, is like being that deep self, right? Mm-hmm. The deep self that you're born with, that had it been allowed to develop without getting traumatized or distracted, it would be this amazing person that is just, like I said, benefiting mankind, basically.
Exactly. Just by being you. It's not necessarily what you're doing. We're so in a society of human doings versus human beings. And a lot of people don't realize that you can't, in order to be the vessel to hold all of the great things, you really have to be you. Yeah. And that is the best way to open up and receive as well.
And that's often the last thing that people look for, is like that, because it's got to be something else. It must be something else, but really, it's us.
We're always, looking outside of ourselves. But Jeanette, I'm curious from you. You've accomplished a lot of things that the world has said is impossible for you to do, and you've achieved them. And I'm curious what your favorite one is, and who you had to become in order for that to happen. I know it's a toughie.
Well, becoming a mother is very important to me, because I had a hard time becoming a mother. And that whole experience at the time was very frustrating, because I wanted to have a child, but for some reason my body didn't want me to have a child. And so that was really a difficult time for me. But what I found was when I could stop focusing on wanting to be a mother so much and just relax and live life and enjoy what's going on around me, then it's kind of crazy how, I became pregnant and became a mother. So, and I feel that was something, yes, personal, but then I looked at that and said, gosh, if that's in my personal life that I can do that, maybe that I could translate over to a business too. So I want to start a business. How do I do it? Do I, rush around and try to say, okay, I want to go into real estate, which I am a real estate investor and developer. And I thought, no, I'm going to take this in a different approach. And that is, develop homes for people that can't always afford. They want a nice home, but they can't always afford that home, So I made it beautiful, but affordable. And that in itself was, okay, this is a different approach to real estate, right? People want to sell you a home and then you go and do whatever you want to with it. No, let me get that home that isn't quite nice. Let me fix it all up and then put it back on the market and sell it to the people at a reasonable price so that they can really buy their first home or whatever. So that was that business. And then so that was another favorite business of mine. My last, of course, is the life coaching business. And that's not that I've just started doing that. I've been doing it for quite a while, but I've really keyed into it with, like I said, all these women, especially, that have come to me to have some coaching. And it hasn't started out that way. They hired me as their designer, their interior designer. And then it kind of like, oh, well, you coach? You do coaching? Okay, well, hey, maybe you could help me with this, and that's how it just kind of evolved, But, and that seems to be very rewarding because you can see how people change and how they get out of the situation of abuse and really, have a real life again.
That's beautiful. Well, that's okay. It's okay to have emotion. It's a wonderful thing. It shows how much you care.
I do.
I don't know why I feel compelled to ask this, but Ben, I'm curious, as a psychotherapist, do you find that women are more willing and open to work on themselves and personal development than men, or has that not been your experience?
That has been my experience. It's about 70 to 30 or 75 to 25% difference.
Wow.
And also my TV show, the stats coming back are pretty much the same. So women definitely are. And, kind of the other way to say it is that, people who are, generally more in touch with what their emotional experience is, tend to want to do something about it more.
I like that. They're not ignoring it.
Right. There's also the stigma of men going to therapy. There's always also that stigma as well. It's like,
Exactly.
So
this has been an incredible conversation so far. I've been in the back taking notes with this bright colored, appropriately themed October pencil. And I know a lot of our audience have also been taking notes, listening to these thought leaders. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, come back for the final 20 minutes of the program, where we're going to delve into asking Ben to give some advice to the aspiring entrepreneurs. And of course, we have other questions as well for Jeanette in a moment as well. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. This is the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit, where we are bringing together some of the top speakers from around the world in their collective and individual fields to speak about success principles, leadership principles, all things Think and Grow Rich and beyond. And so for a lot of the folks watching, there's some folks watching that are currently in a place where they're trying to reevaluate, reassess, reinvent themselves in today's marketplace. And so I would love for our speakers to chime in and give some advice to the folks that are watching that are aspiring entrepreneurs, aspiring leaders, perhaps someone that used to work in corporate America and just in the past year decided to take that leap. What words of wisdom can the two of you share to those folks that are watching this broadcast right now worldwide, that are looking for that one piece of gem, that one piece of advice that can help them get to that next level? Let's start with you, Jeanette, and then Ben. Julie, you'll take it from here. But Jeanette, please.
As far as one piece of advice, great question, but I think there's more to it than just one piece. But I'll start with the fact of, as I had spoken before about getting up in the morning and looking in that mirror and talking to yourself about how good you are, to build that self-esteem, to actually think about what is important to me. Because so many times people do get back into the workforce and they do something just to make money, not really something to make themselves happy. And I think it's really important for you to really focus on, as Ben had mentioned, what makes you happy? You know, what is it that you're going to do that's going to make you happy? And then go after that. So many times people, like I said, they just want to work to be making money or something to do. But when we're doing something that we really love, it's not work. It's a passion. It's something that feeds our soul, and that's how we will prosper. Because when you're doing something you love, you make lots of money.
I love that. What about you, Ben? What are your thoughts?
Oh boy, yeah, it's a big one. But essentially, number one, if the psychotherapist is not supposed to give advice, I'll put my coach's hat on. And the advice I would give is, number one, trust in your vision and your ideas. Collect your ideas. If you're in the shower, like I usually am when I get great ideas, get out really quickly and put them down. Your ideas are gold. Don't show your ideas too quickly. And remember, a really important idea is connected to your kind of life purpose, which I call, the genius, which is the expressive self. When you're aligned, when your vision and your new business adventure is aligned with that, just like Jeanette said, you're not going to feel like you're at work. You will always have energy. It'll give you energy instead of sapping your energy. And so trust in your vision, align it with your creative, expressive self that you were born with, and then you're golden. Really.
I love that.
Yeah.
A lot of the times people assume that failure is failure, but when you're an entrepreneur, failure is the way to success. And it does require persistence. It does require that unwavering, burning desire that Napoleon Hill is talking about. So Ben, since you're highlighted, I would love for you to share, how do you stand back up again after those supposed failures?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I love that one. So I will quote or paraphrase Marcus Aurelius, the Stoicist, And he said, basically, the obstacle is the path. The obstacle is the way, right? And so not getting discouraged, or rather, let's face it, we do get discouraged, but getting up, because the thing that's in my way is exactly what I need to be doing right now. So let's say you're traveling down your path of creating a business, and you hit this big obstacle, or you see somebody else is doing exactly what I did. Now what? The discouragement comes, and you realize, okay, so I've gotten this far, and I'm that much farther than everybody else that stopped way back there. Let me get past this obstacle as my cue to do something different and better, and that's a beautiful way to get past it. The obstacle is the way. The obstacle is not a problem. Having a problem is not a problem. Failing is not a problem unless you stop. If you don't stop, there's no failing.
I like that. It's just moving forward.
Yeah.
Jeanette, what do you do when you reach those when things don't go according to plan? Because when you're an entrepreneur, that's just how it is.
It's knowing how to shift, especially with 5 businesses. There could be one business that isn't doing as well as the others. And so you're going, and I learned this also when I was working for a major cosmetic company in their direct sales, commission only basis. And when one thing wasn't working in that business, I had to shift to something else to see if that was going to work. So I feel that, you've got all these opportunities out there. So, don't zero in and say, okay, well, I got 10 no's today, so forget this, I'm not doing it. No, because you just have to keep going until you get that yes, that burning desire, right? Of I'm going to continue to do that. Wasn't that a story of in Think and Grow Rich when, he wanted to come on board and he said, well, I'll just do anything, that I have to do. And I've done that before. I've taken jobs where I had to, when I was a single mother, divorcee, where I had to have a job, and I was working other jobs too, but I had to have a regular paycheck to buy a house. And I hated this job, but I said, no, this is my goal, is to buy this house. I'm going to make it work regardless. I'm going to go in every day. I'm going to do what I need to do. And that's it. It's that mindset of saying, this isn't forever, right? Mm-hmm. You can do anything temporarily and work through it, and then, keep going.
Yeah, thinking big picture. Definitely big picture.
The big picture.
Exactly. Eye on the prize, and focusing on that goal, that ultimate goal, so that the drudgery of the day-to-day stuff won't necessarily get to you. Exactly. Thinking about that, and those no's that, it's interesting too, how many, after you hear so many of them, it doesn't bother you anymore. But you got to get over that hump in order to get there. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs in particular don't realize that. So actually, Jeanette, I've got a question for you too. And that is, a lot of people starting out, they don't have the cash flow. They do not have, they're wondering how they're going to pay their mortgage. They're wondering how they're going to pay their car, put food on the table, all of those things that come along with starting something and having faith that it's going to work out. But how do you, when you're in that kind of real situation, not be in a lack mentality?
You mean scarcity of thinking?
Yep. Scarcity thinking, lack mentality, all of that.
Okay. Well, I've been there. I actually lived out of my car at one point. And, but no one knew. No one knew that that was the situation, because I never saw that as something that was going to last forever. Like I said, a temporary situation. And even though, I was working 3 jobs, I was in a situation where, that's what happened. And, but what I found was too, people, what you focus on expands.
Mhm.
So if you focus on not having anything or struggling, you will continue to struggle, but if you look at it, one day at a time, 1 minute at a time, whatever, and you really narrow it down to, okay, this is what I'm going to do for now. And then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to, and build on it. And don't let yourself think that I can't make it, because that's the other issue. People give up too soon.
Mhm.
When success is just around the corner, they throw in the towel and say, I can't do this anymore. And
It's beef and gold.
and that's what happens to a lot of people. But the worst thing you can do is to quit, right?
Exactly. Ben, what about you? What would your advice be to the entrepreneur that is possibly struggling in the very beginning with the finances and the uncertainty of where the paycheck or the next money's coming from?
Right. So again, that's the scarcity thing, and it's a reality. It is really scary. I mean, first of all, don't deny that this is a scary time. Don't lie to yourself. Yeah, it's a scary time. You got to look at then what is my comfort level as far as risk goes, because we have to take a risk, do something bigger and better. But when you're experiencing that scarcity thing, there's also something hidden there that's driving you. It's so, to me, this is called the genius drive. There is something in you that wants to be expressed, and that thing has a place in the world. It already exists. It's just you kind of finding it. And so as you're going through the scarcity thing, you're thinking, maybe I don't have a place here. I've got these nuts and bolts to take care of. I got a cash flow problem. But moving through that with kind of the vision that, hey, I belong here. This thing that I'm trying to do already has a place. I've just got to find it, and I will get through this. It's a real thing. You belong here doing what what your offering is to the world. And so kind of holding on to that while you're going through the money issue can keep you in a really good mindset for what you're doing.
I like that a lot, because, and it's a practice. Practicing on focusing on something else. And I like the idea too of acknowledging where you are instead of pretending like it's not there, because I think that that's something that a lot of people don't realize is okay to do.
Okay.
It is okay. So Ben, do you have any final thoughts for the audience?
Oh yeah, I am so happy that you guys are tuning into this, and to me it shows me that you are really wanting to unfold your life into something really purposeful and meaningful, and you're wanting to make money. And so sue me. That's great. I mean, that is part of everything else. Money is something that's fluid, and you're allowed to have as much money as you want to have. And so yeah, keep going. Don't take failure as a place to stop. Don't stop anywhere. You can rest. You can rest and that didn't work out. I'm a little disappointed. Take a rest, but don't stop. Keep going. You have something to express in this life, and that expression is going to help a lot of people. So keep going, trust in your vision, and I hope to see what you create.
Amazing. And Jeanette, what about you?
Well, I really wanted to start this out right, but I didn't get to, and that is to always remember to keep your environment and your energy clear. It's really, really important to always think about what gift you have that you can share with others and be a positive force in this world that we live in, this planet that we live on. So many times, entrepreneurs or people that are trying to be entrepreneurs get so wrapped up in what they're doing and not look at the whole picture. And if we take this on as a group that's supporting each other, and like Think and Grow Rich Institute is doing, how they are working together as a team and trying to make this a better place. And that's what we want to do as individuals, and really focus on how we can continue to live in a loving and kind and generous and successful situation. That's what we want to do, is have people feel good about what they're doing. And when they feel good about what they're doing, they'll be happy, and this will be a better place for all of us.
I love that. Thank you so much, Jeanette. Everyone, appreciate you guys being here today, sharing your thoughts with us, your genius, everything. It's been an absolute pleasure hearing what you guys can bring to the table, and thank you very much for watching, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Let's unmute that. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. And this afternoon, if you haven't noticed yet, is an afternoon of organized planning. You know, going back to the steps, the 13 steps that Napoleon Hill has outlined for us, right? Going back to the steps. Going back to the steps that was outlined to us by Napoleon Hill, the first step is burning desire, just a burning desire, deep burning desire to really conquer. I'm just checking if I really have audio. Can someone tell me in the chat if you could hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay, you can hear me. I was just making sure. So the burning desire to really transmute, the desire to wealth, and this one of the steps in transmuting the desire, the burning desire into wealth, is organized planning. And so in this next segment, there are two segments that will be all about organized planning. I love that our prior segment was actually talking about, like, for entrepreneurs who are struggling out there, what is it that they get to do? How are the steps that they take it? And, one of the things that was said in the chapter on organized planning is that whenever there is a temporary defeat, it says nothing other than that the plan wasn't sound. It's not that you weren't good enough. It's not that you were a failure. It's just that the plan wasn't sound. And it all goes back to organized planning, so much so that it's one of the 6 steps in transmuting desire into monetary wealth. And it's also the 6th step, in the 13 steps to riches in the Think and Grow Rich book. So with that, let me bring someone who is an expert in organized planning. Get your notes ready, get your pen ready, because you are in for a treat. This lady, first of all, is less than 30 years old. And she's a mathematician. She has created a $14 million company and has created a summit and expo that has over 300 businesses traveling from around the world to attend the summit. And she has also been a 4-time author. She's on her way to getting her PhD in engineering, mastering in data processing and data mining. And this segment that she's going to be talking about is actually all about, you ready? Data to dollars. So we're going to bring her in, our guest, Martha Razzo. Oh, wait a minute. I have Rex Sykes and Martha. Martha. I'm excited that you're here. You're going to have to mute Martha so that we could hear you. Perfect. Martha, tell us, what are you excited about, other than everything else? What are you excited about?
I'm very excited about life, but one of the main things that I love about life is math and business. You see my earrings? Square root of -1 is I, and that is also from mathematicians and from engineers. So it combines both of my academic worlds, but I love business. I'm a very energized person. I am very visionary. So business is that platform that allows me to express myself, because I am able to incorporate my love for numbers, also all of my imagination and energy all in one element. So I'm excited about business, and I'm excited to be able to share how to create a strategic business plan using data.
That's so awesome. And so, because we have so much to learn from you, Martha, you are just an amazing person. You're having created what you've created because of your mathematician gifts and geniusness. I'd like to really be able to give you the time. So I'm going to have my pen and my notes, and tell us what's data to dollars about, and what does the future look like? What does the future look like, and how do entrepreneurs prepare for it? Would love to hear from you.
Okay, you're ready? So I'm going to talk about a quadrant, and there's 4 quadrants to this. So let me relate it to math. Do you remember the X and Y plane in mathematics? Well, there are 4 quadrants. And in business, it doesn't matter if you're Bill Walsh, who's a business coach, or if you're Laurie McNeil, who is marketing strategist. If you're me, because I come from a pallet company, I'm in the warehousing and logistics industry. Or if you're a beauty store, a storefront, we all have 4 foundations to our business. And these are 4 pillars. I'm not going to tell you right now before what they are, but why do I also call them pillars? Because in any of these industries, in this business, these pillars must be aligned. Just think about a structure. If one of the pillars is too small or one is too high, the building is going to collapse. It's just a matter of time. But before I even go to these 4 pillars or quadrants, I want to emphasize, especially if you have a large corporation and you have different departments that need to come together and discuss, I want to emphasize that anything I say here is not going to work if the people in the head of these departments do not come together, because the important thing is to align them. Are you ready for these? Are you ready for what are these 4 quadrants? That it doesn't matter what industry you come from, they must be aligned, and making data decisions on these quadrants are going to propel your business growth. And that is what took my business from 5 million to 14 million to profits from 5% all the way to 32%. That is close to 7 times. And this is a dream, a unicorn scenario, right? But it's not. It is using data on these quadrants. So what are they? The first one is finance. Then we have marketing, we have sales, and we have operations. I'll say those again because I'm going to break it down per quadrant. The first one is finance, marketing, sales, and operation. So we have 4. The X and Y axis, I'm not going to emphasize on that, is wellness. So anyone that spoke about wellness and mindset, that is the X and Y that hold this quadrant in place. I am not going to elaborate that. I'm going to elaborate on the 4 quadrants. So let's start with finance. And I hope you're taking notes, because in every quadrant, I'm going to give you tips that you can go home with into your business and give to your team to start doing the work that is necessary, not only to stay in business, but to grow. Because if you're not growing in business, you're going down and you are not going in the right direction. And before I start, I want to make sure that you know that even if I sound a little bit too stern, everything comes out of love. I come from a male-dominated industry, so I had to learn to be tough, to speak tough. So know that it comes from love, okay? All right, so the first one, finance. And I'm going to focus, there's a lot of finance, there's a lot of details, but I want to focus on profit and loss. So what can you extract from a profit and loss that you can take now? So most companies and most business owners are used to just taking their profit and loss and giving it to the accountant. They rush and give it to the accountant, only glimpse at it once. Do not look at your profit and loss just once a year. Some companies actually look at it quarterly. Please do not look at it quarterly. Do not look at it twice a year or once a year. The rule is to look at your profit and loss every month. Every month you must generate and look at your profit and loss for decisions. All right, so that's tip 1. Tip 2 is we tend to be lazy sometimes and we just itemize very generic item like marketing. We put utilities, we put cost of labor. No, please do not do that, because that does not allow you to make decisions and understand where you're spending your money or where the revenue is coming from. So please be specific. So in marketing, is it TV? Is it Facebook? Is it LinkedIn? Is it radio? Is it a certain podcast? Be specific on what channels you are talking about when you're talking about marketing. Cost of labor. We have a lot of departments, human resources, your marketing team. Make sure you indicate where those expenses are happening. Even in revenue, if we look at revenue, where those revenue sources are coming from, be very specific. Be so specific that it even includes individual people. Because now, when you're looking at your profit and loss every month, and you do not reach, let's say you wanted to reach 30% profit, and you actually got 20%, if you have a very detailed profit and loss, you can look and be like, oh, okay, so we spent too much on our marketing with this channel, okay? So those are the 2 tips. A third tip, COVID really opened our eyes about this. We have been in changing markets. During the pandemic, there was a shortage on everything. And you saw that when you were buying a car, there was no chips, so that there was a markup on the vehicles. I know, because during that time, we were looking for an Escalade, and they marked up that car over $20,000. But then after the pandemic, 2 years after that, prices started to go down. So why does this matter? Is that a lot of businesses were going out of business because they were not adjusting their prices accordingly. Why is that so important? Because if you have a lot of inventory that was super expensive and you're still selling at these prices, at lower prices now, then you have inventory at high prices, so you're losing money. And losing money will mean that it's just a matter of time when you're forced to close your doors. And you don't want to be a statistics. All the odds are against business owners. Why not make sure you know your break-even price? So how do you calculate the break-even price from the profit and loss? Get ready for this one. Make sure you pay attention. So you take your profit and loss and you take the expenses, total expenses, okay? That includes the variable and fixed costs. Take that total, divide it by the number of units you sold. If you're a service base, take that total expenses divided by the number of clients you served for that period of time. In this case, I am advising you to do every month. All right, so that's finances. I hope you took notes on this. Now let's go to the fun one, marketing. And marketing is fun because you get to play with colors, you get to add personality. I love playing with red. I do a lot of red in my posts. So how do you make data-driven decisions in this quadrant of marketing? Well, simple one is look at the impressions. And all business owners, all marketing teams deal with this question. What content, what hashtag do I use? What should be my landscape? What do I feed them? What would my clients like? What does my audience want to hear? Well, a lot of us are guessing, and it's okay to start with a guess, but you want to lead with data-driven decisions. So how do you do that? So if you're posting every day for a week, then you can start documenting and making decisions for a week. If you are posting every month, then you want to look every 4 months, because you want to have enough data to make that decision. So what data do you collect? Well, first, choose a channel. If it's LinkedIn or Facebook, go with one, because it can be overwhelming. So let's say you're choosing LinkedIn. So let's assume you're looking at LinkedIn and you post every day. So if you're posting every day, you want to make a decision every week. So now you have all these posts and you have these number of impressions for every post. And if you see, oh my God, everybody likes you in red, then why would you not wear red in every video or in every picture? And now let's say you want to test a phrase. For example, I give a phrase called millionaire tip. I want to play with that, and maybe I want to change something on that tip. Maybe I want to say millionaire tip of the day. And that's what I want to change, of the day. Well, then make that change. Please do not make more changes, and then check what the impressions are. The objective is for the number of impressions to go up. If they're not going up, that means that one change did not improve your impressions and did not get more people to opt in and learn about you. Okay, so you got that? That's impressions. And that's how you do the marketing based on impressions. The other one, and remember profit and loss, and why it's important to meet with all departments, because now you have to meet with finance for this metric. What is that metric? Well, you have your profit and loss, and you were specific on what channels that you itemize on your profit and loss. So we were looking at LinkedIn, you were looking at Facebook. So we were talking about LinkedIn. So when you look at this specific item, you want to know how much it costs you, and then how many leads did you get from? How many sales did you close? So you need to make sure that within your sales team, there is a form of documenting how many sales you made and which sale led to what channel, what marketing channel. Make sure that they're trained to do this, because now you know where to invest your money. You know what marketing channel is generating more sales. And then as you're continuously doing this, you're making a decision not on guess, not on gut. You are making it based on the data. And what is incredible about this, and I'm telling you it works, that your sales are not going to increase linearly. There's going to be a point where they're going to increase exponentially. And you're going to wonder, how did I go from 1 million to 10 million to 100 million? Yes, it's so exciting. And that's why I'm so excited. And that's why I love numbers. Okay, so that is marketing. I do want to mention something. Many of you do know this, that a lot of the algorithms and social media platforms are not very consistent. It's kind of a guessing game. So there are tools that you can use to connect with your audience. I love connecting with my audience, and I actually use tools. So if you ever want to know what tools I use, I welcome you to reach out to me, because I am here to provide value to business owners. I've been very successful, and I'm very young, and I want to give it all to everybody. So reach out to me, find me on LinkedIn and Facebook. So that's marketing. Now let's go to sales, all right? So what data can we collect in sales to make dollars, to increase our dollars? So in sales, think about your top 5 clients. And I use this when I coach realtors. I tell them, okay, look at your top 5 clients. Think about the homes you've been selling. Let's categorize those 5 into 2 main subcategories. And let's assume those categories are a single home, a family that really wanted a fancy countertop, and then the other avatar was a family that wanted a 3-flat with a large garage. Look what you just achieved here. If you looked at your 5 clients and you categorized them, you generated an avatar that now you can feed into your marketing department. And you'll tell your marketing department or team, hey, let's start marketing to a single family home, and they really care about the countertop in their kitchen. So now when you create those ads, those videos, you are communicating directly to somebody you already sold to. So when you start in your sales team having this discussion and this dialogue, you can relate more. And you know that there is no better business than relating, than the human aspect and emotional aspect. Because at the end of the day, we're humans and we want to relate, we want to connect. We are hungry for connections. So that's on the sales portion. And you know what's great too? That now you have your top 5 clients and they love you because you serve them and you got them to get their goal. So ask them, since you're having this conversation with them, can you refer me to people? I promise you that they will even hold your hand and connect you with the right person. So that is using data decisions to create your sales and propel your sales. The very last one, operations. And I will go to this one as fast as possible.
Okay.
Operations, I will focus on inventory. Know your inventory, please. Why is that important? Because now when you go out and do sales, you will know what you have in hand. If you know what you have in hand, and if something is not what the client wants, you know what you have in inventory, so you can be flexible and say, wait, I don't have B, but I have C, and it can save you money. Or C is a better product because of this. So this doesn't close a sale. And that's a product based. Now, if you're talking about, if you're a service based, please understand your staff. You probably have your staff in the wrong seat, and losing somebody who works for you is more expensive than actually sitting down with them and understanding what they like, what motivates them. So way to collect data on your staff is sit down with them. Ask them, what is your 5-year plan? And that is a way of collecting data on your inventory, which in this case is your people. Your asset is your people. So that's it. These are the 4 quadrants. Let me summarize them again. Marketing, sales, operations, and finance. I hope you take value, because this is what got me into 14 million and got me the profit margins that most people desire in the pallet industry. Very competitive, very difficult, but because of data, you can make the right decisions.
And may I say, by a woman under 30 in the pallet business, that is quite rare. Like I said, it's a male-dominated industry, and you crushed it. And you can see just from how Martha presents why data turns to dollars. So Martha, I just wanted to give people the opportunity. I'm actually almost going to hijack this, and I didn't ask you this before, but for our people who registered, I'm going to put the registrations right now. For our people who registered, know that there will be an opportunity for you to get, Martha's contact at the end of the event. In Martha's, are you going to have a free gift for them, or something that's data to dollars?
I have my book, Business Diva. So I'm going to give it as a free gift. It's online, so we can raffle that.
Okay, awesome. So register growrich23.com to be able to learn more of Martha, because she definitely is amazing. And maybe Martha, one of these days, will bring you back to the Los Angeles Tribune so you could share more. Thank you for your generosity. And any closing remarks? I just want to give you the closing remarks, and then we have another organized planning expert right after Martha. So hang on. Last words, Martha.
My last words is take your business serious. Take it so serious that you will get uncomfortable, because a lot of times when you think about numbers and data, business owners get intimidated because math was a scary thing. Do not get intimidated by it, because I promise you that it's making data-driven decisions that are going to make you achieve your goals. And if you need any help, reach out to me, because this is my passion. This is my love. And my love is not only math, but is to help other business owners. So I'm here sincerely and open heart to help you, give you the confidence. If you just need the confidence, let me know. I am an energized human being, and I am here to see you succeed. And that's why I did Accelerator Business Summit. Stay tuned for that. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Martha. And with that, I just want to say really, really appreciate data to dollars. Thank you so much. So with that, I want to bring you another expert in organized planning. Remember, the 6th step the 6 Step to Riches. And if ever you are having a temporary defeat or temporary challenge, it's just because the planning needs adjustment. So let's go back to the planning on how to get to riches. So our next one is Alicia Magnus Lewis, and she's the founder and CEO of Unleashed Brand Marketing Management Consulting. And she has managed and, represented even like Fortune 500 companies. And we have I would say the luck that we have Alicia with us today. And let me bring her up on stage so that we could also spend this time. And upcoming, let me tell you, we've got some great in the last hour. It's going to be so dynamic. We have a very dynamic guest. It's a secret because it's super, super secret. And then we're going to have a lot of different experts coming in also in the last half hour. So stay on. Right now, let me bring to the stage Alicia Magnum Lewis. Hi, Alicia.
Hi, Ava. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for having me at the Think and Grow Rich Summit.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure. It's our honor. We always love people who generously just serve and give. That's what we are about in the Los Angeles Tribune. And, one of the things that when I first met you, I fell in love. With you. Let's give that a little bit of an intro. I meet with a lot of the experts that write in the Special Thought Leader edition. And Alicia's coming to be one of our winter and fall contributors. And so I fell in love with her because of her insight in business. And coming back to organized planning, one of my favorite stories in the Think and Grow Rich book, Napoleon Hill has this way of in every step to riches, he gives a story. If you haven't read the book, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, you gotta get it. So every chapter comes with a story, right? And so in this story, he talks about the mom who prepared her son for an interview for a job. And in that interview, she took 2 weeks sending him back and forth to the library, researching about the company, researching about the competitors, and prepared a whole prospectus for him to come to the job. And so when he showed up for the job, it was a 2-week preparation, but he landed not the job he was applying for, but a position that would take him 2 to 3 years working hard to get the promotion to, because he came prepared, because he came knowing, he came organized. So I wanted to ask you, Alicia, in terms of business, what does this do for businesses to, whether it is that they're beginning, they're in the middle, they're stalled, they're growing? Like, what does organized planning, the 6 Step to Riches, do for entrepreneurs? I'd love to give you the stage.
Yes, for sure. And thank you so much, Ava. And I think it was great to just hear from Martha. And I loved her 4 pillars because I look at organizational planning, branding, and marketing in very, very similar pillars. That is investment, production, sales, and intelligence, which is really that market intelligence, which is the piece that you just spoke upon. It is so important when you're in business. It does not matter what business you're in. You're always in the business of persuading someone to spend time with you, with your thoughts, spend money with you, with your goods and your services. And it's so important to understand who it is you're actually trying to persuade. And that's when market intelligence comes in. You need to understand who your customer is. Where are they going? Why does it matter what you're saying, and how does that impact them? And it's not just about their demographics, but it's their psychographics. Why are they making the decisions that they're making to spend time with you? And entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, businesses' ability to understand who their market is, how their market moves, what it thinks about, where it is now and where it's going, is so instrumental for success, because that is going to allow organizations to strategically plan their operations to meet their customers, their audience members, where they're at. And that is such a critical component of success and of business growth. Your ability to authentically connect with your audience, not speak at them, but speak with them, really understand everything that they're about from the inside out, is what enables businesses to grow to scale. Because yes, it's very, very important to have your product. That's the production side of the pillar. You need to understand what you're offering, how you're positioning in the market, your mission, your vision, your values, how you're packaging your offering. And that's really, really important from the production side of the house. But at the end of the day, you ultimately we've heard it all weekend throughout this fantastic summit. It's about servitude. So who are you serving and how are you connecting with them? And are you trying to just connect with them to get $1? Or are you trying to connect with them long-term for sustainable growth? And how that ties back into marketing and branding, client intelligence, production, it's really how are you organizing yourself for success? And so something that I know Ava and I are going to get into a little bit is what are your methodologies as it relates to client engagement? Sometimes we just want to throw things at a customer and we're not really thinking about how they're interpreting that information, how they're consuming it. But that client engagement piece is really important. And you can do this in a number of ways, but the point is to have a really, really well-defined omni-channel market strategy. It's really understanding, like Martha was just mentioning, what are your touch points with your client? Is it LinkedIn? Is it social media? Are you sending them emails? Are they recipients of the newspaper? Are they getting a newsletter? How are you engaging with them? Are they getting a receipt? Do you have a branded bag that they're receiving when they buy your goods and services? These are all of your client touch points across multiple channels. And you really want to have a strategic outlook on what those touch points are, and then have a cohesive strategy to actually execute upon those touch points so that every time your client is engaging with you, they know who you are, your brand, your personality is coming through, and they feel like they're really connecting with you. Because believe me, Ava, we know this, in a world of information overload, people are inundated with messages. They're inundated with visuals. So how are you connecting with people? Who are you? What is your brand personality? And what does that engagement process look like? And then are you strategic in organizing your outreach? And there are so many systems that business owners can put in place at a foundational level. So they're not spinning their wheels and spending resources, but really being proactive and prepared. And we can dive into that.
I love your passion. I love your passion. This is why I fell in love with you. So let's bring this down to practical, right? Like, I love how you say how we connect to people, because, it's great to have like the social media followings. It's great to have like the number of followers, like people saying likes and comments, but how does that translate? How does that translate into business, right? And in this special thought leader edition in the Los Angeles Tribune, like I said, I always meet with experts that write with us, and I honestly have to refuse some of the clients because advertising won't help them. Like, they don't have the system to be able to turn people who like and follow and comment into clients. Like, what does that look like? Which brings us to the answer of that. We're going to have like very, very quickly go through this, maybe 3 minutes, Alicia. Like, what does a CRM do? And this is why this is like a special announcement that you're going to be hearing for the first time. The Los Angeles Tribune is actually launching the Los Angeles Tribune CRM. And this is out of a response, for us, a response from us meeting with clients who don't have like an effective system to turn their advertisements into clients. And this is where Alicia's supporting us in her business expertise, in her knowledge, in like really strategizing how do we like really turn people's ads, people's social media presence, people's followings into the clients. Not because we're doing it for business. They need you, right? Like, they need you. They're not just like following you for the follow and liking you for the likes. They've got problems you got to solve. And without that ability to like really get in front of them, or them be reached out by you, then, there's just a whole disconnect of feeling good, but not really solving. So Alicia, tell us about like the benefits of having an effective customer relations management. Like, what does that do for a business, an entrepreneur, a coach, everything else, speaker, author?
Anyone, your personal life. And, it might be your cell phone. That is your CRM for your personal life. You might be using an AI bot as an assistant, but yes, CRM systems are so important. So there are so many aspects of brand. Your brand is who you are. It is your personality. It is everything from your logo to your messaging to your positioning. But at the end of the day, you want to get your brand out there. And that is why you have a CRM. A CRM system is something that enables you to put processes in place to connect with your audience. Through one system, you can create a website, manage your website. You can capture leads through a subscribe button. So you're getting the contact information from your audience members, and you're understanding how you can connect with them. Using that information, you can build out different campaigns. Are you an author and you have a book that's coming out and you want to reach out to your audience? You can start. Martha's coming out with a book. She has a book out. You can use your CRM system to build newsletter campaigns via email. You can include text message campaigns and be able to connect with individuals via text message. If you are a coach and you are inundated with people that want to set up meetings with you, you can schedule your meetings through that CRM system. The CRM, when it is built effectively, when you're thinking about that strategic planning, that setting that foundation early on, you can send reminders to the individuals that you're meeting with. You can send them the Zoom link. You can set them, the meeting is now live. You can send them a reminder email after to say, thank you. These are the things that we talked about. Click on these links to access some of the resources that we were discussing in our meeting. Your CRM system, it is like hiring an extra person on your team. It is a system that will help you several extra. It is, and Think and Grow Rich, that mastermind allyship, it's so important. The community that you build with your CRM, think of your CRM as a community member on your team. But the whole purpose of a CRM is to be very proactive and intentional in how you want to reach out to your audience, to your community, to your clients. And then you can set up different systems in place to connect with them. You can pre-schedule your social media posts. Martha was talking about the color red does well. I was wearing red today. Martha was wearing red today. It's a beautiful color, right? But you can pre-schedule your post so that you can work smarter, not harder. We want these thought leaders. We want solopreneurs. We want entrepreneurs and businesses to focus on, sorry, that is my poodle. He loves to join video chats. We want them to be able to focus on what it is that they do best. And so it's really important to hire partners that can set you up for success, whether you're hiring a strategic consultant to come in and help you set up these systems, or you're willing to take that time to set it up yourself using tools effectively to pre-plan your communication and engagement with clients is what is going to enable you to build authentic relationships with your clients across multiple channels. And you're being proactive. You're not being reactive, which is ultimately how you can create relationships for the long term.
Thank you, Alicia. And there's a key word here, effective. Because mind you, I personally have gone through a lot of CRM systems. Like not all CRMs are the same. They have to be effective. And going back to the principle of organized planning, the 6 Steps to Riches by Napoleon Hill in the Think and Grow Rich book, if you are experiencing a temporary defeat or struggle, it is only because the planning gets to be adjusted. It's only because the planning isn't sound, it's not organized. And there is always an option, like masterminding. So we encourage you to sign up, growrich23.com, be a part of the community. You'll receive emails and updates. And who's coming up next is the master of money. So she has been for 42 years, I believe. She's got to correct me if it's not 42 years, been teaching all around the world with over 200,000. That's the last time they counted it. It's probably 300,000 now. Students from around the world, learning strategies called, a program called Money and You. I'm going to bring Rex Sykes because Rex will be even a stronger introduction for this woman that we just honor so much. She's been a partner of Robert Kiyosaki, the mentor of the young Tony Robbins back then. And Alicia, while we're bringing Dame Doria, you get to stay with us. And I just want to thank you for the nuggets. Thank you for showing us what a CRM will do. And yes, stay tuned because we will be telling you about the Los Angeles Tribune CRM coming up. And Rex, the mic is yours to introduce our powerful lady for our ending and closing.
Wow. Well, thank you for the honor to be able to do that. Doria and I pretty much started our careers in this business around the same time. Although she looks far better than I do and is much younger at heart and spirit in every way, shape, and form. She's also one of the most underappreciated or undersung champions of so many people who now, who you wouldn't have known if it hadn't been for this woman, Doria Cordova. She's not only that, but she's gone on to be the voice or the shot that goes around the world when it comes to money and influence and power and positivity. So it's with a great honor and a privilege that I get to welcome Doria. How are you, sweetheart?
Thank you so very much. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you, Dame Doria. Dame Doria, I just want to say thank you for all the love, the support that you give the Los Angeles Tribune. And yeah, so much. Like every event you're part and every event you support us so thoroughly, even though I know you have got a very busy life. So I wanted to give the stage both to you and Rex, and we're going to step back.
Okay. Aloha. And Alicia, beautiful work. Beautiful work.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Very good, Alicia. Thank you so much. And Ava, wonderful. Let me just say also that you are such a supporter and such a champion, and so you give so much of yourself to other people on so many different platforms. You know, somebody that you know, or somebody's speaking, somebody's new, somebody's old in the field, and you're always there with a positive voice and an encouraging word and some loving kindness to bestow on them. So it's a true honor to be with you here today, Doria. How have you been? How you doing?
I'm doing really well. And aloha from Maui. We just arrived. We're not in the regular studio, so I may look a little funny today, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the absolute message that you're all giving. Congratulations. I've been watching it. Wow, what a powerhouse. And today with all the beautiful, beautiful speakers. And thank you so much for having me. This is one of my favorite topics, Think and Grow Rich.
So that said, from Maui, what, which aspect of Think and Grow Rich resonates the strongest with you? Because a lot of people come in, they go, "This is my favorite chapter," or "This is my favorite, this or this is that," or "This is how it touched me." How does it touch you or speak to you?
Well, basically, the first book that I read, I think when I was about 21, was As a Man Thinketh. And it's a little tiny book and by James Allen, and you all must read that. It's a little tiny book. And then I kind of began to open up. But just remember, I was in the middle of living in hell. For 8 years, I truly lived in hell from the time I was 18 until I was 26, when I had my enlightenment experience. And it was like a little glimpse of light. And then somebody said cybernetics. And then I began to like kind of have another glimpse of light. And then somebody says, well, if you like those two books, you're going to love Think and Grow Rich. And I remember, the whole thing. And of course, immediately I went to the mystery of sex transmutation, I just thought, wow. And what was so interesting is that as you grow, so does the material. Is so amazing, because like now I just went back to reading again the mystery of sex transmutation. And the men, they were so advanced when you think about it, because it's like everything is in there. Like, they're talking about that you have that energy, you have that in your body anyway. So might as well channel it in a way that you can create so much. Like, don't suppress it, don't deny it, but just use it. And it's like, and so for me, I began to learn the principles. It went into my subconscious, unconscious. That's what happened. And so when I had my enlightenment experience, and when I went to the first S training that I ever did, which was only a weeks after my enlightenment experience, and I found out that I already knew that I had control over nothing. My life was so successful, and my consciousness, my mindset, I was so scared. I just had no idea what was going to happen to me. Everything was hellish. People dying, and Vietnam War, and it was just horrific. And right now, and you remember this too, right now reminds me of the 70s, honestly. And when they were talking about plant medicine, one of the speakers was talking about plant medicine. I looked at my beloved and said to him, I used to do plant medicine back in the days, and it was like, and whatever escape I needed at the time. And then I meet Buckminster Fuller, okay, that now gave me this absolute vision and mission. And it was so not like what I thought life was about, which was to eradicate poverty and hunger. As my mother says, when the heck did you get that? When have you ever been hungry? You were a little queen. And it was like, but it was just like this desire. So when you look at all of these, and thoughts of things, and what does that really mean, and desire and faith. Oh my God, did I have to have faith? And then, of course, as I began to move into the world with now having a new direction from Buckminster Fuller, I run into the first business school for entrepreneurs of its kind. And I believe we're going to be doing a little bit of a bonus session where I'm going to go more deeply at the end of this event. And I'm going to move more deeply on how I began to apply it. And, and then, of course, specialized knowledge, and also being a generalist, which what Buckminster Fuller taught. And then I just went to work at 29 years old in 1979. It's been 44 years, Ava. And at 29 years old, I began to run this company. And when I look at a 29-year-old now, I go, oh my God, I was a child, but I just kept making mistakes. It didn't matter because I was surrounded by these masters that taught me so much, including talk about organized planning. Wow. When I look at it all and making decisions and staying with them, and persistence no matter what, I haven't really had some of the challenges that other Latinos has had. I actually, if people were prejudiced against me, I didn't notice. It didn't matter to me. It didn't even matter. I was too busy. I was too focused, And then, of course, I have had a mastermind. I've been part of a mastermind since I was that young. And I had a mentor, at least 1 or 2 or 3 mentors since I was that young, And then, of course, on a daily basis, self-mastery of with the subconscious mind and redoing it. And when I think of certain things, we just arrived on Maui and we left right before the big fires. And the energy is so different. And there's ads everywhere from attorneys, everywhere you look, on your Facebook, on the radio, everywhere. And I'm like, okay. And then, so I'm beginning to have this sixth sense and really looking at the 6 ghosts of fear. And so every day, Think and Grow Rich is part of my life.
Wow.
Hey, Mo.
I see that Mo is here. Before we have Mo comment, I just wanted to say, as an early actor, one of the thoughts that started to seep through the community, while giving no credit to Hill, if you knew the book, you knew where it came from, but they would say, what if you channeled all of your sexual energy into your career? Imagine how powerful a career you would have. If you weren't out chasing the sex, you were actually applying it towards something. And it was amazing. What I love about the other aspect of Napoleon Hill that you talked about, eradicating hunger and this mission, Hill said one idea can change the world. And when your idea is one of service to people beyond you and not just for getting money for yourself, that's when things can really transform. And you are the living embodiment of that. That is for sure.
Aloha. Thank you. Mo.
Well, first of all, hello, Doria, and thank you so much for that contribution, Rex. It's a pleasure to be here alongside my mentor, Dame Doria Cordova. I'm so excited for the upcoming Money and You program in San Diego, which I'll be attending. It's a program that's been endorsed by the Los Angeles Tribune. And as we wrap up the last 45 minutes or so, I'm going to have some thought leaders join the conversation while we close out day 3. First of all, one of my colleagues, Julianne Meyer, is joining us. And I want to bring up Danella Burnett, who is also another incredible thought leader and a friend to this network. And Julie, welcome back. Nice to see you again. And Danella, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Think and Grow Rich. I know you're somebody that's very powerful in the speaking circuit. So many of your clients have spoken about these principles. You're very familiar with the material. I know you're familiar with Dame Doria's incredible work that she's done around the world. Very few people have been able to impact the Asia Pacific region as much as Doria Cordova has, as far as personal development material and financial education. So Danella, I'm curious to hear, what is it that comes to mind when you hear the word Think and Grow Rich, or when you hear that phrase, please?
Well, for me, I work with speakers every day. And so I work with, those who are taking their message out onto the stages around the world. And certainly speaking is one of the, in my opinion, best ways to grow your income in order to find new clients, find collaborations, and make money, but it's also about impact. And I think it's really challenging today for any entrepreneur to be making incredible impacts without having been impacted by the laws that we've learned in Think and Grow Rich. I think we see entrepreneurs who aren't familiar with the laws and they don't resonate with us. As entrepreneurs, we resonate with reciprocity. We resonate with masterminds. We resonate with growing from the inside. We resonate with collaboration, all of those major principles and laws of money and laws of attraction and, the laws of thought leaders that I think when we come across a speaker that hasn't dived at least a little bit into the Think and Grow Rich philosophy, we really do question, even in our subconscious, like, is this person an expert? Like, I don't know if this person is the person I should be listening to. It's such an ingrained part of so many of the experts that I work with and have the pleasure to support, that even if they're not overtly coming out and saying, I subscribe to the principles of Think and Grow Rich, I think we know it and feel it and see it, and we respond to that. And that's where impact really has a place in speaking and live events.
Well said. Sorry, I thought Rex was going to say. I have no problem jumping in. I am not.
Ladies first.
Well, thank you. It is so nice to meet you, Danella. I love this idea of it being just sort of a part of who we are, and it just, like you said, it becomes ingrained. And I think that there's a lot of things in life, but this is one of those things that it's a way of being, it's a way of showing up, it's a way of living, and it's not something that it just becomes something that we don't even think about. It's just how it is. So I'm just curious, though, with anything, it does take practice. It does take, it's not like you're done. It's not like I went to the gym once and now I'm healthy. It doesn't work that way. I'm just curious, when you are helping speakers, what principle or what tools, I should say, do you try and get them to focus on when they are going out onto stage?
Well, one of them is definitely, today's entrepreneur world and speaker world and event world is a lot about collaboration. So the law of reciprocity is a big part of, you can see it, you can feel it. If somebody is not in a collaborative mindset today, they're not going to play well with others, and they're not going to get the same opportunities as those who are participating with others. I mean, just this summit that we're on right now, I mean, this is a spirit of collaboration. It's a spirit of working together. Most of my clients, if they're not in masterminds yet, we always encourage them to look for masterminds, and actual masterminds, not the mastermind that's actually a group program with the name mastermind, but a mastermind that is thought leaders coming together that are, brought together under some theme. Like maybe they're working in the same industry, or maybe they're in similar places in their business, from an income level or how they're working together. But, a mastermind is not the one guru and other people who are listening, but it's truly people that are coming together with some commonality and then creating that mastermind, that greater being and greater essence. So, I mean, those are the first two that come to mind that we definitely, discuss with our clients and encourage them, and we see happening every day.
Can I say something that may get me in a lot of trouble?
No.
It's never stopped you before.
Thank you. Thank you for being honest, because you're absolutely right. Masterminds are not something you pay to belong to. If you read the book, they pay you, or they find a way of making it worth your while to belong to a master class. Yes, but this idea that everything is a mastermind because it's a troubleshooting, I'm going to help you. You've got, that's not a mastermind. So it's a very specific formula in the book, and it was brought about by Carnegie and Hill and others. And so it's just worth noting. And I'm so glad that you brought that up. But at any rate, it is important for people to get into a mastermind. It is important for people to collaborate. And I love that you say that because, at one time there was such an idea of competition and crushing your competition and like just pounding the crap out of somebody else so that you can get ahead. And yet what Hill has always said is you get further faster if you cooperate and you realize you're not in it alone. So how do you bring people together? I mean, are you looking for people who are of that mindset, or do you find that, you get people in and because of where you send them, they learn to acquire the idea that, we're all in this together. Let's float the entire boat and not everybody in it.
Well, a lot of what we work with our clients on speaking engagements, today it's never been as easy it is to create your own speaking opportunities, and one of them is through collaboration and reciprocity. We've seen it with social media. Before 2020, we thought that there were probably 7,000 speaking opportunities a day here in the United States. Now that number is probably 3 to 5 times that number because of podcasts, because of social media shows, because of opportunities like this. I mean, not that things like this didn't exist, but now they're part of our norm, how we're getting information, how we're connecting with people. And a lot of these summits and podcasts and social media speaking opportunities come about because, I have an audience that would be interested in what you have to say. And my audience, wants to hear you, and your audience wants to hear me. And how can we build something that's even better where we both get an opportunity to speak and to share? And so you have to be in that, not just win-win, but win-win-win mindset, because there's a win for the person who's hosting the event, who might be putting it together, might be financially backing an event. Then there's the speakers, but then there's the audience as well. And I think in that spirit of collaboration, there's so many more opportunities, and you definitely get further faster together. And I think we're realizing as entrepreneurs, none of us are good at everything. Shocker, surprise, surprise. If you're new to entrepreneurship and you're listening to this right now, I'm just going to tell you, you're not good at everything. And you will do so much better if you focus on the things that you're really good at and let the things that you're not go. And Dame Doria will appreciate this. Another thing that we often share, especially with our starter speakers that are really just growing their business, is to always be mindful of stepping over the dollar to pick up the dime. Mm-hmm. Doing things in their business that they really shouldn't be doing, that they should be delegating, they should be outsourcing, or they should be partnering with others so that they can focus on what they're good at and can really get paid well doing, instead of the things that they think are saving them money and really aren't, because they keep them small or keep their opportunities limited.
Wow. Thank you, Danella. It's always a pleasure to hear you. And Rex, I'll give it to you in a moment. I want to hear from Doria Cordova. But before we do that, I also want to welcome some more folks to this panel, because the premise of this program is we have about 150 speakers that are speaking over 4 days. And it's not just the speakers speaking with the hosts, it's also the speakers speaking with each other. And to the best of my knowledge, that's a world record. I don't believe there's ever been a virtual summit that's had 150 speakers. So we're here collectively making history. I want to actually welcome a couple people to the panel. Dr. K, welcome. And of course, a very special friend, a very special person to the Los Angeles Tribune, someone who is a personal friend of mine, and a man who's famous for saying that it's the days that break you that are the days that make you. Of course, Mr. Carlos. And we're going to actually kick it off before we go back to Doria. Mr. Carlos, when you hear Think and Grow Rich, what are the first things that come to your mind, please? The floor is yours.
Oh, no pressure. Huh? First one. What's up, guys? I'm super happy to be here. Always great to hear from you, Mo. And I got a text from him, and I was like, it's funny, Mo. I'm very good friends with Don Green. Don Green and I, we go way back. And when I hear that term, it goes right into a topic that I had the honor to be speaking at a very cool event for some of the Raiders and their players and some millionaires and billionaires in a few weeks on a philanthropic work and project that I am doing. And the topic of my speech is going to be transcendence. So when I hear that word, think and grow rich, it brings me right back to center, to where I came from, which I always tell people that, it's not where we went to school, how much money we have on the bank account, who do we know, or the color of our skin. It's our attitude and how we treat others, when it's only between us and God that's going to make every single one of us win. So as I think about that term, think and go rich, it brings me back there to that transcendence, living that transcendence life where we are all equal. We are all the same. It doesn't matter, how many money we have, how much followers we have. It's above oneself, because from that place, there is no competition. From that place, we're going to make sure that we all going to eat. That's enough for everybody. Kids and people shouldn't be dying out of hunger. That is a place where we minimize the casualties, and we bring all of us together, and operating from that place, I think we have a shot at make poverty history, ending hunger, sex trafficking, organ trafficking, and many causes around the world that I've been fighting against for a few years now. So great question, brother. You got me thinking over here, all fired up, preparing for my speech about the transcendence. Thank you for that question, my friend. An honor to be here.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, Carlos. First of all, always a pleasure to see you. Secondly, what few people know is that Maslow, when he was working on the hierarchy of needs, towards the latter part of his life, discovered that there's actually something above being self-actualized, and that was self-transcendence. And he discovered that on his deathbed. And so I'm very excited to hear your speech, your talk. Dr. K, what comes to mind when you hear Think and Grow Rich?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say I'm really happy to be here. Let me try to get you guys back on the screen. And there you are. Don Green has been such an instrumental part of my life, especially when we were in the pandemic. He and a lot of other people that you have on this platform have really, really been, I guess I would say, the epitome of Think and Grow Rich, where when we say, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, we can achieve. And so piggybacking on Carlos, I work with people and youth and adults all over the world, and being able to have where we can use our knowledge and our wisdom to help everyone that we come in contact with have a better life. It's based on what we think and then what we put into action. And so Napoleon Hill, Don Green, and all of the people, Satish, Verma, another big part of my life, all of us have come together in various ways to do that very thing, which is to help people know that it takes your burning desire, it takes your action, it takes your not being inhibited by all the different fears that are talked about in that book, and making things happen and making things happen together. So on here, looking at all of the various speakers that are going to be on, and I think it might be a record, Mo, it really might be, that it really can work. And we've all come from different backgrounds. We're different colors and different creeds, different ethnicities. We've come from all different parts of the world. I've been myself in over about 40 some different countries doing business, doing missions, doing medical missions, preaching, teaching, dance, and all of these different things, and helping people to understand that there is possibly, just possibly, a better life that all of us could have if we join together and put these principles into place. So when I think of Think and Grow Rich, a lot of things come into mind related to impact, related to monetization, it related to spreading kindness, related to using our minds to put in place the different things that we want to do and how we want to show up in the world. And a lot of us have done that, showed up in the world in various ways. And that's why, we're on here. And so I really thank you, Mo, and Los Angeles Tribune. And it was great to see you the last couple of days in California, Mo. And it was really, really is still intriguing to me how some people have shut down. They've shut down because they haven't really believed just that one phrase, whatever the mind can believe and conceive, we can achieve. And so wrapping around that one phrase, it really has transformed a lot of our lives. It really has.
Wow, that's beautiful. I want to welcome you, Doctor, and I want to welcome you, Brother Carlos. This is so good to see you and Daniela. And then I'm going to invite Julie to speak, but I want to point out something, and that is, I've been podcasting since I think 2009. I had my own show. I joined the Tribune years back and had my show. I've been on Carlos's show. I've been on Doria's show. You've been on my shows. The Tribune offers a platform for all of us. I mean, we're all now. The rest of us have yet to get on each other's shows. But what Daniela made the point is that we have been working to uplift each other. Bo has made a platform here for so many people to have a voice that they do have voices, or some may not have as far a reach as they otherwise could have. But together, Doria has got Fridays with Doria, and a great thing, and her reach goes around the world. And Carlos says, and I'm sorry, I don't know about other stuff, but the point being is, this collection right here is very powerful. The collection of the 150 is extremely powerful. And if we can't change the world, who can? Right. I mean, in other words, if it's not up to us, if we don't take that mantle on our backs, what you were talking about, Carlos, about human trafficking and feeding the people, which is Doria. I mean, all of these causes are things that we could eradicate if we just align and support each other. So I'm done. I meant that to be a question, anyway. Julie.
Awesome, Rex. No, I love your contribution. I think it's well said. And, just to piggyback off that is that not only are we here creating this, but everybody who is watching now and in the replay are a part of this movement, are a part of what we are creating. So we're all making this choice to choose better and brighter for ourselves and therefore the people around us. So I love that, because I think that is, so many people think, who am I? Well, who are you not to? And so thank you for bringing that up, Rex, and making that even more of a point, because I think that's people out there that are watching need to realize that them just being is a contribution. Mm-hmm. Anything on top of that, gravy. So thank you for that. But I wanted to ask Dame Doria, earlier today, Satish was talking about how the principle and the tools in Think and Grow Rich are quite simple, but very hard because they're so simple. And I was just curious if you could talk on that.
Well, they grow with you. You grow with them. Mm-hmm. And when I first read them in my early 20s, it was very different. It depends on where you are. It's a little bit like the Bible, A Course in Miracles. Think and Grow Rich is a book that guides many, many people. And so depending on where you are, and that's why you have to go back and restudy things. But I wanted to also just say very quickly, I want to go back for 1 minute to a comment that Rex said a little bit earlier at the beginning, which is that I support many, whether they're famous or not famous. And one of the things that I have learned, I had no idea out of using all these principles that I was going to be at the beginning of a whole new industry, which was the entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training industry, which we're all part of. So, Tony Robbins is down the hill right now in Wailea. We are in a place called Maui Meadows behind Wailea. I think he's with 500 of his platinum people. And I may have the opportunity to go give him a hug. And one of the things that when we first met Tony, he was doing firewalks in the back of in a beautiful backyard in Carlsbad, San Diego. And he was already a rock star. And, we have met many rock stars. and you never know the transformation that people are going to go through. So whenever somebody invites you to support them in their dreams, in when they support you, when they want you to in some way guide them or give them mentorship or be past part of a mastermind that they need, don't turn them down. You never know. And remember the impact, and that's your leverage. It is your leverage. What we're doing right now, we're leveraging all these principles by the work that we do, and we inspire others. So Buckminster Fuller, and we teach this in our Money and You program, which is that you may never know your true purpose. You may never know your true purpose. But if you commit your life to the betterment of humanity, you can be assured that the Great Spirit will take care of you. That's another beautiful saying that we have really meditated on. So when we commit our life, not only to create an economic engine around your life purpose, but when we commit our lives to the betterment of humanity and we create wealth, remember, if you're not creating wealth, there is some block, there's some decision that you have made, and it's easy to remove that. You can go to fridayswithdoria.com. Under resources, go do the magical exercises. All the big boys and girls have done that. And that is to clear your past, do a ho'oponopono on your life, and just begin to just, Fridays with Doria. This Friday, we're going to have Joe Vitale, and it's going to be the secret and ho'oponopono. He's going to be talking about both of them. And we, all of these principles is all, when we're having such a hard time, because we're heartbroken about so many things right now on the planet. And I'm back on Maui, so you can imagine, I've been on Maui since 1974. So when it's really tough is when the principles become really important. All of these beautiful principles in Think and Grow Rich and others, what you want to do is you want to just go back to them and have it be your crutch almost. It's like they're going to hold you up while you get yourself back to center, and all those emotions, we can go back to channeling them correctly. But it's really important that principles drive your life so that you can get through the tough times. When we're having a great time, we don't think about principles. And many people don't think about them even when they're having a bad time. So just go back to that, and this too shall pass.
That is wonderful. And it's so true. When things are going well, we tend to stop doing the things that made things well. And so it's a great reminder to not forget the basics, the absolute basics in life. Danella, I'd love for you to expand on that.
Well, one of the things I know for me, as I've grown as a person and grown as an entrepreneur, principles have become so much more critical, because the world is a confusing and confused place. But principles allow you to step into a situation and bring clarity. Dame Doria mentioned the Bible. I don't know who it is. I've called it the Bible fairy, but like, as I read the Bible and I continue to grow and learn, like I'll read Think and Grow Rich is the same. There's certain like books and knowledge that when I read it, like the words are different than when I read it a year before. Like, I don't know who the fairies are that like get in there. I don't know if they're leprechauns or what they are, but I swear sometimes I read books like this and I'm like, that's not how I read it. And it's because I've changed, or the world's changed, or the lens or the attitude in which I'm bringing to the table is a little different. But principles don't change. So if you can learn principles, you can handle a confusing world or a confusing situation or a client or a win or a fail, because principles don't change. And so for me, having resources like, religion is really confusing today. I mean, we see what's going on in the world today, and there's atrocities taking place in the name of religion. There are confused people. And I bring everything in religion back to one sentence for me, and that is God is love. It is very easy for me in any situation that I'm confused about to go to that principle. Think and Grow Rich gives us principles. So as I'm running my business and I'm making decisions on where I want to go and grow to, I can look at principles and I can use that as a calibration for myself and for other people around me. So I'm super grateful for the resources that, I went to my own first personal development event in 2004. And I don't know how I thought before that, because I've changed, my thinking has changed, and I have resources that I never had before. And I'm super grateful, even if those words change every once in a while, because I'm going and growing, the principles still hold true. And I'm grateful for that.
Wow. So I want to address something. I want to address Julie's question and then turn it over to the doctor and Carlos. The more we do, the more we become capable of doing. I teach this in my programs, and that is juggling, because the principles of juggling and the practice of juggling is actually quite simple. You're just throwing balls up and catching them. It seems really, really difficult. And a lot of people go, I could never juggle. I don't know what to do. But if you just start doing it, you got to know that dropping balls is part of it, because if you're not prepared to drop the balls, you're going to hate it. But if you go, this is part of it, I'm learning it. The more fun you have, the gentler you are in yourself, the more permissive you are, and the repetition, correct repetition, you get faster, you get better faster, and the better you get, the faster it comes. So it becomes this kind of cybernetic loop on itself. The more you do, the more that you can do. And when it comes to these principles and embodying the practices of Think and Grow Rich, or anything that you want to learn to do and to master, you stick with it. It's going to seem really tough because you're going against your own conditioning and your old habits and everything else. But if you just give yourself permission to succeed and to have fun and to enjoy and to continue, then it'll get easier and better and faster. And I know that everyone has examples of that. Thank you, Doria. I know everyone has examples of that from in your own life, whatever it may be. So I want to open it up to Carlos and the doctor, and what say you?
Yeah, so I just wanted to jump in here and say, yeah, I really believe you were right. And Daniela hit it on the head, like a number of the points that I was going to talk about, with relation to how, yes, God is love. And if we look at how Think and Grow Rich was written, and all of the different examples that are in there, and the alignment with the Bible, a lot of people sometimes that I've talked to in the religious sector, I'm an ordained minister as well, is that when you look at the title, Think and Grow Rich, those who have not cracked open the cover and looked at anything in it, they get turned off by the title and not even give it a chance because of Think and Grow Rich. And so why is that from a religious perspective, that that some people have issues with that? We've kind of dug into that, but I've also just interviewed people just in general, like in airports. You have a conversation with somebody, hey, have you heard of this book? Have you read this book? And being that I've been all over the world, there's a lot of people still who have never ever heard of Napoleon Hill, have never ever heard of Think and Grow Rich, Outwitting the Devil, all these ones that have just can have tremendous effect on our life, not just on our business, but on our life. And so we have work to do as the Los Angeles Tribune, and as all of the people that are on this show that we're doing right now. We have a lot of work to do to get that message out. And one of the main areas that I look at is fear. And being a stats girl, one of the stats is like 970 million people worldwide have had some kind of diagnosis related to anxiety and depression. And part of that is because they haven't been able to fulfill or see that they can fulfill their dreams and their visions and what it is that they think. They can't understand that they can actually put that into action. And so we really have a lot to do to continue to get that message out. And when I say fear and go through again and again, like Daniela said, you can read it and then read it again and read it again at different stages of your life and get another message out of it. Fear for me after reading this several years ago, I came up with my definition of fear, of FEAR, fresh energy awaiting reset. Fear is fresh energy awaiting reset, using those initials. And so, Think and Grow Rich talks about how we feel in the adrenaline, like all the different things that are going on. And you can reset that and make it excitement, like, oh my gosh, I don't know what's going to happen, and be fearful. Or you can be, oh my gosh, I don't know what's about to happen, but I'm going to embrace it and embrace the future. The same exact words, but it has a different energy toward it. And so the sexual transmutation, like all the different things, the book is just an amazing book. And if we can just crack it open and get those all over the world to embrace it and open it and know about it, I can't believe how many people that I ask and they have never ever heard about it at all. And so we have a lot of work to do. I've said it a couple of times, but we have a lot of work to do.
Carlos.
Hey, I was thinking here, so I agree with all of you lionesses, and talking about books, they are very difficult. I have a special box over here in my hand, and talking about books, they are very difficult to understand, that intimidate people. Los Angeles Tribune say, you don't read this book, you study it. Work like an immigrant. and the reason why I brought it up, I wanted to show anybody here that's listening to us right now, what did I just do? This is a teaching moment. I grab a box and I say I have something in my hand. It's a pattern. I stop your pattern. So I don't care. Everybody here sells something. So if you are struggling to sell whatever you sell, what I want you to do, put your product inside a box. It can be a beat up box. And you just go like that on a video, hold your little stick, and you start talking with the damn camera. And you overcome your fear, like my friend said over here. I forgot about her definitions of fear. I normally say F everything and run. But, I want you, the person that's listening to me right now, that's struggling to sell your product, is struggling to get invited to appear on a podcast, to be on a stage. I want you to show up. I want you to reach out to people like us over here on this screen. You need to be in proximity with Mo Rock, with Dr. Crystal and Daniela and Doria and Julia. I want you to go to their events. I want you to be, because proximity is everything. I had an honor when Don Green told me one day that Don, we met, spent a few stages, and he read my book, and he's like, Napoleon will be very happy of you, Carlos. Because Don know that for me, it's not business, my friends. For me, it's personal. I see a lot of people dying. Some of you guys have no idea how much times I see the devil in their eyes. My father died in a car explosion. I was just a little baby. My stepfather was murdered. I was physically abused and tortured as a little kid. But, instead of me ending my life as a little boy, I decided to go sell bread on the streets. And I decided to become the best little boy that sells the bread on the street. I decided to learn. I learned how to make sounds, how to imitate people, so I could cope with my own anxiety. I could cope with my own fears. I could cope with the own hate that was going on inside me by seeing my people dying and being taken from me. And I often ask very wealthy people, I have the pleasure to speak in some powerful stages around my lifetime. It's never me, it's all God. And I often ask those guys, what does it feel like to be a billionaire, to have 1 million followers, to win the Oscars, to get the gold medal? And they always say, yeah, you get a few more followers, a few more commas in the bank account. But guess what, Carlos? The insecurities, the anxieties, the fear, the comparisons, it's still there, my friends. So I'm giving you the secret right now. It will never gonna go away. So if you are waiting to make some money, to go to anybody here on the stage's event, or to buy their book, or to be in proximity with them and buy their coaching programs. I don't sell coaching programs, nothing like that, because God has blessed me. Now I've been doing nothing but philanthropic work around the world. But I always tell you, just get in the game. Read that book, Think and Go Rich, and I want you to do it like I do it. You get a paper clip, some Post-it notes, and you're going to write it down, and you're going to stick on every page. When you relate with something, you're going to think about your story. Because guess what? They don't know your story. I don't care if you're going to speak after Mo, myself, anybody here on the stage. They don't know your story. And when you walk on that stage, the unknown person in the room has the greatest leverage. Because they don't know how much struggles you've been through between four walls. They don't know some of the demons that you have to face and might still be facing. So never judge anyone, my friends. It's very easy to judge. And I challenge you read that book, destroy that book, break it down, that book, and be in proximity. Take a screenshot of every person in this screen here right now, because you never know one golden nugget that you can learn. And then if you're really here with us right now, and you can probably feel my passion. And I want you to give yourself this gift to stop trying to please everyone, and then stop doing shit that you hate. Literally, stop doing all that. Go deep. Find your why. Find your purpose. What is it going to wake you up at 4 a.m? I want you to go deep. Go really deep, because only you can find it. I cannot tell you. Then I was talking about our brother Tony Robbins. None of us can tell you. But once you find it, I promise you, when I have little kids around Brazil, Mexico, and Africa, and I start initiatives to teach them, you guys have no idea how much is out there. Money is mindset. Life is mindset. Relationship. Every single thing is mindset. Use technology. Embrace it. Learn it. Because the more that you do, my friends, you'll be surprised how you can take something as small as $20 and you use AI to go make some money for a little kid overseas, and so they don't have to commit crime. And that $20 can go along the way. And that kid now is living, it's eating, is studying it. And that's on $20. So if we can do that with $20 and help someone in need around the world, imagine what we can do with the Benjamin. Imagine what we can do when we read that book, Think and Grow Rich. Imagine what you can do when you get to know Doria and Dr. Krista and Mo Rock and Rex. When you get to really get to know us on a deep level. So that life is all about the mission, my friends. I told Mo I'm gonna be at another speaking engagement at 6. I want you to come over here and say hi. I love you guys. I'm speaking massive wealth.
Hang on, Carlos. Hang on.
Wait, I have to say something. I can retire now. Carlitos is here.
No, you are the legend. No, hell no, Doria. You are. No.
Thank you, Carlitos. We must connect. Oh, you make me cry.
Carlos, stick around for a couple minutes, because we're actually going to wrap up. We're actually going to end this just in the next 3 or 4 minutes. But there's somebody who would have been potentially actually on the screen with us right now. We're now 3 days into this program. Her name has not been mentioned yet. And to close out day 3, we just want to bring up the name Michelle Patterson. And we feel Michelle Patterson's presence here. We have 2 empty boxes down here. One of those boxes could have very well been her in conversation with us. She's a name that many people in this community know, love, respect. And so I wanted to just close out by mentioning her name, Michelle Patterson. And Doria, if you wanted to say any words, and I know, Carlos, you also knew her. And if you wanted to say something briefly as we wrap up, Doria, please.
Our angel. Oh, our beautiful angel. I had the opportunity to connect with her when she was beginning to feel that she was getting ready to go. And I'll never forget what she said to us. She says, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or I'm someplace else. I'm continuing the work. I'm continuing the work, and I'm going to be right there with you. And I feel her. I love her. And I'm so sorry I won't be at her memorial. If you can be at her memorial on the 21st, I'm in Maui. I'm hoping to be able to talk real quickly during that event. But we love you, Michelle. What an inspiration. And we'll support the people that are going to carry her vision. And another angel, Dame, Money and You graduate. Oh, what a life. I love her. Love you.
What a life. What a life.
Wow.
We love you, Michelle. Danella or Carlos or anyone, Dr. K, did anyone want to chime in and say some words for Michelle?
I'll say one thing to Michelle, and she know it. She know it that one of my favorite quotes, it really represents who she is, which is the days that breaks us are truly the days that makes us. And Michelle, she embodied that. You know, she was about giving all she got, always would stop, you know, and would talk to somebody and it will give her time. And it's about the contribution, never the acquisition, as I always preach, always showing up. And that's what life is about. And you know, it's just, I was thinking about her. I was thinking about Frank as I was here. You know, everyone can be a hero. Highly recommend you guys go read that book, Wishman. My brother Frank, rest in peace. He died 2 days before my birthday. I know he's over there with Michelle and many of our friends. You know, I don't even want to get emotional right now, but, you know, I just much love to all of you souls up there. I'll see you guys there one of these days, hopefully another 50 years from now. And just keep pushing, my friends. Keep pushing. Keep going
Carlos.
through the naysayers. Don't let nobody get to you. If they say no, you say next. Whatever that is that you want to go after. If a little boy could sell bread in the streets and overcome unbeatable odds, I know you can do it. I know some of our friends out in heaven right now, they all overcome unbeatable odds. Everybody that you love, that inspires you, whether it's on the stages, on the arenas of the world. A lot of us come from nothing. A lot of us just kept it going the most. We wanted more than most people. And I pray that every single one of you listening to my voice, that you can find that thing for you, my friend. Rest in peace, everybody that's out there. And I love all of you guys, man. God bless you all. And just let's freaking go.
Thank you, Carlos. Danella, Dr. K, did you want to chime in real quick as we wrap up? Danella, you're on mute. You're on mute, Danella.
Yeah, I'd love to share what a beautiful example of the power that we have available to us, stepping out onto a stage and sharing, whether you're an inspirational speaker, a motivational speaker, an educational speaker. I mean, what a wonderful state of the world we're in as far as technology and the ability to impact others. I mean, while we're dealing with a lot of negativity in the world and horrific situations around the world, we also have never been in such an amazing space to spread positivity and connection. And Michelle was an example of that. Carlos just brought up Frank. I was thinking of Frank the other day. The last time I saw Frank, we were running an event in Las Vegas and we were showing the movie to a group of people. And I was actually there at the Blind Center where we did that opening just last week. And so I was sitting in the seat, like right where I'd seen him. And, in the last couple of years, we've lost people like, Bernie with CEO Space. I mean, we've lost some incredible people in the last few years, but what a blessing that we not only have access to people today that are making a difference, but we have access to the works of Think and Grow Rich and the works of Money and You. I mean, we really are in such a state where we can reach to the positive and exemplify that and magnify that and look at the lives of those, even that we've lost and carry their words on. And that is the only thing that we can do to overshadow the negativity in the world, is just continue to breed positivity and lift up those that are doing incredible works. And obviously Michelle was one who did incredible works, and grateful for her.
Yeah, I just want to send up my prayers for Michelle's family and friends and all those who loved her. And yeah, Frank, our nonprofit was being honored years ago, and he said to me, that was my first time meeting him. A few people had shows and radio shows, and he's like, "Well, if you have a show, I'll be your first guest." And I'm like, "Wow, really, Frank? Thank you." And he was, and he's like, "Wait, that was your first show?" And all the other things I had done before that, I believe God was really preparing me for that. And then just the sky was the limit. After that, all of the different people I was able to meet and interview, and including him, he allowed me to be the red carpet interviewer for Wishman here in Phoenix, and also in Hollywood. I was there, and he was a friend of mine, and I wrote a song for him, and just all different kinds of things with him. But there's so many people that we could name that had impact in our life. And I think that's one thing I want to say is really important. If no one gets anything else out of what we're saying, is that live a life where people can say that you were kind. Live a life where people can say that you had impact. Live a life that when times like this come, you can be remembered as a person of impact. And myself, I was bullied but not broken. And other people are divorced but not broken. Other people, cancer, if you survived it, you're not broken. And so as we continue to uplift people and let them know that they can use books like this to help them, and people like us to help them, reach out to us. Everybody keeps saying that. Reach out to us. You can be on our show. You can be in our magazine. You can have where you you have, where we help you to be that person of impact. So I thank you for bringing that up, and I really just want to lift up prayers for Michelle's family and friends.
Thank you, Dr. K. And as we close out, I just want to say that this program, the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit, is dedicated to Michelle Patterson. We miss you. We'll love you. We'll always remember you. And we will continue to do good work in your honor, to honor your friendship that we had. And if you didn't know her, you probably are still feeling her ripple effects if you know any of the people here on the stage or anyone in this community. I want to thank Ava Manuel for putting this event together and doing all of the work behind the scenes. Without Ava Manuel, there would be no event. So if you've been impacted in any way by this program, as we head into the fourth and final day, this lovely thought leader to my left-hand side, or actually, I don't know if it's left or right, whatever
left.
it is responsible for this incredible program. And so we'll see you tomorrow. We have Mark Victor Hansen joining us tomorrow. I'm very excited. We're on our mission to have 150 speakers at one event, making a world record. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Aloha.
We have Ben.
Aloha.